Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Welcome to Wednesday, 2nd of March. I'm feeling in such a good mood. Mainly because I've got to, you have to do an invoice if you work and, you have to get it in on time. And unfortunately, I'm always late with doing these things. And I'd lost an invoice because I'm so used to getting it for one particular person. And I couldn't find it. I went through everything, and yet in my mind, I knew I'd seen it. And then the producer went, oh, why don't you put in this word? And we put it in, and there the blooming heck it was. So I can do that today. So, of course, I feel so much better about life. So much better. And paid my VAT bill the other day. That made me feel a bit better, but also depressed at the same time. And the thing that really cheered me up is when the Chinese delegation walked out of that anti-Russia meeting. I thought, now that's significant. That's very significant. And I keep saying to people, at the end of this, and please God it happens soon, Putin will be charged with war crimes. Make no doubt of it. And believe you me, that can carry all sorts of very, not just weighty penalties, but end of life. It's as simple as that. If you're convicted of war crimes, look at the Ceausescus. They thought they were the big high and mighties. They weren't. Hitler took his own life. You've only got to look at what Putin's doing. And they had a very good programme on the television the other day, and it was really interesting because it was Putin from a few years back when he'd first encountered oligarchs, basically people who sort of seemed to end up with billions and billions and billions. And he was chairing a meeting, surprisingly, at the Kremlin, because that's all he does. He just says the oligarchs and what they had, how much money they had thieved, and the corruption. And I remember thinking, well, you can for him. Absolutely, you can. And it's a case of he was saying they are corrupt, and I'm thinking, no, wait a minute, matey, you're corrupt. You're corrupt. He failed to see the irony of basically thieving from people. And then the next thing, two oligarchs who'd raised hundreds of millions of pounds, he had them stripped of all their assets, and they were put in a cage in the courtroom, like you would cage an animal, like that, and they were sent off to prison because they were corrupt. And I'm thinking, but wait a minute, Putin, you're the most corrupt person there. How'd you get your money, matey, on the salary that they're paying you? I don't think so. So days numbered. But at the meantime, he murders children. He doesn't really care. He's not particularly bothered. It's a case of go in there. I love the idea that all their tanks got stuck in the mud the other day. How lovely was that? Perhaps we'll see Putin riding a tank like we saw Thatcher riding a tank. But, of course, he's so much of a coward, he's not going to do anything at all, is he? The self-indulgent strike crippling London yesterday. First time I've seen it like that. I didn't have any problem. At all. Makes me sound very smug. But I was dead lucky because all the people who take the tube all of a sudden emerged, eyes blinking in the sunlight, and queues at all the bus stops. Not at my bus stop. Because all the people going to where I was going to didn't ever use the tube. I haven't used the tube in, probably about 2 or 3 years. I don't like it. Ever since, King's Cross and other disasters, I've gone nowhere near the tube. I just don't, it frightens me a little bit. Not sort of so much so that I wouldn't ever use it, but I find it's easier to be above ground. My bus came along, well, there were about 3 buses before that, packed solid. I remember thinking, oh, God, my one's going to be a nightmare. My one came along, 3 of us on it. Yeah, steamy windows. Was it steamy windows? Anyway, there were 3 of us on this bus. I get to Waterloo Station. I wandered through the station, got on my train, and pootled off home. My train was 3/4 empty. 3/4 empty. I couldn't believe it. So obviously a lot of people decided they weren't going to go, but every bus stop that we pulled up along the Strand in London, which is a long road leading from Trafalgar Square, leads down to Waterloo Bridge, and every bus stop had about 30, 40 people waiting at it. And I remember thinking, I'd forgotten how many people use the tube every day. And they're not operating this morning, by the way, until about 7:30. So they've really decided to stick the knife in because they couldn't give a toss for you. They're not interested. They're complaining about something that is absolutely out of our hands. We don't control it. We've got nothing to do with it. And that's the best that they can do is, OK, everybody out. It's like stepping back into the dark ages. When you look at the salary some of these people are on, I mean, a friend of mine wrote on Twitter and was saying, you're having some laugh, aren't you? For drivers, 60,000. On top of that, you've got your bonuses, working sort of odd hours and things like that. £60,000. So a friend of mine wrote, he went, "You're having some laugh, aren't you, really?" But of course, listen, if that's what they want to do, bring it, because what happens is eventually people will say, "I tell you what, let's find an alternative method of getting somewhere, and then we might as well just close down the underground. You don't need it. It's not absolutely necessary." I mean, if you are using it Wednesday, today, services severely disrupted, returning to normal by late morning, and they say you're encouraged to travel later in the day. Well, what happens if you can't travel later in the day? Yeah, you have to be at work. I'm sorry, my job starts at 9 in the morning. What do I do? Phone them up and go, "I'm terribly sorry. I'll pop in a bit later if it's okay." It's all down to the RMT members yet again. They obviously have to make a standpoint, but I just don't see why we have to suffer every time. Why do we have to suffer? It's just, and there's another one tomorrow. Well, big up you. Big up you. We're in the middle of, the worst period of our life and you just add to the misery. Well, I hope to God you're pleased with yourselves. Because frankly, it really annoyed everybody yesterday. But they don't care because they're not bothered about you. They just want to take their filthy ill-gotten gains and they want to make sure they get more filthy ill-gotten gains and they don't want to lose members. It's a case of, basically, it's like the BBC. The BBC have got loads and loads of people doing nothing. Doing nothing. The equivalent programme on the BBC of this would have probably around 6 people on it. At least 6 people on it. And that's why we have to get rid of the BBC. It's got to go. We have to just close it down and turn all their buildings into, I think, accommodation for students. I think they've been, or failing that, Ukrainian refugees. They'll be looking for somewhere. Somebody wrote to me the other week or something and said, "It's typical. You knock the BBC because they don't want to employ you." You go, "Why would I want to go work for the BBC? What would be the point of that?" And in fact, put it this way, they're all jumping ship to come here. Never known so many high-profile people coming to join LBC. Why? Freedom of speech. But of course, the ones what was it? I read somewhere. It was a restaurant, and it's one of these trolls. You know what they're like? They're generally they're a bit thick. They can't help it. It's not their fault. They're very, very missing in the friends department. They don't have any friends. Most of them are spongers. They're on benefits for all sorts of things because they can't work because there's something the matter with them mentally and physically. And they'd written to this restaurant saying it was disgusting. You're a filthy establishment and all the rest of it. They'd never eaten in this place. And the owner picked them up on it and went, "Wait, you've never been in my place at all." And they went, "No, but it was a fake review." What they'd done is they were determined to be very clever. Anyway, he called them out. His name's Colin. Colin is the one who's writing this review. Never been to the restaurant. He said the toilets were disgusting. And the manager said, "Sadly not. They're inspected every hour." He said, and the food was served by children who didn't understand the menu. And, you are one of these sort of people who sort of writes ridiculous things, never having been somewhere. How can you review something when you've never even walked through its doors? Mind you, I thought they were racist because it happened to be an Indian restaurant, but they did all sorts of bits and pieces. But it's a case of, why would you bother writing something like that? Do they think they're going to be able to close it down? No, the only thing that's going to be closed down is you. And then you're going to go to prison, and everybody's going to know what an idiot you are. Writing a fake review, I think it's hilarious. Never happened to me. What is it? I don't understand the point of it. It's because they're lonely. They don't have any friends. They're just very, very lonely. They've got nothing in their life, and they've got nothing to look forward to. I mean, how embarrassing is that? When somebody wrote to me about 20 years ago and said, "You're on the graveyard shift," and I thought, well, if you're in the graveyard, it's there all the time. There's not just a shift to go and die and be put in the cemetery. Yeah, and obviously you don't know my audience figures. That's why I'm here 43 years and here for another 43 years, I promise you. If we can make it, yep, 110, definitely. But I mean, it is quite interesting that people go, the graveyard shift. They're so thick. They're so dim. It's almost like, I'm surprised you can manage to get up in the morning, get out of bed, but of course they can't. But the person said about the restaurant, what did he write to? He wrote him a full-page thing of this, basically calling him out and saying, listen, why is it if you don't like something, you keep returning to it? But of course, you're not returning to it because they're thick, because they're really dumb. But they don't know they're dumb. That's it. It's, as I say, they are the sad people. The sad people who you hear phoning up saying, "Oh, this is biased and that's biased." They don't really know what they're talking about because they're thick. Absolutely thick. My friend Ian over in the United States of America says, when I tell Americans it's a legal requirement for anyone who has a house to pay more than 150 quid a year for the BBC, nobody believes it. That system would never work here in America. He says, abolish the licence fee. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Dreadful waste of money. So, in America, can you imagine actually having to pay for your No, they wouldn't do that. Over here, we have to pay for the BBC, a substandard organisation that people are jumping ship every 10 minutes. There's a list, a cast list of the amount of people getting ready to jump because they don't want to be there anymore because of the restrictions and because of the total waste of money and their bias in just about everything. I always remember the pictures of the overnight news service. You could see them yourself as you go past, just at the top of Oxford Street. You'll see them asleep. You know, putting their feet up, having a bit of a rest because it's quite demanding. Want to come here? I mean, can you imagine? You know, if you think what we did last week with 3 people on this programme, the BBC would be the equivalent of 100. 100 people. That's how much they love wasting your money. But, of course, the trolls don't know that because they're thick. They can't work it out. They've got no idea. They don't understand how it works. You know, and when you think of the amount of garbage programmes that they turn out, you know, and it's the same old. As I say, I think they've just used everybody, haven't they, on BBC Breakfast to appear on Strictly. I think the studio cat, I don't think, got a look in, and the producer maybe didn't get a look in, but that's how it generally works. They've all done it, every single one of them, and then they go, oh, it's, you know, Louise Minchin left, and I did say at the time, why would you leave? And the reason being, in her case, she's got nothing to go to. And then they announced it the other day. What's she got to go to? She's doing a podcast. And she thinks that's, you know, podcasts are very big. Well, certainly mine are very big. Most popular one. In fact, we feature twice in the Amazon top podcast list. Twice. Which is very nice indeed. And that's what annoys the trolls as well. They hate it when people are really successful, which of course is even more funny. I mean, some of them, I think one day we might try and find out who they are, you know. And when I say find out who they are, actually find out and get a photo and find out what they do for a living. And I bet you anything, they don't do anything. They just spend their days sitting on a bench, staring wistfully into the distance, wondering why they've got no friends, why nobody wants to come and sit because they smell, you know, because they don't do bathing and stuff like that. Very embarrassing. 4:15.
LBC.
Attention all passengers. You can now book your train tickets on Uber and get 10% back in Uber credits to spend on your next train journey. So no excuses not to visit your in-laws this Christmas.
Trains, now on Uber. T's and C's apply. Check the Uber app.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. 18 minutes past 4. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. This is where the world comes out to play every morning, and so it should do. Kevin the Milkman says, Steve, so the tube drivers are not starting work till 7:30 this morning. They must have worn themselves out standing on picket lines yesterday and need a bit of a lie-in. Such a tough life for the poor, hard-done-by drivers. Shame it's all but a closed shop, or I'd apply for a job pushing a train button for twice what I earn now. Yeah. I mean, it is a closed shop. You actually go down there and go, I'd like to be a train driver. I don't think so. I don't think they're not going to let you do that. No, definitely not. No, it means you get your uniform and a kit bag and you can go to a cup of tea and all the rest of it. But, and you pick up, I should imagine, minimum 60,000 a year for basically driving something that can drive itself. You know, the Docklands Light Railway, I'm led to believe, is an automated railway system. Why can't they all be like that? And then we had the RMT complaining. I seem to remember, I might have got it wrong, last time they were complaining about, you know, guards on the trains and what the guards... And I thought, well, they've managed it on the Docklands Light Railway. The doors open automatically. They do it on the Gatwick Express. I think that's also an automated railway. And on the normal... Yeah, on the mornings they do it. I mean, we have a guard and they always go, Clapham Junction. And you get to Clapham Junction and you can always have a little chat to them. I don't have a chat to them, you know, because I think I spend my life doing talking for a living. But then the guards who sort of, they actually talk too much. You know, I mean, I don't know why, because some people get on a train and they have no idea where they're going. They're waiting for the drive. I get people getting on the train, they go, sorry, is this going to Reading? Yeah, it's the Reading train. Yeah, it'll be going to Reading, won't it? Via the moon. You do worry about yeah, exactly. I mean, it's so easy to read these huge signs that tell you where the train is going, all the different stops it's making. I'm sorry, will this train be going to Hounslow? I always go, no, sorry, not English, and leave it like that. Because there's no point. Otherwise, you spend your entire time directing people on the Underground. Now I'm quite good on the Underground. I can get around London quite easy, but I don't use the Underground. So, mainly because I just don't. It's very nice and it's all very exciting. The train's coming in. I remember it as a kid because you could smoke on the Underground as a kid. Yep, all the flooring was wooden battens, and you could drop your cigarette down there. Why we never had more fires, God alone knows. Yeah, I mean it was really terrible when we had the King's Cross fire, and the smoking carriages. But it's like nowadays, nobody takes any notice on the train of the quiet carriage. You know, do not use your... So I always tell them, oi! I tell them, you know, I like to be careful, you know, and sort of say, shh, shh. And I do that. I do that. Because for the simple reason, it really annoys me. Somebody be on the phone. And I've always said to somebody, in fact, I remember saying to somebody probably about a year ago, I said, listen, this is a shh carriage. We don't want to listen to your stupid phone calls, all right? Go into another carriage. Go and stand there and rabbit away to somebody, okay? But not here, thank you. Steve, best radio station. Steve Allen makes my day, says Mark. Well, I mean, I wouldn't actually say it makes your day. I mean, that would be a very sort of lacklustre kind of a day. Waj just locked into the spike as usual, on time. Good. And somebody says, Steve, talking about Joe Allen's a lot, but I went to San Lorenzo in Beecham Place and was amazing. Do you know, I could never for years pronounce Beecham Place. I called it Beauchamp Place until somebody said it's pronounced Beecham Place. And I went, oh, right. I've never been to San Lorenzo. It's been there for donkey's years. I think Diana liked San Lorenzo. There are certain places that people like going to. And they've got a very nice menu. It's not overly expensive either. They've got asparagus with fried free-range eggs, £16.50. Warm asparagus with extra virgin olive oil and lemon, £14.50. I tell you where I went yesterday. I went to Sainsbury's to try and find the banana juice. No, they didn't have it. I'm going to have to order it online. But it doesn't matter. I can live without that because I found loads of other things. You know, I've been going to Iceland to buy the Mr. Kipling cakes, which they've put up to £1.25. Rip-off. Don't bother going to Iceland to buy anything from Mr. Kipling. Go to Sainsbury's. It was all £1.10. I mean, that's a saving of quite a bit of money. And I bought some, you know, they do this Coco Vita, it's coconut water. They do a new coconut water with chocolate, which is made by the same company, the Vito Loco people or whatever. And then I bought some luxury mango juice. I'm not supposed to have mango juice, but I thought, as a little treat, I bought the pancakes, I bought the Jif lemon, which is made from concentrate, but it is actually lemon. And yet, strange enough, I didn't even do pancakes yesterday. So I'm going to do them today. I know. I bought them. I just never got round to doing it. What did I have to eat? Smoked salmon. I've got luxury taste. And I do like Miss Smoked Salmon. So I ate 2 packs of smoked salmon yesterday. It's only 8 slices. And then this morning when I woke up, I had some more smoked salmon. I know. I mean, is it good for you, smoked salmon? I don't know if it's good for you or not good for you. It's not bad, is it, really? We found another troll, this one guilty of racially abusing Rio Ferdinand. Most trolls are homophobes, or they're racist, or they're anti-Semites. And this one racially abused Rio Ferdinand. I'd have had him in prison so fast his little stumpy legs wouldn't have touched the ground, but they didn't. They just gave him a warning, which sends out the wrong message. You know, he's a troll, he's a racist troll, and we have to stamp it on the head. It's as simple as that. These people, they're so stupid, honestly. Makes me laugh, actually. Paul says, Steve, people asking where the train's going is just a way to start a conversation. It's the train equivalent of people talking about the weather. You are joking. Really? What, they want to start a conversation? Oh, God, no. Perverts. Don't have anything to do with them. I'm sorry. Do you know where this train... No, I don't, and I don't want to continue the conversation with you either. All right, get the message? Get the message? I shall pull the button. I'll get the guard. He'll have you thrown off the train. Years ago, they used to do it. I don't know if you ever saw the mail trains, where the mail trains would load up at the big stations, and then as they were coming into certain stations, an arm would swing out from the train with the mail bag hanging in a sack thing, and then as it went through the station, another arm would grab the mail bag so the train didn't need to stop. You ever seen that? Oh, for goodness sake, honestly, I thought everybody knew about that. Yeah, the mail trains. And, the little train you're looking at there is a little one that operates from Mount Pleasant. And that's now a museum. And you can go on it, and it goes around London delivering post. These are the big trains, big boys' trains, with sacks of mail that were hanging from the mail side of it. People overnight would be standing in the carriage and doing mail into the boxes on the train while it was moving. Do you not remember that? That's how the Great Train Robbery occurred. They didn't just leave all the money sitting there. It was all people, that's why people got hurt. But, the mail trains with this arm and the mail bag hanging outside of the train, waiting to be grabbed by another automatic arm. You couldn't have done it yourself. It ripped your arm out of its sockets. But very, very popular. Train taking up mail bag. There you go. I knew you'd find it. Oh, it's a silent video. There you go. And it looks like it's another hanging, doesn't it? And they put the mail. I mean, this is, by looks of it, looks like America, but we did it in this country. The train will come along and it will grab it really, really quickly. Watch. Here it goes with woo, woo, woo. Here comes the train. Here comes the choo-choo and all the rest of it. It's a very slow train on this one. It's a silent video. It's also silent train. Here it comes, and it will go. It's going very slowly, actually, but it's got an arm, and it will. Oh, for God's sake! Come on! Here it goes. There you go. In. But in fact, the ones in this country were automatic. It just grabbed it from the thing that was hanging on a hook. Very clever, isn't it? I like stuff like that. Claudia Winkleman says her body's falling to bits at 50. Wait till you get to my age. I go falling apart, I tell you. Every morning I wake up, I look in the bed and I go, arm, leg. Oh, God, honestly. Take them out and reattach them again. Patrick Duffy from Dallas to Darlington is touring small British theatres. The Queen's return to duties. Britain faces the March snowfall again. How many times have you heard this? And you go, Steve, you mentioned this last time. It was called the Travelling Post Office, says Mike. I knew you'd all know about it, and that's the way it goes. It's the Travelling Post Office. And they would stand there, and it was all like a giant thing that we've got out there for all the presenters, post and everything else. And they would be putting in the post. It would be the overnight train to Scotland or wherever it was, and they'd be putting the post into all the boxes. I mean, I know it seems, old-fashioned and something that we shouldn't, sort of mention on the programme. I don't know why, because it's part of nostalgia, and that's how it was done. And that's what they were looking for. Because there were men in the mail carriage, and the great train robbers wanted the mail bags to sort them out and find the money that was in there. It's like, I think there was, when you look at the little railway that they've got at Mount Pleasant, I mean, it's like a little tiddly railway. Unfortunately, on the day that we went up there, the blooming thing was broken. So we couldn't go on it, and I really wanted to go on it. It doesn't matter. Listen, it's another day. Lorraine says, you're very naughty. Almost making me laugh out loud this morning. I'm still in Whipps Cross Hospital following my thyroid operation on Monday. Thanks again for the early morning entertainment. You should be on the list for prescribed medication. I think I am, actually. I think I'm there. And Bella says, I'm going to relax today and download your live show. Looking forward to hearing that. Oh, you'll like it. It's very good. Very, very good. And it'll only cost you £3. I'll tell you later on how to do it. It's only £3, and that goes straight to our charity, Make Some Noise. And you'll very much enjoy it. It's a very good one. British Rail 66 Loco, Steve. What does that mean? Does that mean... Oh, that's the train, is it? That's the train. Do they still have it, do you think? They still have the mail train? Here we go. The Class 66... And it looks nice, doesn't it? So I don't know anything about trains. It's no good asking me what it does, but it can railway operate. It doesn't really say, actually. Very much indeed. The travelling post office train at the Great Central Railway. There we go. Look at that. I love the way that people actually film trains. I find that fascinating, the travelling post office train. And so they've got people that I'd love to... I love that there's a steam railway somewhere in this country, and they do day trips out for people, and you book a lunch on the train. Here we go. Here are the... Have you noticed people in those days used to wear... There you go, out comes the arm. And people used to wear these brown overalls. You'd go into a shop, somebody was wearing brown overalls, a brown coat, and here comes the post, here comes the chuff-chuff. Steam train, of course, much better, and it whoop, gone. Amazing, isn't it? Absolutely amazing. And that's how they actually, so the train didn't have to stop and then sort of, gird its loins up again. It just carried on going. I love it. HMS Victory is going to get a £35 million refit. I mean, we have to keep Victory. I don't care what anybody says. We have to keep Victory. We definitely do. Sainsbury's are shutting 200 cafes. I don't know they had any cafes. I thought they mainly put into Sainsbury's like a Starbucks or something like that. But apparently there's 200 cafes that they're going to close with a loss of lots of jobs. 2,000 jobs. Dreadful, isn't it? And the blundering council, I'll tell you who they are later, buffoons, who buys a fleet of eco-friendly vans and then discovers they've banned this sort of van from their own roads. I mean, how stupid are they? Oh, dear, honestly. Adele's troubled Vegas residency moves over the road, we think. And Ricky Gervais pokes fun at celebrities who blub on Who Do You Think You Are? Oh, it's pathetic, isn't it? And then half of them you have to check because they've mainly got criminal families. They've got criminal families, you know. So what was your great-great-great-great-great-grandfather? He was a highwayman. Oh, right, fantastic. Just what we need. And smoked salmon, says Kim, is full of vitamin B vitamins amongst many other goodies. Well, I like it because they do 3 packs for a tenner. I'm going to take a break, but I'm telling them about my smoked salmon. 3 packs for a tenner, and you get 4 slices in each pack. And it's I had it with potato salad yesterday. It was very nice indeed. I shouldn't have it again with potato salad, but it was still very nice. I should have had it with coleslaw instead, shouldn't I?
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Milk trains. I'd never heard of the milk train before, but James says, do you remember it? Absolutely not. Common sight from the 30s to the late 60s. Nope. Don't remember that. Mind you, in the late 60s, I wasn't using trains, so I didn't really know, unless you sort of studied trains or anything else. But, I mean, by 81, they'd all been replaced. And now it's tankers that go round to the farms, and there's a body that goes round to check that it's hygienic and that everything's right, and it's very strict, very strict. Very strict. So the milk train, very common. Introduced to transport drinking milk from creameries to consumers in the cities. And there's one here, Express Dairy, Milk for London, Stay Bright Steel Train. And but they must have had to pick it up in lorries and then go and dump it, in the milk train. But I'd never heard of it before. Never heard of it at all. Rob Brydon has said he's got no desire to reprise Gavin and Stacey role, which is a shame, really, actually, because I thought that would be really, really good. Yes, I'm sure. I mean, perhaps we could push him. And we found 3 fraudsters. I'll give you the names a bit later on. And these ones what they do is crash for cash. In other words, they stage car crashes and then they pretend they've got injuries. They're bent crooks. And these ones were after 50,000 quid. Do you remember there was a bus in Birmingham where it allegedly had an accident? I think more than 20 people on this bus all claimed to have whiplash, which of course you can never prove. It's basically fraudulent. And they just go, can't move. And the driver on the bus went, no. So the bus company axed the route. There were too many people who were sort of claiming that there'd been an accident where somebody would sort of drive in front of the bus, so it had to brake quickly. And then all the people on the bus would put in for compensation through bent solicitors. Unbelievable. Can you imagine such a thing? Which store is offering the smoked salmon deal? It's not really a deal. They're all doing it. Every single place does it. I get it at Marks and Spencer's. You get 3 for a tenner. You get exactly the same thing in Waitrose, Sainsbury's. It was on special offer. It's always on offer, salmon. Smoked salmon, you can't move for smoked salmon. But no, I always get the 3 packs for a tenner. Check sell-by. Check sell-bys, because sometimes it only gives you a few days, and unless you're going to eat salmon on a regular basis, which I do occasionally. I go through phases. All of a sudden, I'll just eat salmon every single day. That coconut water with chocolate sounds great. Yeah, it's new. Sainsbury's I got it from, and it's Vito Coco or Coco Vita or something. They normally do coconut water. Excuse me. And now they do it with chocolate, because I was strangely drawn to a picture of chocolate on the front of it, and it was very nice. There you go, Vito Coco, chocolate and coconut drink. And it's very nice. But Vita Coco just do coconut water as well, which you're probably more familiar with. But it's chocolate and coconut drink, not from concentrate, because that's the thing you don't want. You don't want from concentrate. Yeah, and it's vegan. Dairy-free, vegan. Very nice. Chilled, it was delicious. In fact, I sat there on the bus drinking it. I'm so common. I didn't care. And there was some bloke before me in the queue at Sainsbury's, and he was severely handicapped. and I was standing behind him. I kept finding things to buy. So I filled my little basket up, and I'm standing behind him, and he had about 7 or 8 items. He's obviously a regular at Sainsbury's, and he said to me, I might be some time. I said, take your time. I said, I'm in no rush. No rush at all. I said, you take as much time as you want on this. And it took him ages because he was severely disabled. He had to manoeuvre his trolley and lift the items off. And then somebody robbed him the other day, he said. His wallet fell out of his pocket and somebody picked it up and ran off with it. And so he's got his wallet now on a chain fixed. I mean, I learnt all this standing in the queue at Sainsbury's. And he said, I'm sorry, I take my time. And I said, listen, don't you worry about it. I said, I've got all the time in the world, all the time in the world. I said, we could stand here for a year and it wouldn't make any difference. And then I went round to get the bus, and he was waiting for the bus as well. And he got, everything was on chains in his pocket, all his money. And obviously the woman behind, the woman on the till knew who he was. And so she said, have you got your so-and-so card? Yeah, got the so-and-so card. And it took him forever, but I didn't care. I thought, listen, there but for the grace of God go we. Because, at some point, we might be in that situation. And he said sometimes people get a bit angry behind me because I'm so slow. I said, don't worry about it. I said, with me, I couldn't care less. I didn't want to be his best friend. I was just sort of pointing out the fact that, I couldn't imagine anybody who was going to pick on somebody who had such a visible disability, and all he wanted to do is buy his few little items, and that was it. And then somebody robbed him the other week, and I remember thinking, how scuzzy can you be? How low can you go? That's about as low as it comes. Although they had a woman, it was on one of these television programmes. What the dickens was it? It was something, I think, hosted by Dom Littlewood or something like that, where they were basically in shopping centres, and a woman was on the ground, and she was an old woman, and she didn't know how she got there or anything else like that. Anyway, the police officer went back. She'd been to the bank. Clue number 1. She'd withdrawn £300. Clue number 2. She'd put it into her bag, into a purse, into a bag, and all the rest of it. Anyway, so they're going back, and they find a bloke, and he's gone into the bank as well, and he watched her doing it. She then leaves the bank, and he then leaves the bank, and they're now trying to trace him on the CCTV. And so they go there. The only CCTV that is pointing in the direction as they go round a corner, because all the other ones cut off, was a betting shop who'd been closed because of the pandemic. And so they went back to the betting shop and they found the owner and they said, listen, is your CCTV working? And they went, yes. So they got the thing up, and that provided the clue. The bloke in the bank had watched this old lady, she was 88, come out with the money. She's walking towards the entrance to this shopping centre, and he comes up behind her and he punches her to the ground, steals her money, and then looks around, and because she's lying on the ground, she's not moving, he doesn't know if she's dead. So he calls an ambulance and then disappears. But they find him. They actually put out an all points alert. They put him up on the internet. They went, does anybody know who this man is? Who is this bloke? Turns out he has form. And he lives, I think he lived in Erith or somewhere like that. Anyway, they got him, and he's in prison for 6 years now. Because this woman didn't have the faintest idea how she'd come to be on the ground at 88, and he'd been there, I hope she's all right, and all the rest of it. He was the one who instigated it. So that's where CCTV is brilliant. We have CCTV at home. In fact, we have 20 CCTV cameras. 20 CCTV cameras. Can you believe it? You literally can't move anywhere, outside or inside, without being caught on CCTV, and it records. And it keeps it for a month, so we've got everything. So if anybody sort of wanders in, and all the screens come up on everybody's television. Yeah, the screen splits itself off and you can see everything. And then if we fiddle about with it in the control room, we can isolate and record. Because we did find something a while ago, a few years back, of somebody who'd sort of damaged a car. And we managed to get them, and the police found them as well because they had form. Fantastic. I love it. It's good old CCTV. Steve, tell your previous listener, it was actually Class 47 and Class 67 locos that pulled the travelling post office trains. Well, I'm not getting into an argument over it. I mean, they don't have them anymore, so it doesn't make any difference. We're not too sure. Kevin the Milkman says Express Dairy had a very large processing dairy at Ruislip, taking the milk trains that had come up from the West Country, and there pasteurised and bottled the milk before it was loaded onto the lorries and taken to the distribution depots. You can't beat a bottle of milk, can you? Now, we know this through sort of Kevin. You know, a bottle of milk is just, when it's ice cold, it's absolutely delicious. Do you remember the double-decker trains, says Sue? No, a double-decker train. So, I mean, I hate to be ignorant, but it is a train with another train on the top of it, another carriage on the top of it, so it's double-decker. So it looks like a bus, but it's on the train tracks. That's what I'm assuming. And, that's a double-decker train, is it? It doesn't look very exciting. It just looks like a normal train to me. From the 1940s. Oh, right. Oh, I say, oh dear, I'm not sure about that. What goes at the top, then? I wonder how strange. I've never even heard of such a thing. But I love the way that when they film all these things, Pathé News filmed this one, and it's great because when I used to go to the cinema, you would have the main film coming up, but before it was Pathé News, and it would be and so you could sit upstairs on this train and then downstairs as well, and it would be, and it was always the person who was doing the voiceover would be the fantastic one, and he'd be saying, today the train was launched from Piccadilly, you know, and was taking customers on a direct route out to Suffolk. Good old British Rail. It was all done like that, actually. But I don't remember the double-decker trains. Little bit before my time. Do I want to hear some? Some Pathé... Oh, here's some Pathé News. The voiceovers were great.
The floor of the upper deck is 4 feet higher than the usual floor, though its roof is no higher from the rails than the old coach. Hence, no alterations to tunnels and bridges are necessary.
It's so good, isn't it? I mean, it is just absolutely... It takes you back. And, you know, the crowds turned out for Her Majesty the Queen, who appeared on the balcony with her mother. And they always pitched it quite high. And they dressed for it. They dressed for it. Whenever they did these you wouldn't have found somebody just wandering and looking like, you know, me or anybody else like that. They would be dressed up in dinner jacket with bow ties. When they first started broadcasting from Crystal Palace, I think, which is where LBC has some of its transmitters. And the women were in cocktail dresses. Hello, London. You know, and it was very posh. It was very, very posh. I couldn't have worked for it. I've got a story in a minute of a woman. She's a convicted fraudster. And she was convicted and then she skipped the country very quickly. They've just found her again. So marvellous. I was so happy. Not for her, of course, but for justice, because she was part of a gang who were laundering over £1 billion worth of filthy, ill-gotten gains. But anyway, she thought she got away with it. Ha, 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 ha. Off to prison you go, darling. She was sentenced to 8 years. Details coming up.
LBC.
This is a passenger announcement. You can now book your train on Uber and get 10% back in credits to spend on Uber Eats, so you can order your own fries instead of eating everyone else's.
Trains, now on Uber. T's and C's apply. Check the Uber app.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Steve, I would give Ukraine a Victoria Cross for bravery. Yeah, well, let's not count our blessings at the moment. It's not looking particularly brilliant for them, as you're well aware. Let me just tell you about this fraudster. Here she is. She's Britain's most wanted woman. She thought she got away with it. Ha, 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 ha. No, you didn't, love. No, you didn't. She's been arrested in Spain. She was part of a £1 billion VAT scam. What they did, they bought phones abroad and then sold them in this country, but they were claiming the VAT back. So consequently, it was quite a good little thing. Sarah Panitska, I think it is, was cornered by police whilst walking her dog. She went missing in 2013... whilst on trial at Kingston Crown Court in southwest London, and was sentenced in her absence to 8 years jail. Anyway, she comes from Fulford in North Yorkshire. She was part of a group who bought these cheap mobile phones abroad without VAT, then sold them in the UK. Cops said she fled to Spain and was almost captured there in 2015, but she realised the police were following her and vanished in disguise. She was arrested in Santa Barbara, eastern Spain, and later told a Madrid court she's opposing US extradition. You're going back to prison, you're going back to prison. 8 years she got. But she didn't actually get it, so she was sentenced in her absence. And as I say, somebody else will have to feed the dogs now, love, won't they? I mean, fancy not thinking that they'd catch up. What do you think they do? They go, oh, leave her. She's okay. No. You're going to pay. Going to pay for your crimes. Steve, the Flying Scotsman came to Australia in 1988 for the bicentennial, says Shane. It was based in Sydney and went all over Australia. I loved it. Everybody loved it. Oh, it's lovely. I mean, I think it did it. But what is it, 88, 89, something like that. And 30 years on, the locomotive's been restored and hauls tour trains across Britain. It's the Flying Scotsman. Although it wasn't the fastest train, was it? Everybody thought it was the fastest train, but it wasn't. In fact, it came up as a quiz question. You know, they had a list of three trains, I think, and I knew immediately the answer. I knew it wasn't the Flying Scotsman. Yeah, I knew which one it was, and I answered the question. But sadly, I wasn't on the actual quiz. Didn't really help, did it? Didn't really help. What was the other one? The Godfather was voted #1 gangster film of all time in a poll of 2,000 Brits by a group of cinemas. So it's voted #1 gangster film. I don't know, I thought Home Alone was fairly gangster film. You not think so? You know, when he was in the hotel room and he's watching on the television, you dirty rat, you're going to do this. And then all the people outside the hotel room. That wasn't a real film. Well, I don't think The Godfather was a real film either. It was a real film he was watching. It was. The boy was watching it on the television because he then used it. We had it in the hotel room and then they all quickly ducked down because they thought they were being shot at, but he was watching it on the television, but it was to basically get them. So, but it was about as real as the horse's heads. But the house that they filmed The Godfather in, you know that big mansion with the horse's head? Came up for sale a short while ago. Over $100 million. But you had to prove you had the money to buy it before they would show you round. It was quite an estate. Quite an estate if you've got it. There you go. And it featured in that's Beyonce's The Godfather. It's appeared in camera with those chilling scenes. It's lovely when you look at it from the other side. This is the bit where you sort of go in the front door. The other side of it, and The Godfather occurs in one of the many bedroom scenes. List price is 125 million. Now the price has been dropped. Oh, thank goodness for that. A discount. 89.75 million quid. Want to buy it? Go on, let's go high. Look at the inside of it. Look at that. Look at that. I want to live there. I want to look at those, honestly, I tell you. But you had to prove you had the money to buy it. They didn't want people just turning up. Look at the gardens. Looks like Michael Heseltine's. All these water features. But beautiful house, but you had to prove you had the money. Otherwise, it would become a tourist attraction. Because I'd have wanted it. You'd have wanted to say, oh, I'd love to go there and see that. That would be fantastic. Beautiful house. But can you imagine the dust? They'd never better get away with it on 4 rooms, would they? They'd be going around in dust. Yeah. I mean, you'd have to sort of employ a cleaner, actually. Gordon, the driver, says the 10 a.m. from London to Edinburgh is named the Flying Scotsman. Oh, right. OK. There is the Flying Scotsman, though, because I've seen it going through Richmond. And because they actually said, stand back from the platform. A train's going through, and it was the Flying Scotsman. I was so excited. There was steam belching out and people waving out the windows, and I was running up the platform shouting, Daddy, my daddy, and it was all brilliant. Oh, it was wonderful. I love stuff like that. Absolutely love it. What have we got here? This is hottest Bridgerton yet, as star Jonathan Bailey made the new Colin Firth. Basically means that they've got his hair wet and his shirt becomes see-through. That apparently makes you a sex symbol. Every day for me. Every day I have to learn to live with things like that. But I can't. Griddle Britain. Apparently a dad's steak dinner turned out to be just great. As Nigel Cooper fried his meaty treat, he spotted it looked like Great Britain. And I suppose it does, vaguely. It's, I mean, none of these stupid stories, but it fills up half a page for them. And so he plated up with chips, mushrooms and tomatoes, but struggled to finish and left Scotland for the next day. He said, my wife wasn't as enthusiastic as I was. I mean, it's a piece of steak. And it's got, you know, all this Falmouth watering, steak on Trent, Griddlesborough, and all these kind of names. I mean, it's a bit silly, really. They said it was a patriotic steak. No, it just looked like a steak. Not my sort of steak. I just eat fillet. I don't eat anything else. The movie in Home Alone, Steve, was called Angels with Dirty Faces. Yes, and it was, what's his name? I can't remember the bloke who played in Angels with Dirty Faces. Bring it back to me, think carefully. And it was James Cagney. But you know the thing about James Cagney that was most interesting? Who was he most impressed with? Who did he most want to see? No, not me. No. James Cagney was so impressed with John Travolta because James Cagney was a song and dance man. That's what he was. It was just that he sounded, because he did this, I'm a Yankee Doodle dandy, Yankee Doodle do or die. And so Angels with Filthy Souls is not a real film. It's only shown segments were made specifically for Home Alone. The titles are reference to the film's Angels with Dirty Faces, and the original script ends up with Marv and Harry in prison watching Angels with Filthy Souls with fellow inmates. But Cagney was a song and dance man. He lived a fairly reclusive lifestyle. John Travolta went out to meet him, and he just wanted to talk about dance because he'd seen Saturday Night Fever, and him and John Travolta, and I think John Travolta talked about it and went, he was a big fan of dance. And you watch James Cagney, he was one of the original song and dance men. He died in 1986, but I remember seeing him when he came over here and appeared, I think, on Michael Parkinson's show. He brought over 3 people, 3 big Hollywood stars, but I'd only heard of 2 of them. But by that time, they were old men, but they were still mega famous. And James Cagney was one of the ones I remember sitting there, and I think you'll find it's on YouTube. You can see James Cagney on Michael Parkinson's show when he used to get these huge people. And Pat O'Brien was on there. See, there's James Cagney. I'm sorry, I'm looking at the pictures of it now. These are 2 Hollywood stalwarts. You might not know who Pat O'Brien is, but I promise you, people of a certain age will know exactly. And you look at James Cagney and you think, nobody's bigger than you. Nobody's bigger than you. They brought him over. This was in the 70s when Michael Parkinson got mega guests. I mean, can you imagine actually being allowed to interview James Cagney? I mean, that's basically like the doors opening and God standing there and you go, boy, have we got questions for you. Very interesting. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. So there is talk, actually, that they can move Adele's show to Over the Road, to a bigger place, actually, a bigger place. Whether it happens, I don't know. It's a bit of a sort of a sore thing. George Ezra's gearing up to launch a single. Sir Tom Jones, Green Grass of Home would have been played out across Wales yesterday. The old hometown looks the same as I stepped down from the train, and there to greet me was my mama. Isn't it funny how you remember all these songs? You can remember the words to things like that from years ago. Can't remember my own name sometimes. But anyway, so it's going to be the green grass, and I think you will find that George Ezra has been booked for doing the Queen's Platinum Jubilee concert. She, of course, won't have the faintest idea who he is. Who is this Mozart? No, dear, no, it's George Ezra. Who's that? I don't know, but he's been booked for the gig. She's all recovered. Yeah, she's all recovered now. Oh, yes, she is much better. I mean, she does go through we get panicky every time she becomes ill, and we go, oh, God, oh, she's all right. But, no, she's fine. She's fine now. A competitive eater scoffed how many Jaffa cakes in 3 minutes during a competition to set a new world record? 10 Jaffa cakes. What, in a 3-minute thing? No, 88. 88 He must have been shoving them in like there was no tomorrow. I mean, Max Stanford munched one of the chocolate-covered treats every 2 seconds and washed them down with 6 glasses of warm water. Wow, 88 Jaffa cakes. God, I should imagine he must have felt so bloated by the time he'd finished. But he did it with warm water. How interesting. Warm water is obviously a thing. I've seen where they have these competitions, and they have them in, America, and they put them on television, somebody's eaten 40. They do it on Man versus whatever it is, food, and you think to yourself, this can't be good for you, can it? I don't think so, anyway. I hope not. Wasn't the Mallard the fastest train, says Eddie? It was the Mallard. Thank you very much indeed. This is the news at 5. I'm Steve Allen. It's LBC's Early Breakfast with you till 7, but the news at 5 o'clock coming up right now.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC with you till 7, 3 minutes past 5 is the time. Why? Somebody's questioned, actually, why the Liverpool Echo. I've never read it. I've never seen it. They were doing a piece on a girl who dropped out of university to appear on OnlyFans. And she's earned £2 million, apparently. And somebody said, why is an advert for OnlyFans considered news by the Liverpool Echo? I mean, it just encourages all the wrong sort of people. It's tacky. Very, very tacky, but that's obviously the way that the Liverpool Echo wants to go. Steve, how do you like your steak? Well, actually, I'm a bit boring when it comes to steak. Chefs hate me. I'm medium. I don't like it. Sorry, I tell a lie. I'm well done. Everybody else goes medium, and I always go no. I mean, he says the wife likes it practically raw. I think it's called blue. Yes, it's when it's got a pulse. You have to worry about it. But I like cremated. Not even medium rare. I think that's shallow. So I like... If I'm having liver, you know, that's cremated. They always say to me, friends of mine, if I'm in a restaurant and they've got liver on the menu, they'll always say, you know, and they say, how do you like it cooked? And I go cremated. And my friends will always say, no, he means cremated. Black. Absolutely black. The best. The best. It was a Class 40... Steve, that pulled the train involved in the Great Train Robbery. 40136, I think. Nothing worse than anoraks at this time of the morning. I don't think we want to go down that route, do we? So I'll tell you who the three fraudsters are who staged the car crash. Also, more snowfall is predicted. Yeah, whatever. Just say whatever you like. We don't really care. Stonehenge, they say, was an ancient solar calendar. I don't know. It could be. It's a bunch of stones standing upright. And in fact, at one point, it all fell over. And they had to get... I've got photographs of them reassembling Stonehenge. It's like the Colosseum. If you looked at the Colosseum for donkey's years, many, many years, it was a crumbling wreck. And then what they did, they went in there. It was used as a roundabout. The traffic used to go round the Colosseum. Not now. It's all... And they've sort of filled in the missing gaps. You can see roughly what it would have looked like. It was basically a theatre of death. You know, if you were summoned to go to the Colosseum, you were going to die. It was as simple as that. You were the entertainment. The entertainment was your death. People would go there for lunchtime, and they would take their snacks and buy their peanuts and their, you know, mivies and all the rest of it, and they basically watch gladiators or people who've been convicted of crimes. That's what they did with them. They didn't bother throwing them in prison. You were convicted of a crime, and your fate would be to be taken to the Colosseum, and they would go, today, you're going to be fighting lions. And you'd be going, huh? Lions, you're fighting lions. They got through more animals at the Colosseum than even existed. Every animal under the sun, everything from snakes to lions, tigers, elephants, giraffes, chimpanzees, you name it, they had the animals there. Sometimes the animals were slaughtered when sort of gladiators got them, but most of the time, the people who were put in the ring to fight them, and there'd be loads of them. You didn't just have to watch one. You know, if somebody was doing really well, you'd hear shouts of whoopee and things like that, because it was a theatre of death, and they could flood it, and they had things on it. It was very, very barbaric, very barbaric. And they had this other machine as well, which if they really couldn't think of anything more disgusting in a way to dispatch you, and it featured in the film Caligula, which if you've seen the film Caligula, which was made by Bob Guccione, who owned Penthouse magazine. And when he made the film Caligula, it was a normal film up until halfway through, and it became hardcore pornography. They were actually there at a Roman orgy, and it was very, very graphic. Helen Mirren was in it. Helen Mirren was in Caligula. I mean, she didn't do anything, obviously, but I mean, yeah, it was sort of the first half and the third half, the middle bit was the pornography, hardcore porn. But they had a machine in it, and they buried all the miscreants who'd sort of, you know, committed crimes against the state or whatever. Putin would have been the first one to be dug down into it. They would dig them down a hole, so just their heads were there. In the same way that they still do it in various countries now. If they're stoning people, you're buried up to your head, and then they put a cloth over your head, and that's when you can't do anything because your arms are by your side. This particular thing, it was a machine that went up and down the Colosseum with blades underneath, and it would be taking the heads off. It was farming on a scale the like of which you've never seen. But it was the fact that it was the animals that were called into question. And in fact, if you go to the Colosseum now, you'll see it reassembled, but you'll see underneath all the cages which held the wild animals, and they would be pulled up on a pulley system into the arena, so that lions who'd been starved and tigers who'd been starved for days on end would then be ready to just about kill anything that was there. Sometimes, I mean, just to make it really bad, they would coat people who are about to be executed in tar, tie them to a post, and set fire to them. It was as simple as that. That was the and people would go in for their lunchtime. You'd pop in, have a little look, and then pop out back to work, sort of selling material or whatever else. 84850. Apparently, the bloke eating Jaffa cake, Steve, has made me feel ill. I think 88 is fairly excessive. In 3 minutes. I mean, we all like, a Jaffa cake. We all like a Jaffa cake, and but not 88 of them. I mean, that's 30 a minute. 30 at 1 every 2 seconds. But every so often he'd have it must be even more than that, because he's sipping warm water. What the warm water has to do with eating Jaffa cakes, I can't imagine. But they did the same in Caligula, strangely enough. I've only just remembered it, because what they did, no, not Jaffa cakes, but they would have a bag filled with beer, and they would put the tubing down the slave's throat and fill them up. They would literally keep pouring this liquid in. It was a bit like doing foie gras. It was not unsimilar, only with liquid, and then Caligula would slice them open. I mean, you've just Googled it. Yeah. You wish you didn't. Which bit have you Googled? Just Caligula. Oh, he was mad as a fruitcake. Mad as a fruitcake. He was obsessed with it. And of course the emperor, if he deigned to go to any of the performances, he had the right to decide if you lived or died. So if they thought you put up a good fight, you'd get the thumbs up. And the crowd would look to the emperor to tell them exactly which way it was going to go. If the thumb went down, that was not a good day for you. The chances were you were going to be carried out, I'm afraid. Steve, after listening to you yesterday, I decided to go for a Big Mac and a banana milkshake. The flavour tastes okay, but I prefer strawberry, says Reggie. Yeah, I mean, the trouble is it's all chemical now, isn't it? I mean, if you watch it on YouTube and you watch them making banana milkshake in, Mumbai or wherever else, and in these street markets, looks delicious. Looks absolutely delicious. They pour all this ice in, and then they mash all the bananas up, and you think, oh, that looks great. But I might have to order, I think, the banana juice stuff from Amazon. I think you can buy so many litres of it or something, and I quite fancy that. They're hardly going to be pouring that through the blooming letterbox, are they? I don't think. But I see no reason why I shouldn't have it. I'm sure it can't be that bad for me. There you go. There it is. It's Granini Banane, which is nice, and it's $15.99 for a litre, a pack of 6. I think I might. I mean, do you know, once I've got it out my system, it'll be okay. So, flavour name, banana. Looks nice, doesn't it? I hope it's plastic. They do look plastic bottles to me, which is good, which is an awful lot easier. So I think I'm definitely going to go for that. Definitely going to go for it a little bit later on today. Why not? Why not? It's only a little treat every so often. I never get these sort of things. Steve, I'm enjoying your history lesson, says my good friend, who is Professor Jonathan Shallett, OBE. He says, with such great knowledge that the crowds even went whoopee. He says, we are talking 70 to 31 BC. So well over 2,000 years ago. So how do you actually know? As there's nothing in writing from the period and no TV or radio footage that whoopee was even a word. Well, I'm on LBC, Jonathan. If I say they went whoopee, they went whoopee. Have you seen The Life of Brian? Are you the People's Front of Judea? No, we're the Judean People's Front. Put it this way, it was very much a crowd-motivated thing. So whatever the equivalent was of whoopee in those days, would be shouted. Because if they were quiet, that didn't kind of work. So they would have been very, very noisy. Very, very noisy. I just decided that whoopee would be the word of the day, I think. I quite like the idea, Jonathan, that you're questioning my knowledge of all things that took place in the Colosseum. I like Rome. I do like it. I've got various DVDs of Rome going under the city. I've been to Rome, yes. We went on the cruise, one of the places we went to, because apparently there's no water near it. So, you sort of pull up in your cruise ship, park up, get some money for the meter, and then you get on a coach, and it's about an hour. from the coast until you get in there. And the one thing that you'll know is that it's blooming hot in summer. It is baking. It is absolutely baking. And you can't just take pictures of the people dressing up as Roman gladiators. My goddaughter fell foul of them. She got a mouthful of abuse. She thought you could just take pictures of these men dressing up as Roman soldiers, holding their swords up. And, of course, you have to pay them if you want to take their photograph. And so I remember having an argument with one of them. He was shouting at us saying this. I said, she's a child. She's a child, you silly little man. Get off your podium. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. There's a woman cleared in court after building her own road hump. She was sick to death of people whizzing up and down the roads, and so she built her own road hump. But there was no evidence that the woman who took her to court had ever driven over the road hump in the first place. She just didn't like the idea. Torvill and Dean, Home City tribute acts, can't find a theatre. Everything's booked up. Everything is booked up. I think they've decided that they're not going to skate anymore. I think it's coming to the end of the skating. I think they've reached that point. I liked them. I interviewed them a few years back, and I thought they were great. It was nice to see sort of, proper celebrities, proper stars. And I remember watching it on the television thinking, my God, doesn't get any better, does it? China has joined the world in turning its back. I think one of the foreign ministers from Russia was doing his bit, and one by one delegates got up and walked out, turning their backs on him, including China. Now that is going to be a kick in the whatsits for Putin. Absolutely. Also a freak fall in the papers today. This is it killed a dad just before he wins the lottery. I mean, bad timing, or what?
LBC, leading Britain's conversation. LBC, with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. 17 minutes past 5 is the time. A rescued former circus bear, due to travel from Ukraine to a Romanian sanctuary, has been left stranded by the war. Masha, a Eurasian brown bear, was set to be transported to the Liberty Bear Sanctuary, but the border's now shut, and which is a bit of a pain. A lot of people Stephen King has declared his backing for Ukraine on Twitter with a rare photograph of himself. He said, I don't usually post pictures of myself, but today is an exception. And a lot of bars in London and around the world are stopping selling Russian vodka. They're going, no, we don't want to sell Russian vodka. There's loads of other vodkas you can get. You don't have to buy Russian vodka at all. But they've sort of decided to show their displeasure by stopping selling it. Kick 'em where it hurts, I think. Hulk Hogan and Jennifer McDonald have divorced after 11 years of marriage. He's a WWE legend. That means that he fights. He goes and does this sort of fighting. He's 68. He tweeted to tell fans that he and Jennifer had split a while ago after he was spotted with another woman on his social media. Bit of a giveaway on that one. Bit of a giveaway. According to court records, Hogan filed for divorce in 21, and it was finalised that year. Why should that be news? Why should that be? Does it make any difference to anybody? It's Hulk Hogan. Oh, right, Hulk Hogan. That's why. Rob Brydon says he has no burning desire to reprise his role as Uncle Bryn in Gavin and Stacey. He said, although the BBC sitcom changed everything for him, he's not bothered about repeating the role. He's very versatile, isn't he? Just makes me laugh when he does his impressions and stuff like that. Just always makes me, because he always looks quite surprised, which I love it. Somebody says, after listening to, so we've done that one, haven't we? And Viv says, thank you for your kindness to that gentleman in Sainsbury's. Absolutely. Kindness goes a long way. Well, I just thought to myself, he'd been robbed. He was trying to be as independent as possible. He had trouble turning his trolley around and getting the items out. It took time, but I thought, listen, we could all be there. We could all be there. There you go. Ukraine. The president says the Russian missile hit the site of Babi Yar Holocaust Memorial. I read the book about Babi Yar. It was another death camp. And the site of massacres carried out by Nazi Germany forces during its campaign against the Soviet Union. I think the first and best documented of the massacres took place on the 29th to the 30th of September 1941, killing approximately nearly 34,000 Jews. 34,000 Jews. But as I say, why would you expect Putin to worry about things like that? He's happily killing children. Why would he worry about it? He doesn't care about anything. That's what's so sad about it. But I mean, I'm only consoling myself with the fact that he will get his comeuppance, you know, and he will pay for war crimes. And so, far from being, you know, the clever little man he thought he was, he's turned out to be a rather stupid man, rather ignorant, you know, far from, you know, let's stop the oligarchs, you know, he's the one who's top of the list of corruption. You know, how do you think he gets all his money? He takes it. He takes it. It's as simple as that. Also, dancing duos. This is a girl dances. It's International Women's Day, apparently. And it's Tuesday, but I don't know whether that's next Tuesday or last Tuesday. I don't know when is International Women's Day. But next Tuesday, is it? I've lost track of how many days we've got now for everything. When's International Chips Day? When's that going to be happening? I quite fancy that. It's a good idea. And the UK's biggest family have just got bigger as daughter Millie welcomes a second child. The new mum, 20, is one of parents Sue and Noel Radford's 22 children. She wrote online, meet Chester Bleu, B-L-E-U. So they've been documenting their life on 22 Kids and Counting. And they seem to be really good. You know, they don't do benefits. They only take what they're entitled to. Oh, it's National Fish and Chip Day, June the 3rd. Not sure I can wait. Can we wait for something like that? National Fish... We used to get it years ago. We used to get it delivered here. We'd get fish and chips delivered for National Fish Day. But what they did, unfortunately, they used to do the chips in a box and put the fish on top of it, which meant by the time you actually got it, the fish had gone all soggy. Because you've got to make sure that the batter stays crispy for it to be proper. But I was watching some Afghani kids, 8 years old, one of them. You want to see somebody working? Go to YouTube, type in 8-year-old making chips on the streets. This kid does not stop working, from doing the potatoes, from frying them, from putting them in boxes and getting them all ready. Literally, for 8 years old, he never stops. Never stops. It's quite something. Shamed us. Absolutely. But National Fish and Chip Day, June the 3rd. I wonder why they have that. Why do they have a National Fish and Chip Day? Perhaps they should have National sort of Sausage and Batter Day. Well, it's supposed to be Friday, isn't it? Because it's because we do fish on a Friday. Well, that's what we're supposed to have done anyway. Ricky Gervais has poked... So it's when is it? Blimey, look at this. National Banana Cream Pie Day. It's today? It is. March the 2nd is National Banana Cream Pie Day. Where'd you get that from? Where'd you get that from? Why can't we just... I mean, our treat for us was just banana custard. That's more me. National Old Stuff Day. It's not very nice, is it? Always been nice to you. National Banana Cream Pie Day. But no, bananas in custard was very nice. Or failing that, bananas and ice cream was very nice. In fact, all of it sounds very nice, doesn't it? Crinkle cut chips are the best, says Gordon the driver. Yeah, I mean, I don't mind crinkle cut chips. I really don't mind. I do like triple cooked chips, though. I'm very big into triple cooked chips. And... Ricky Gervais, in all the papers today, he poked fun at celebrities who blub on Who Do You Think You Are. The comic thinks it's ridiculous that they get so emotional about ancestors they've never met. People said the same about Diana. People were complaining on television, and they said, you know, people crying over Diana at her funeral. They didn't even know her. I've never traced your family tree? No. One of my uncles started doing it. My Uncle Stan started doing it, my dad's older brother, and then he passed on. I think somebody else tried to do it. It's, you know, you can go so far back with church records, then you need to get some help. But you can go back quite a long way. I mean, it's all documented. You know, you just put it... But, I mean, do you really want to meet your relatives? I don't know, actually. I mean, often it can be quite dull and boring. You know, unless there's sort of highway robbery of people or something like that. But anyway, the comic says it's very ridiculous. He says, I like the way the actors cry like your great-great-grandmother. She was a sad little so-and-so. You didn't know her. You might as well cry for your great-great-great or go back to when we were chimpanzees. He says, what are you crying about? Yeah, I'm just crying back because that's my relative. You go, yeah, have you visited the cemetery? Of course you haven't. The BBC show, it's been on air for 18 years, is famed for making stars weep, including Jodie Whittaker, Kate Winslet, after they found out information about their dead ancestors. Yeah, the fact they're dead. That would be the clue, wouldn't it, really? Ricky has warned producers, do not offer him the chance to appear. Asked if he'd ever do it, he said, I definitely wouldn't. Imagine being on television and them go, oh, and here's your great-great-grandfather, Horatio Gervais. He was a prolific paedophile beaten to death in jail. And I'd be going, oh, poor Horatio, you're not going to find out all that bad stuff, are you? He said, I'm not cut out for that sort of thing. But I mean, because you don't know who your relatives are. You know, you're assuming that they're okay. I mean, I don't sort of worry about things like that. I've got no interest in my I don't really care, actually, because I didn't know them. I'm only interested in my immediate family, you know, and I like immediate family, and that's about it, actually. Kev the Expat in Rome, you were spot on with your Roman knowledge. I'm fascinated by Roman knowledge, and because I've watched so many DVDs, I mean, I hate it. It makes you sound such a creep, doesn't it? You know, and on one of them, they went down under Rome to see, you know, all the viaducts that they built. I mean, basically, it's like another city under the ground. It's phenomenal. There are certain hidden doors in Rome and certain big trapdoors in the middle of the road that you lift up and they go down on lifts and everything else, you know, lifts on a rope. And you can see what's going on. It's just amazing. Absolutely amazing, you know, how sophisticated the Romans were and what they built. And it's all going on. It's like here, you know, things going on under your feet. You know, in London, I was thinking of that. I mean, there must be loads of stuff. You know, when they dig down, they go, oh, look, we found another Roman pavement. And you go, well, why should you be surprised? The Romans, you know, sort of built up London when it was Londinium, the mosaics that we talked about a short while ago, all of that sort of stuff. And if you go out, heading out along the embankment, very near Tower Bridge, there's an original part of the London Wall, which was the wall that went round the city. I mean, to be honest with you, you took your life in your hands. If you went outside of the city, you were protected. Outside the city were the highwaymen and all the people who were willing to sort of, you know, take advantage of you. Oh, God, no, it's terrible. All marshland and everything else. Oh, no, no, no. And you look at it, and the old Roman city wall of London, which is on Tower Hill, you'll find it all over the place. And you look at it and think, I mean, we should be impressed by that. We really should. I went and demonstrated years ago. You remember when they found the Rose Theatre? I was one of those who, so I didn't lie down in front of the diggers, but we were all there. We'd been out boozing, and we just decided to go there the next morning, and because they were going to fill it in. And we didn't want them to fill it in because they'd uncovered the Rose Theatre. And now it's under another building. They carried on building the building, but they've sort of covered it over, but with... I think it's sort of, you say you can see it, but I'm not sure if it's just open to anybody. I can't remember. The Rose Theatre, I don't know. I know it's under a big building, but it wasn't at one time. We saw it out in the open air. I mean, when they say you can see the Rose Theatre, you don't actually see a theatre with curtains and everything else. It's not like that. It's like if you go to the Guildhall, I think it is, and they've got part of the Roman amphitheatre there. But when you actually see it, it's just basically a few blocks of stone. You have to use your very vivid imagination to see all this stuff. Nothing on the Rose Theatre? Oh, the Rose Elizabethan Theatre, fourth of the public theatres to be built after the theatre, the Curtain, and the theatre at Newington Butts. The remains were excavated in 1989 and are listed as a scheduled monument. So, because it was mislabelled, I think, the Rose, as the Globe, but it wasn't the Globe. It wasn't the Globe. So they've got the... a replica featured in... there you go. In 1999, the site was reopened to the public underneath the new development. Work continues to excavate. The foundations of the Rose are covered in a few inches of water to keep the ground from developing major cracks. Wow. See, I think that's fascinating that we've got these things, because I think round that same area were the Bear Gardens. I think the Bear Gardens were in Southwark, and that was where it was all prostitutes and dancing bears. Dancing bears in London. Even the Victorians had dancing bears. Oh, God, yes. I've got photographs of Victorian London with, you know, first of all, the man who's turning the handle on a machine to play out, you know, on his little barrel organ. And he's got a monkey sitting on the top holding a cup out to get the money from people. And the dancing bears... It was a tall brown bear, about as tall as the man who was working him, who had a ring through his nose, and he would dance. You know, basically it looked as though they'd sort of put him on hot coals or something like that. I mean, never get away with it now. Never get away with it. Daniel in Welwyn Garden City said, I picked up my new car at the weekend, a Mini. Lovely. Would you ever swap the Bentley for a Mini? No. No, don't think so. No, I have had a Mini before. No, I can't imagine it. I've had two Minis, I think, in my time. A little brown Mini. And a little blue Mini. But, no, I definitely wouldn't swap. They're the old ones, yeah. I mean, nowadays, they're far more sophisticated. My ex-producer, Chris, used to run me down to Waterloo Station, and he was a fairly big lad, and the new Mini's got loads of room. I mean, seriously, I was quite surprised, actually, and I think Corey's got a Mini as well. So he told me.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Do you know, apparently, I mean, they've said today in the newspapers, food prices are rising at a near record rate. Everything's going up. Seriously, I've never known anything like it. And yet MPs have just awarded themselves 2.7% pay rise. Well done on that one. Mind you, we voted you in. We can vote you out. Ridiculous, isn't it? Absolutely ridiculous. Dawn Neesup's column today talking about Putin, who can't destroy the Ukraine free spirit. She said, my generation grew up with the constant hum of anxiety the threat of nuclear war caused, and the mad advice to build a nuclear shelter by propping a door up against the wall and hiding. Yes, I remember all of these things going out on the television. She says, as I type this, cruise missiles are falling on Kharkiv's Freedom Square. But all Putin has done with this is reduce a geographical landmark to rubble. He will never destroy the spirit it was named after, though. Freedom, theirs, yours, all of ours. Believe in it, always. And she's also printed a picture of Putin going full Tonto as he takes his shirt off and prances around like a complete ninny. Love that word, ninny. And talking about the people modelling, Michael Owen's daughter Gemma modelling her own swimwear range, and Lila Moss, clue in the name there. And likewise, the sons of Victoria Beckham and Liz Hurley. Nepotism, as they say, runs in families. Dawn Neeson says, my mum used to work as a cleaner, which makes me a scrubber. She says, owning it, baby, owning it. It's true. In fact, actually, the Beckhams have come in for a right load of publicity after they allowed their son at 16 to sit there with his trousers around his ankle, sitting in a pair of boxer shorts with tattoos. God knows what they were thinking. God knows. Really can't understand it. Steve, did you hear about the man who found a hoard of Roman silver coins in Dorset? About 2,000 of them. Yeah, that then becomes treasure trove. This is you're talking about Mike Smale, aren't you? He was hunting and he found these coins. They're worth £200,000. They're denarii in a field in Bridgeport. So Mike and the farmer will legally split the money because it's treasure trove. He said, it's my bigger. See, I always wanted a metal detector, but I never got one. I mean, yeah, birthday coming up. Perhaps I'll end up with a metal detector. I wouldn't know where to go with it, though. I really wouldn't want to know. I wouldn't. But I mean, when you see things like that and somebody finds it, I can remember going to the Museum of London when they found there was a place that they found a chest in the city as they were doing excavations full of jewellery, and they didn't know if it had come from either a very rich family or it was a jeweller's, and he put all this stuff in just to sort of protect it. But Mike Smale is a fisherman and amateur historian. I would love the idea to be wandering over, you know, I mean, I don't know whether or not it was in a field. I don't know whether or not you can just wander into fields. You can't. You can go by the side of the Thames, and you do see people there doing and finding little bits and pieces, and they do it in the outback. You know, look at that. Honestly, aren't they good? Apparently, some of the coins are very rare, as they were minted in Roman general Mark Antony's short-lived reign when he was allied with Cleopatra. They could be worth up to £900 each. It's amazing, isn't it, really? He said, we found one in Somerset last year. There was just 180, and they weren't of the same calibre. I was shaking. He said, this is a once-in-a-lifetime find. Oh, never say never. Isn't that amazing that we've still got things like that? I wonder how they made them. I suppose they must have had a press or something. But these rare coins dated back over 2,000 years. And there must be loads in the River Thames. Middle of the Thames. If you drained the River Thames, literally, in the middle of it, you'd find tons of stuff. What was the one thing that we found a short while ago? Clay pipes. Clay pipes were very popular. Nobody obviously had all the wooden turn things. They were made out of clay. And they found loads and loads of clay pipes because people threw this stuff away. What you need to do is find out where the Victorians threw their rubbish. And you'll find that in the council chambers, because they will have details of where the Victorians' rubbish dumps were. There was one by the side of the Thames, which I started raiding about 30 years ago, and found all these bottles. Old Victorian bottles, which I then took home and started to clean them, and I lost the will to live, to be honest with you, after a while. I threw them away again. I've not really achieved anything on that one at all. You must make the effort to see Belfast. Steve, fabulous film. Saw it yesterday. I know, I'll probably wait till it comes out on on DVD. I'm like that. I don't want to go and say it's so expensive to go to the cinema. For the price that I would pay to go to the cinema, I could buy the film on DVD. So I'll probably end up doing that. What did I last see in the cinema? Well, I don't know. I went to, when we were doing In Conversation, I would have to go to the cinema on a regular basis. And I think it might have been a Quentin Tarantino bloodfest. That's all I remember is it was just blood and I fell asleep. Because I always fall asleep in the cinema because the seats are comfy, it's warm, it's dark. I mean, it's absolutely perfect conditions for me. But of course, when they send you to a cinema the size of the Odeon next door to us here, and there was about 8 of us in there, I mean, I couldn't wait to go to sleep. And then every so often you'd wake up and try and pick up on where you were in the film. But it was very funny. Very funny. Steve went to watch the film The Duke last night. Really good and a true story. I think you'd like it. The Duke. This is, I mean, a lot of people are asking, what it is. It's the story of, I think it goes back to about 1961 or something like that. And a taxi driver steals Goya's portrait of the Duke of Wellington from the National Gallery. He sends ransom notes saying he'll return the painting if the government invests more in care for the elderly. So, is it a true story? Yes. It's a true story, based on a true story. It's got Jim Broadbent, Helen Mirren, Matthew Good, and Fionn Whitehead. Love Jim Broadbent and Helen Mirren. The other two I'm not too familiar with, but distributed by Pathé. Second time we've mentioned them this morning. And, of course, I've been to the Duke of Wellington's museum, which is Number 1 London. And Number 1 London is so called, useless information this morning, because there used to be a toll gate there, and you have to pay a toll to move into the city of London. There was a toll gate there. Number 1 London. The Wellington Museum has always been called that, and every taxi driver worth his salt will tell you that's Number 1 London. And the family live in part of the house, and it's all isolated now. But years ago it wasn't. The houses ran all the way along with it, and it was just the nice one sitting in the middle. But it's a fabulous museum. Fabulous museum. So if you want to learn more about him, unfortunately, it's got a huge statue in their foyer of I think it could be David, but he's stark naked, and it's very disconcerting walking up the stairs when somebody's got a 3-foot willy standing next to you. It's all a little bit embarrassing. You've got to watch Detectorist. Why are people recommending I go to these cinema all of a sudden? I don't do cinemas. I really don't. The only reason I don't do them is to say because I fall asleep. I mean, I could do the same at home, so I can watch the same film. I can make it last about a year, just by sort of watching a little bit, falling asleep. Just between naps. I do like the idea of sleeping. But apparently, actually, if you watch Detectorist, it's a very funny comedy about metal detecting. It's got Toby Jones and Mackenzie Crook in it. Oh, right, metal detecting. I don't know why, actually. I suppose if I lived in the countryside, I would sort of... Actually, I must tell you, because I was watching the other day, and I think it was called A Place in the Country, and it ticked all the right boxes, because normally you have sort of somebody like Laura Hamilton showing people around and all the rest of it. This time, it's a bloke. I don't know who he was. He was in a wheelchair. Only young. Very young. I was quite surprised. And he was the one showing these two elderly ladies around who were both gay. They were an item, and they were looking for a cottage and everything else. And it ticked so many boxes at the same time. And they were in this little village. They wanted to go and live in Suffolk, I think, because they wanted to be part of village life. And they're still deciding. Yeah. They always say at the end, they said they looked at, one of them was lovely. They loved it, but the bedrooms were too small. And they were looking for a place where one of them could do she did massage. She was an osteopath, I think. And it was, the other one said, I'll just go to the pub. But they were fairly advanced in years. I should imagine they were in their sort of, I don't know, late 40s, early 50s. Might be doing the advanced. Well, I thought that was fairly advanced when I was like that. Gary says, the day after your show, we went to Tate Modern. One artist has an installation made up of all kind of things found on the banks of the Thames. I hated Tate Modern. I must be the only person, but that didn't like anything. And that's it. It's in a very nice piece of furniture, and these are all things they find in the Thames. It's called Tate Thames Dig. And they've got everything. Can we make it bigger so you can see what sort of things they found? Bones everywhere. Because they basically chucked everything in the river. Everything was thrown in the river. In fact, everything was thrown in Fleet Street. From dead animals to just about everything when they were emptying their sort of toilets out. But it's got all sorts of lovely items. I'm not sure what some of them are, but they're very interesting. Amazing the things you can find, and you open up the drawer, then you can see all the other things. Oh, well, that would be worth going back for. That would be worth going back for. But the rest, I hated it. I thought it was pretentious rubbish. I really did. I'm not into all these sort of things where they just sort of throw a collection together. It used to have turbines in the middle of this place, and then there was also what was the other thing? There was an eagle or a kestrel nesting on the roof, and you could see it. They had a pair of binoculars, or I can't remember what it was. Anyway, I'm so bored with it. I wasn't really that interested. But I mean, there are certain things in museums. I always sit, whenever I was sort of waiting to pick up the bus, there's always people who are sort of saying, "Oh, where should we go to? Let's go to, the National Gallery." Where is it? And of course, I want to say to them, it's just there. And the National Portrait Gallery is just round the side. And you should go to the National Gallery because it's got fabulous pictures that you will recognise instantly because they're famous. There's also a Tudor gallery, which has got all these pictures. And now we know what Henry VIII looked like, just short, fat, and just ate. And just sort of, just did what he did. Still wasn't quite as bad. No, actually, he was bad, wasn't he? He had his wives executed. He was a nasty little piece of work. Yes, that was quite bad. I don't think it gets any worse, does it?
LBC.
To keep my business ahead of the game, I knew I needed some fresh ideas, and fast. That's why I decided to host a young person on a T-level industry placement. My student has already brought loads of new skills into the workplace. Plus, we're getting first pick of new talent coming into the construction industry right here in the Northwest. It's been a total win-win. Go next level with T-levels. Search Skills Revolution.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, nice to have your company. Steve, have you been to Lullingstone Roman Villa near to Dartford? Yeah, we did that the other week actually on the programme. He said it's got a very large mosaic. Thank you, Jill. Yeah, we know we're well up on our mosaics. Very well up on the mosaics. Lots of people are cancelling shows in Russia. In fact, to be honest with you, I didn't know that half these people were appearing in Russia. The BBC have told Russian state television, don't transmit Strictly anymore, you're not liable to it. Apple have stopped all product sales in Russia as RT and Sputnik are removed from the Apple store. And Iggy Pop, Franz Ferdinand, Louis Tomlinson and Green Day have cancelled forthcoming shows in Russia at protest. The Killers, Nick Cave and the Bad Seeds and British star Youngblood have also pulled shows in Moscow as musicians face pressure to impose an unofficial cultural boycott on Russia. Cancelling their summer concert, Franz Ferdinand said, "We love Russia. This great country has inspired our band through its art, and we built a rich and deep relationship with our Russian fans. We've spoken to many of our friends in Russia via social media and have encountered unanimous opposition to this violence and solidarity with our Ukrainian friends." Nick Cave and the Bad Seeds said the band had no choice but to cancel its shows in Russia and Ukraine. And they say our thoughts and love go out to the brave people of Ukraine, their heroic leader and all those suffering from this senseless war, which it is. Also, Jethro Tull sent a message of support after cancelling their Kyiv concert. Ian Anderson has basically said, we stand behind the people of Ukraine. And the sanctions are starting to bite. There's old days now. It's just like the old days where people queued for the shopping malls or malls. They reckon you'll wait about 5 or 6 hours to get any food whatsoever. Also, there's one lady, Olga, who was interviewed. She couldn't even get any money out of the bank. So unless, you've got money squirreled away somewhere, there's no chance because all the cash machines have run out of cash. And that's in Russia. I mean, he's doing no favours, is he, at all? Of course, he's okay, people in Moscow. He's okay because he's lined his own pockets. So don't worry, he's not going to be starving anytime soon. Don't worry about him. Best things to come out of the UK. Well, I mean, apart from LBC. I mean, I don't want to sort of blow our own trumpet, but the best things to come out of the UK. Somebody's run a poll. I won't tell you who it is because what they do is it's ridiculous. It's a bank who've decided to conduct a poll, which means nothing. They've just come up with a list of things. So, for example, best things to come out of the UK. Apart from Leicestershire. David Bowie, Sherlock Holmes, Rolls-Royce cars, Marks and Spencer's, the royal family. You are having a laugh, aren't you? The royal family, the best things to come out of the UK. Well, the Queen. Well, just say the Queen then. Don't put the royal family down. We don't want anybody like Andrew hanging around there, do we? Thank you very much indeed. Afternoon tea. Oh, come on. I mean, it's a very nice thing to do, but 90% of people I know, they don't do afternoon tea. Definitely not. Professor Stephen Hawking. He's not alive, is he, anymore? No. I didn't know anything about him. I just know he featured in the Big Bang Theory. He sort of popped up in that. Yeah, on a few occasions. Very interesting. The sandwich, invented by the Earl of Sandwich. The best things to come out of the UK. The BBC. Having some sort of laugh. James Bond. Oh, there we go. Queen. I don't know if that's the Queen. Queen the group. Okay. The Beatles. Shakespeare. Cheddar cheese. Silly survey, isn't it, really? Cadbury's chocolate. The internet. The full English breakfast. David Attenborough. Roast dinners and fish and chips. I mean, they only say that because Attenborough is sort of getting on a little bit now. In fact, that's an understatement. He's getting on quite a bit. But still, you know, campaigning and still as vibrant as he ever was. And everybody likes him. Everybody likes him. He's got one of those voices that everybody just absolutely loves. Who's this? Who is this? Oh, interesting. Syra Khan. Every so often she pops her head above the parapet. We don't know why, really. This was the one who was on Loose Women, and then she left, and there was a cloud, and it was a case of nobody knew why she'd left, and she said, oh, there were things going on behind the scenes, and she's now blasted fake friends and fake opinions. She said, I've been in so many fake environments, I started to become fake myself. So she quit Loose Women last year, admitting she only tolerated some of her co-stars. Unfortunately, nobody knew who she was. Nobody knew who she was. I thought she was doing okay on there. But then she says after reaching her half-century, she says she's been working on herself, learning to eliminate toxicity and taking a step backwards. They do talk rubbish, these people, honestly, as if anybody cares. That's the trouble. It doesn't really make any difference. No difference at all. The car crash scammers who tried to pocket £50,000 from insurers were caught out by one of the vehicle's tracking systems. Ismail Sari and his wife, Sultan, claimed they were injured after being hit by an accomplice, Pinar Govence's Audi. But Govence had a tracker in her car which showed it moved just 106 yards on the day of the alleged smash. In Enfield, Direct Line found it registered a series of impacts, 4 high impact at 0 miles per hour the evening before. The firm paid out £732, but the claim could have hit £48,000 for repairs. The trio were found guilty at Southwark Crown Court to conspiracy to defraud. Bunch of crooks, aren't they? Bunch of crooks. Ismail of Walthamstow was handed a 12-month suspended sentence with community service and £600 compensation. His wife was given community... They should have been thrown in prison. These people are crooks. Govench of Haringey got a 6-month suspended term. What's the point? You know, faking it. Send them to prison. Let them suffer for a few years. You know, they won't do it again, will they? There's some people here pictured in the Serengeti National Park, and they were there when a cheetah hitched a ride on their vehicle. It leapt. I've seen this happen before. Cheetahs are fascinated by it. And this was at the Wildlife Sanctuary. Denise said, after searching for big cats for hours, we came across the cheetah and her daughter. The experience was amazing. There was a man. It's one of these, you know, animals getting to know people, and it was a cheetah family. They'd grown up as cubs, and they knew this man, and he then went and sat there, and they all crowded round him, and they were licking him and all the... And I remember thinking, my God, I tell you, that's nice. And there was another one, some bloke who'd released a chimpanzee. No, it wasn't. It was a gorilla, back into the wild again, and he went back to see if he could find it. And I don't know whether you know, but gorillas are very powerful. The silverbacks are very, very powerful. They could break your neck quite easily. Anyway, this gorilla comes up to him and then suddenly realises who it is. And it's so touching. He puts a leaf in his mouth and Basically, the gorilla beat him to death. And no, it didn't. The gorilla then sort of takes it with his mouth and all the rest of it. And then in the end, the gorilla puts his arms around him. They're sort of cuddling him. And so he then sort of gets back in his little boat and paddles off down the river. And the gorilla goes along the side of the river, keeping up with him all the time. Amazing. I get that. It's like that here with the producer, every morning coming in, that kind of thing, running along the train platform, Mind you, of course, he can't get on a train till 7:30 this morning because, well done, the RMT, because all the trains that they were hoping were in a certain place, of course, weren't, I mean, the trouble is, as I say, why do they want to hurt the people who they try and cultivate so that we sort of get on the trains and expect a good service? Why are they making us suffer? We had it before. We'll keep you updated on the tubes if you're trying to get to work, because there's no good phoning up the work, is it, and saying, listen, the tubes are not going to start operating till 7:30. Then there's another tube strike tomorrow, by the way. Just in case you weren't aware of it, there is another tube strike tomorrow. I'm a bit worried about hoarding Britons. I could be classed as a hoarder, but apparently this is broken phones, laptops and other unused technology. They reckon you've got about £4,000 worth of kit that you refuse to bin. See, I don't think I have. I use my computer every day. I've kept a few little things, like I've got a Sony V8 camera that I bought for 1,500 quid donkeys years ago, but I'm not going to get rid of it because I think it's a collector's item, and somebody will want to buy it. I've kept all my old phones. People say, why don't you get rid of them? I go, no. When I pass on, my brother, and it will be my brother, will end up with all my phones and all the rest of it. My Magic will go to my friend Darren, and the car people will just fight over, I should imagine, which is quite nice. Sainsbury's shutting these cafes. 2,000 workers, they've said. 2,000 workers could be affected. And they broke the news to staff yesterday. And they've got 34 branches, and they're going to revamp the bakeries. Oh. Sainsbury's chief exec, Simon Roberts, says we must keep adapting our business to make sure we're offering customers the best possible food and drink at affordable prices. Well, I thought they were very reasonable. I managed to fill up a whole basket for about 23 quid yesterday, mainly because I bought a load of Mr. Kipling things, and they were cheaper there than they are in our Iceland branch in Twickenham. Iceland have just gone mad putting up the prices. Yeah, I mean, they went from £1 a box to £1.10. The next minute, £1.25. So I'm boycotting. I'm going to go back to Sainsbury's. All it means is I've got to do is go and sit on a bus, which is no hardship. Luckily I don't sit near other people. Don't need that going on. Thank you very much indeed. But it's good. The first date you could have had is at Stonehenge, because apparently they reckon it was a calendar from bygone days. Yeah, more on that after the news, which is next.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
You can't help but admire Zelensky because he's just getting on with it. Even though he knows that just around the corner there are Russian paratroopers. Also, the TV tower and the Holocaust Memorial site have been bombed. Moscow has told civilians to leave. The Kremlin, I gather, is now planning a siege, starve and surrender strategy, claiming Ukraine's ambassador to the UK, cutting off water, electricity and communications to crush the resistance. There's a 40-mile convoy of Russian tanks with up to 15,000 troops near Kyiv. It's described as a medieval siege train, although US officials say it's slowed after running low on fuel. I mean, it's a bit of a mess they've got to try and get through. Johnson has doubled the number of Ukrainian refugees who are now eligible for the UK to 200,000 after criticism. And troops from Belarus have joined the invasion as the Russian president is accused of war crimes. I mean, he will pay for it. That's what I'm hoping. Sooner than better. These paratroopers have landed, I believe, the Ukraine military have said, in the second largest city, which is Kharkiv. US President Joe Biden has said in a speech, Putin underestimated the West's response to the Ukraine war. They're going to have nothing left in Russia. Nothing left at all. Putin's war was premeditated and unprovoked, he says, but NATO was ready. and the world was united in its response. Ukraine's ambassador to America was among the president's guests in Washington, and a senior US defense official has said that this 40-mile-long convoy of Russian armoured vehicles hasn't made any significant progress. In fact, it basically seems to be parked up at the moment. You know, they need to talk. They need to sort this out. It cannot go on much longer. But at the moment, it shows no sign of changing any which way but. As I say, you know, Russia has got a president. The people of Russia are running out of food. You know, the sanctions that are against them are basically hurting them probably more than the people of the Ukraine. You know, because they are running out of food as well in Ukraine. And if they start taking out the electricity and stuff like that, and they can't get it in. They can't get it in, even though we are sending over lorries full of clothing and stuff like that. How they're going to get through, I've got no idea. No idea. We have to wait. Perhaps they've got a back route. But we will keep you up to date with the ever-changing situation. But I mean, when you look at Zelensky, I mean, he's very positive. He's very, very positive. Every time you see him, he's got a big smile on his face, whereas every time you see Putin, he looks like somebody's just told him you soiled your knickers and you need to go and get them changed as quick as possible because things not looking good for you. Steve, Mo says, I don't think Putin's miscalculated. I think he's lost his mind. Yes, well, I mean, when you look at the early programmes that they made, I had said earlier on this morning about the oligarchs and Putin talking about the corruption that he was going to stamp out and the Russian people going, oh, that's good, without realising that their own president was corrupt as the oligarchs. He was the one who was milking the system for all it was worth. Steve, the gorilla story's almost got me moved to tears. Must be overtired. Oh, nothing matter being moved to tears. We like being moved to tears on odd occasions. The Mirror talking about nobody will break us. This is Zelensky warning Putin the Ukrainians would fight to the death, as indeed some of them have done already. The Britons offering to fight Putin after seeing the YouTube videos. And they've got all sorts of people, a street cleaner and an ambulance service first responder who want to go out there and fight Putin. I wouldn't advise it. I would think that would be the last thing that you'd want to do. Prince Charles has spoken out against the threat to democracy after Russia's brutal invasion. At a ceremony, he paid tribute to Sir David Amess, the murdered local MP. He said what we saw in the terrible tragedy in Southend was an attack on democracy, on open society, on freedom itself. We're seeing these same values under attack today in Ukraine in the most unconscionable way. I mean, it's just, if he starts talking about it. Also, the Ukrainian tennis star who left his family behind to fight for his country has told his children he's playing at a tournament, which I think seems the best thing to say. Disney have axed their blockbusters from all the Russian cinemas. The world is deserting Putin. I mean, it gets worse and worse for the people. I don't know how and also he's imprisoned 6,000 because they dared to demonstrate. He really is like the child who's got all his toys in and he started throwing them out of the bathwater, which is not so good. I'm still trying to work out, actually. I was watching the television programme the other day, and it was looking at that centre, which is in North London, the Polish, in South London, in Balham, and they've got all this stuff which they're loading into a lorry. And I was thinking to myself, because it sort of cropped up a second ago, how are they going to get this lorry with all these supplies in? Because at the moment it doesn't appear, you can't land planes, you can't land so how are they doing it? I've got no idea. British journalist Oz Chatterjee has tweeted a picture from a Ukrainian supermarket in Kyiv, and what are we looking at? Well, surprise, surprise, empty shelves. Empty shelves. They've got nothing. Mind you, I seem to remember when we were going through the pandemic, we had empty shelves when people were panic buying. Do you remember people were staggering out with trolleys? They had the kids to take the toilet paper out and all the rest of it. But this is nothing. This to me looks like the bakery shelves. This looks like the bakery shelves. But they've got no. This is just one picture. And there's a few little items I can see reflected in the light, but the rest of it deserted. Oh, you can get some glasses. Fat lot of use that is, isn't it? The one thing they have got is glasses. So anything can happen. And one of the papers is looking at the possible scenarios. You know, if Russia stops fighting, there will be no war. If Ukraine stops fighting, there will be no Ukraine. It's as simple as that. You know, time not on Putin's side. But he thinks he's right. That's the tragic thing. He refuses to be told by anybody at all that he's made a big, big mistake. Piers Morgan's hoping to follow up on a blockbuster Britney Spears interview by landing J.K. Rowling. The ex-Good Morning Britain host is launching a weeknight show on a new channel. He's already secured toxic singer Britney for a bombshell chat in which he's set to lift the lid on her 13 years under the control of her father Jamie, a rather vile person. Now he's in talks with the Harry Potter author for her first major TV interview since the comments on trans women. She's worth, I think, is it something like £400 million? If not more, I would think, if not more. But yesterday she launched an emergency appeal to aid children trapped in orphanages in Ukraine. Her Lumos Foundation is fundraising for food, medicine and evacuation. She tweeted, "War shatters childhoods and tears families apart." Not wrong there. Not wrong there. Kate gets down with the kids, the Duchess of Cambridge, kidding around with young goats, hence the title of the story. I was looking into my ancestry. There was a rare breed goat farmer just after the First World War. See, that's the trouble. You don't want to encounter these sort of people, do you, really? And former footballer Chris Armstrong has narrowly avoided jail after punching a Tesco worker in the face and causing £2,000 worth of damage to a store. He's an ex-Tottenham striker, given a £180 fine and given an 18-month community order for common assault and causing criminal damage. In other words, he got away with it. Now imagine punching somebody in Tesco in the face and they go, "Oh, you get away with that one, that's all right." How about, the poor worker? Anyway, the district judge told the dad of two she just was about persuaded that this does not cross the threshold for custody. He's got to do 30 days rehab and an alcohol treatment for 6 months. He was refused entry to a West London Tesco. He kicked the security officer while he was on the floor, the court was told. He caused £2,000 worth of damage and basically just got away with a little slap on the wrist. Disgraceful. That was it. Small wonder we're in the state. Small wonder. A learner driver passed his driving test 2 years after learning to fly a plane. This is a guy called James Dunk. He first sat in a light aircraft cockpit age 14. He passed his flying exams at the age of 19, got his £10,000 pilot licence and even flew his mum Louise on a trip. Last week he got rid of his car L plates after his first test, but despite being a top flyer, picked up 3 faults on the road. And he goes to prove 1 minute up in the air and it's all very, very good. Next minute down on the ground. Steve, classic UK MPs sneaking in a £2,000 pay rise for themselves whilst everybody else is looking at the Ukrainian crisis. Yes, I think it takes them up to about 87,000, is it? Or something like that. Whatever it is, I'm sure they're struggling. Oh, sorry, £84,144. I mean, it really is absolutely outrageous, isn't it? We're trying to deal with Ukraine and they've awarded themselves £2,200 pay rise from April for dramatically increased duties. Well, then go and do something proper for a living, because at the moment you're not really worth it, I'm afraid. I mean, fancy that, everybody else is struggling and they sort of, give them some more money, go on, that'll cover it. More on the fugitive convicted over her part in a tax fraud, arrested in a small town, and they've got pictures of her. She was most wanted. She's one of Britain's most wanted tax fugitives. She thought she'd put herself outside the reach of the HMRC, but no tax criminals beyond our reach. So she'll be coming back, actually. And she's under surveillance. She had been for some time, convicted and sentenced in her absence to 8 years, so she can come back and enjoy it. That'll be nice, won't it? Well done, you. She's appeared in court and is in custody. She vanished. She was in Kingston Crown Court, which is actually just by the train station. It's just, I don't know why that should know it well, actually. Do you know you can actually go into courts and sit there and watch proceedings if you so desire? Louise Jameson, ex-EastEnders, back to the Dales. She says, ever since I stopped dyeing my hair and let it go white, the jobs have rolled in. That's the thing. I spoke to somebody the other day who said, I can't be bothered to keep dyeing it. What's the point? It doesn't solve anything. And so Louise has embraced grey. I'm very happy with it too. It looks fine. Absolutely fine. What am I going to have to eat today? Oh, pancakes. I bought them yesterday. I just didn't get round to eating them. And I've got my Jif lemon juice, so I'm okay. Apparently, somebody said you need a licence for metal detecting for the Thames and permission from farms. Yes, I mean, I would have thought, actually, you can't just wander onto a farmer's land and then start sort of discovering things, because I'm assuming it belongs to him unless you've got written permission. which I assume they must have done, because if they're going to split the actual things, they could end up with £100,000 each, which is it's not bad, is it? I mean, you know, for sort of a few minutes' work. Well, actually, it generally takes quite a little while to find things. As you see, they have this programme on the television where they're looking for gold. What else are they looking for in the outback? Jade. They're looking for just about everything you can possibly think of, and some of them strike lucky, and some of them don't, actually. Ed Sheeran's been granted permission to build a private burial chamber in his garden. It's part of a church that he's building at his 16-acre estate. The burial zone will be around the size of a double grave plot and accessible through a slab. His planning application was approved after no official consultees raised concern. Well, how could you? He's building a little church and he wants somewhere to be buried. I mean, it's a revamp. He's already had permission for a 2-storey chapel complete with stained glass windows. Why not? Why not? For goodness sake. Katie Price in talks with the BBC for a third documentary about Harvey, and she says that he's got complex needs. I was curious about this one, actually, because I haven't seen any of them, but I know she's been in the papers talking about her and Harvey. Although, as everybody keeps saying, where's his father? Where is his father in all of this? I mean, I find it absolutely disgraceful that the father has not even appeared anywhere. And also, is there a fee for this programme, and is it going towards Harvey's care? Because I'm assuming the BBC must pay for things like this. I mean, it hasn't been officially commissioned, but they think it could be for 2024. But if there's a fee for it, does that go to Harvey's care? Where does it go? I don't quite understand these things. I never understand. Or perhaps because it's sort of dealing with a severely disabled child, whether or not that it comes under a different auspice. I really don't know, actually. I really have no idea. Perhaps somebody better tell me on that one. Also, Angela Scanlon has welcomed her second child with husband Roy Horgan, and she's on the One show. I've never even heard of her. Who is she? You think she's Irish? Oh, well, that'll be useful, won't it? That's guaranteed then. That's guaranteed. So she posted a picture of herself holding her baby girl and said, "We're besotted." Yes, she could be, actually, because her baby's called Marnie Faye Horgan, born on February the 11th. Their other daughter, Ruby, born in 2018. But I didn't know she was, actually. Doesn't help. Philip Schofield's had to apologise to viewers after he and Holly failed to break a pancake tossing record, which still stands at 46 in 60 seconds. They managed 12. In other words, total failure. Total failure. Metal detecting regulations. There we go. While some of the laws surrounding metal detecting in the UK are common courtesy, i.e. respect the country code, others are more specific. If you find live ammunition or a lethal object, you're not to tamper with it. As if. It's a massive health and safety risk. Instead, mark the site and report to the local police and landowner. While you need permission to venture onto any land that is not public, it's especially illegal for anyone to use a metal detector on a designated area without permission from authorities. So I'm assuming he must have had permission from this farmer that he could go onto his land, say, listen, I'm only going to be half an hour, just whiz around, and they're going to split the money, which is quite nice, isn't it, really? You know, I think that's quite general. I'd have kept quiet about it. Found anything? No, nothing, mate. Nothing at all. Nothing there. Very, very quiet. That would be so bad. That would be so bad. So bad. It really would be. The 40-mile-long convoy of Russian tanks heading to Kiev. And, Mr. Zelensky raising his fist the other day. And the world walking out on Russia. It's interesting because the Daily Express have said China have joined the world in turning its back on Russia as Vladimir Putin's barbaric onslaught of Ukraine united international condemnation. Diplomats stage a mass United Nations walkout in disgust at the invasion. Dozens of officials from countries including Britain, America, Japan and France stood up and left the Geneva meeting as Putin's henchman, or puppet as they prefer to call him, Sergei Lavrov, blamed Ukraine for the war in a pre-recorded speech. Obviously another doolally one, I'm afraid. Poor souls, honestly. In contrast, those remaining in the Human Rights Council meeting included Russia's ambassador to the UN in Geneva, Gennady Gatilov, who's former deputy to Lavrov, and envoys from Syria, China and Venezuela stayed. It's interesting. So when they're saying in here that China have walked out, they didn't. They didn't walk it. Difficult to know who to believe, isn't it? What is fake news nowadays? Britain has launched the first barrage of sanctions against officials and organisations in Belarus in response to that country's role in Russia's invasion. Many bars in London and around the world are stopping serving Russian vodka. And all you have to do, just kick them where it hurts. Very shortly, they'll have nothing. They've got nothing to sell. They go, you want to buy some vodka? No, nobody wants to buy your vodka, I'm afraid. You keep it for yourself, as you get an uprising in your own country. Fighting for survival, the babies in the bunker. I mean, of course, life goes on for that. They don't know. No point in them sort of hanging around, is there really? It's a case of I'm popping out now. I want to go and see Mum and make sure it's all right. And Britain's formidable Typhoon fighters are playing a pivotal role in NATO's enhanced vigilance mission in the skies above Eastern Europe. These aircraft are fully armed. They've got an extra tank of fuel, and they have air-to-air missiles as well. Anne Widdecombe has put her sixpenneth in. The vicious circle, pay rises, fuel inflation. And isn't he the one who's been praising Putin? I mean, two mad people, which is not particularly good. Steve, Jonathan Shallett. When it comes to Harvey and Katie Price, I think Katie Price should be admired and respected enormously. She's been an incredible mother to a severely disabled child. As to the fee, she would have incurred costs and continued to do so, so a fee will be far less than the outlay in looking after Harvey. As to his scumbag father, Dwight York, he's a terrible human being. He's not been there at all, has he? He's not been there. He just doesn't seem to be interested. So basically, they've sort of shoved it all onto her, and he's just not been there for his own child. I don't know why. I mean, it's not like he couldn't do something. You would think if it's your child and everybody knows about it, you'd be hanging your head in shame. Would you not think so? I mean, she's mentioned it on various things when people have said, what about, Harvey's father? And he said, well, he does ask about him, but he's not interested. And you think, well, you should make him be interested. He should be paying financially for his own child. I would have thought so. As I say, stranger things than heaven and earth. Every child killed, says Tim Newick today, is another reason to defy Putin's tyranny. I agree. But the only good news is the Queen's feeling a lot better. So that we should be grateful for. And as I said yesterday, Putin met the Queen. He was late, 14 minutes late, which never pleases her because she has to stand around waiting. And he did the same to the Pope. He's quite clearly an ignoramus completely and has no intention of sort of kowtowing to anybody at all. Food prices rising and together with petrol. In fact, which reminds me, actually, I must put some petrol into the car. I knew I had something to do today. I'm not sure if I can afford it. We might have to sort of cut back a little bit. Apparently, the conflict in the Ukraine is only going to make the situation worse as regards food and everything else. Energy price increases are set to cause a major debt crisis. I got a thing back from the British Gas the other day saying, it's going up. You'll be paying this much extra. I thought, no, I won't. I shall turn it off if necessary. I don't need to cook. And I can bring in an electric heater quite easily. I don't need to worry about gas. Thank you very much indeed. The family of a man who died in an accident before finding out he'd won the postcode lottery has collected thousands of pounds in his honour. Andrew Gillan passed away on January the 7th. He'd fallen down the stairs and broken his neck at a friend's house on New Year's Day. His daughter was then shocked to find out her father had been selected as a winner of Scotland's biggest single postcode lottery jackpot, despite her stopping his payments the month before. So he'd been playing the competition for several years and was sent a golden envelope, along with the rest of the players, on his street. And so he, together with the street, collected his share of the £7.9 million prize, and they were delighted to find out that he'd won £8,092. Doesn't sound very much, does it, after 7.9 million came up? But she says, we're all delighted. Farah was crying her eyes out for hours after she found out how much Dad had won. This sounds a bit of a swizz, actually. £7.9 million prize, and you end up with under 9,000 quid. How does that work out? But anyway, Lisa said she and her father had a laugh at Christmas as the first card he received was from the postcode lottery. So there you go. I mean, every cloud, as they say.
LBC.
This is a passenger announcement. You can now book your train on Uber. and get 10% back in credits to spend on Uber Eats, so you can order your own fries instead of eating everyone else's.
Trains, now on Uber. T's and C's apply. Check the Uber app.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Which is very interesting, but the story of Adele, who sort of didn't do the show at Caesar's Palace because apparently the show wasn't ready and all the rest of it. She didn't know about this, didn't know about that. And so at a day's notice, she pulls out, leaving the fans, basically bereft. Now she's thinking of moving it over the road to a bigger place, which is odd. Because apparently the place that we looked at, which is Planet Hollywood's Zappos Theatre, is yards away from Caesar's Palace Coliseum. And they think, well, we think, it seats 7,000 people, whereas Caesar's Palace only seats 4,000. I thought Caesar's Palace was the size of a football stadium. I thought it was at least 16,000. I thought it was absolutely enormous. I thought it was the biggest place, the biggest venue. I've never heard of something from Planet Hollywood which is bigger than Caesar's Palace. I mean, surely some mistake. And also, why would she move? So wait a minute, here we go. That's that's not, well, I don't know if that's Caesar's Palace. I don't know, actually. The Colosseum, so capacity 4,100. Odd, isn't it? I thought it was much bigger than that. But there you go. I mean, perhaps I've seen different pictures of it. But, I mean, it's big. And I suppose when it turns out, because what they do is you go in actually to Caesar's Palace and then get into the theatre that way. It's quite big, isn't it, really? It is quite impressive. And the staging is quite expensive. But the very idea that she's going to take it over the road to another play. There's Elton John, bless his little heart. He was at Caesar's Palace back in 2016. Part of his, I think, Red Piano tour. And so they have all these bits and pieces, and Elton gets paid a small fortune. He loves doing it because that's what he does for a living. But the other place I'd never heard of. I have heard of the Hard Rock. What's it, the Hard Rock? Planet Hollywood. Different place. Somebody else telling me about licenses needed if you're going to, or failing that, getting permission from somebody. You can't just go onto somebody's land and start digging. Otherwise, you have people turning up in your back garden going, oh, sorry, we're just doing a bit of metal detecting. Yeah, don't mind us, don't worry. Anne in Richmond says, last night at the Royal Ballet in Covent Garden, the orchestra played the Ukrainian national anthem before the start. Very moving. Do you know, I wouldn't even know what the Ukrainian national anthem was. I really wouldn't. Chris says, normally a catch-up listener here, so unfortunately missed any chance of tickets for the sellout show. However, we did get tickets for Dick and Angel's Dare to Do It tour for that day, which was fantastic. But very grateful to have your show as a podcast, especially for such a good cause. I shall be listening to it on my day off with a full groovy gang Prosecco glass in hand. Yes, Dick and Angel are touring. Because there was a bit in the paper, and I thought, well, they said, oh, they're moving out of the chateau. And I went, what? And it turns out they're actually doing a tour themselves, which will be fantastic. Now, lots of you have been asking, so I might as well answer, how you can listen back to the live show at the Leicester Square Theatre, which we did, when was it, a couple of Sundays ago? 10 days ago, was it really? Unbelievable. Now, if you couldn't make the show in person because it sold out in just under the hour, I think, or you want to relive it, we've turned the whole thing into a special podcast so you can enjoy it at any time. If you've never heard one of the shows before, then why not throw caution to the wind? And all you have to do is text the word Steve, simple as that, Steve, S-T-E-V-E, and send it to 84850. Okay, Steve to 84850. Once you've done that, we will text you back with a link to download the show on the Global Player. A voluntary donation of just £3 from every text goes straight to the charity Make Some Noise. Standard network rates apply. You've got to be over 18. Terms and conditions at lbc.co.uk. And if you want to purchase the podcast and you're outside of the UK, it's available to you as well. Just visit lbc.co.uk to find out more. So if you want to grab the show, runs over the hour, you text the word Steve, send it to 84850. We text you back with the link so you can download the show on the Global Player, and a voluntary donation of just £3 goes straight to our charity Make Some Noise. You don't even need to provide credit cards or anything like that. It's totally automatic. Standard network rates apply. You need to be 18 or over. Terms and conditions at lbc.co.uk. And I know that lots and lots of you have already downloaded, and we're very grateful because it gives the charity some more money to do some very, very good work and much needed work for little charities that don't generally get helped. They don't get any public funding or anything like that. Most of them are self-sufficient, and with your help we can help them out of, basically a case of keeping them going or them going under. And we don't want to see any of them going under. Thank you very much indeed. So if you can see a way clear to downloading it, I'd be very grateful. 19, is it? No, it's not 15, 16. Yes, it is 19 minutes. Couldn't even read the clock. Lots of pictures of people standing at bus stops outside Paddington Station. It's amazing, actually, how many people take the tube. And so yesterday, they are running this morning from 7:30. There are a few running at the moment, but not all of them. So just be prepared. Joanne Webb will actually help in a moment on exactly what's open. And there's more chaos on the cards tomorrow. I mean, MPs have now said the action harmed the UK's pandemic recovery. It's no good just saying that, isn't it? What a stupid thing to say. We know it's harming the pandemic recovery. 10,000 members of the RMT walked out in a row over jobs, pensions and work conditions. So the Tory MP Andrew Bridgen said, at a time of national emergency as we emerge from COVID-19 and face worldwide security issues, the tube strike's extremely damaging and self-indulgent. The strikers should remember how much taxpayers' money has been pumped into keeping the underground running during the pandemic. They don't care. They're being controlled by the puppet master, the RMT, who'll say, right, all out on strike. And, I mean, how many people use the tube? What, every day? Oh, God, I would think 2 million? 2 million people every single day? How many? 11.9. 5 million passenger journeys a day. 5 million. Wow. At peak times, there are more than 543 trains whizzing around the capital. Not at the moment, there's not. Not at the moment. So they've got 11 lines covering 402 kilometres and serving 272 stations. And so they'll be going, and then presumably from midnight tonight, they'll be back out on strike again. What are they achieving by this? Obviously nothing. I mean, I think the talks the other day broke down after 20 minutes. There is no point, is there? It's really awful. Andy Lord, the Chief Operating Officer for Transport for London, encouraged people to work from home. So basically, well, go on, work from home. Like we couldn't have thought of that. I mean, there was somebody here, a builder. He was waiting for a bus, a builder waiting for a bus. There's a first, actually, in Paddington. And he said, I missed 2 buses because queues are so long and some buses don't even bother to stop. I walked to Paddington for over an hour as I thought I'd have more luck getting a tube from here. It's a joke. This city is becoming unlivable. Well, there was nothing running, and they're not all running at the moment. You've got to wait till about 7:30. But I wouldn't guarantee every single tube line is running. So wait a minute. And basically, everybody's saying they're a national disgrace. Ian Dale took an aim at the RMT General Secretary Mick Lynch as the tube strikes have caused chaos. For everybody, people working on my programme, people working on other programmes, everybody suffered with it. And we don't need to. It's nothing to do with us. Why do we have to suffer? I'll tell you what, give us the key, I'll run the trains. I'll learn it it can't be that difficult. All you've got to do is, if it's a red light, you've got to stop, I believe. And if it goes over the red light, it goes beep, 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 like that. Can't be that complicated. Yeah, I'm a natural driver. I could drive a tube train. Actually, what I'd prefer to do is sort of open the doors. I'd like to be a guard on the trains. I think that could be quite nice. Years ago, if you were sitting on the underground, you were separate. The guard had a little seat all by himself, and there was a bar so that, the peasants couldn't get too close to them, which I think is wonderful. Surin Penge says, thank you for keeping the nation entertained in these dark times. 297 sleeps till Christmas. Whoopee. 297. Sorry, I'm obsessed with doing whoopies today, which is quite nice. The British woman who's been arrested after walking her dogs, she'll be a bit worried. 8 years to serve, dear. She's 47 now. Going to be a little bit older when you come out, aren't you? A little bit older. 6:45.
LBC.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, Explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events, and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, everybody. 10 to 7 is the time. It's Steve Allen's early breakfast. A football fan. I always love it when they say they're a football fan. This is one who racially abused Rio Ferdinand during Euro 2020. Has been handed a 12-week suspended prison sentence. Robert Whipp admitted directing 2 tweets with monkey and banana emojis at the pundit. Mr. Ferdinand was said to find the tweets grossly offensive. Not at all surprised. He said having to explain them to his children was deeply upsetting. And the St Albans Magistrate Court was told the former Man United defender wanted Whipp to be prosecuted and educated. I agree. He's obviously a bit of a sad, lonely little old man, poor thing. 64. The judge said everybody's entitled to respectfully disagree with the views of those put in the position, but you use racist language. He's a bit too stupid to realise that, isn't he? Tweets were sent after England's match against Denmark and after the Three Lions lost to Italy. Police traced them by using automatic software designed to trawl social media for possible abuse. So it's very easy to catch these people. Very, very easy to catch them. He admitted making the comments, but initially denied racist intent, you stupid man. Of course they were racist. What did you think they were? Claiming they were a joke. That's the trouble with people who are sick in the head. The court heard he told a probation officer he used the emojis accidentally, but did a U-turn, then admitting, I made a mistake and feel awful. Anyway, he was given a 12-week jail term, suspended. What a shame. What a shame. I'd have had him in prison for 10 years. He says, of course, you realised it was racist. He pleaded guilty to 2 counts of sending a grossly offensive message, ordered to pay 120 quid in symbolic compensation, carry out 160 hours of unpaid work and 20 days of rehabilitation. You stupid little man. Honestly, really are pathetic. Robert Whipp, 64, and has learnt nothing in his life. Nothing at all. A school trophy won by Roald Dahl and later gifted to a young fan is expected to sell for up to £2,000. Ironically, the fan is called Stephen with a PH, and I was hoping it was me, but it isn't. It's a 1932 Sports Award and a signed copy of Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. It was given to his neighbour's grandchildren. He also took the youngsters aged 7 and 10 and their grandma to a star-studded film premiere, and it's being sold by Hanson's. And they reckon it could be worth quite a bit, actually. In fact, I think it might even go more than the £2,000. Anti-vaxxers are still making the papers. You never believe it, would you? But they've now been thought to have defaced an ambulance. Message including "We lie" and "liar" was sprayed on the emergency vehicle. South Western Ambulance Services said their paramedics were also being threatened with violence and aggression whilst on shift. Who are these stupid people? It just doesn't make any sense. You feel like saying to them when they sort of have to go to hospital, they go, I'm sorry, we're not going to serve you. You're too stupid. You know, have to go somewhere else. Go and sort it out elsewhere. We're not going to bother with people like you. And Patrick Duffy, you might not remember Patrick Duffy, who was very, very big, together with Larry Hagman and Linda Gray in Dallas all those years ago, is still going. I forget how old he is now, actually. 72. He's beyond comfortable financially. He lives in Oregon. He owns a bar, a theatre and a second house in Los Angeles, so he doesn't need to work again. But in fact, he's left TV stardom. He's doing a 6-month tour of small British theatres. He was also, I believe, the man from Atlantis. So it's quite nice, actually, that, you know, people come and give back to it. But it was very interesting. I can remember when Larry Hagman came over here, when Terry Wogan booked him, and the deal was that Larry Hagman got a fee, plus he was given a shopping spree when he came over here. But he came over, he did the whole bit. He played it. And when they brought over Who Shot JR, the security that came with it was unbelievable. They had, security men looking after everything and trying to make sure that nobody could find out who shot JR. But and it turned out to be, I can't remember who it wasn't actually. I remember it was one of the girls in it. And no, it wasn't Sue Ellen. No, Sue Ellen was far too drunk. She didn't have the faintest idea what was going on. She that's what she was like all the time. She was, and he used to say to her, Sue Ellen, you're drunk. And she'd go, yeah. And it was fantastic. But I loved it. 350 million people tuned in to find out who shot JR. It was Crystal. It was Crystal or Kristen. Kristen or Crystal was Kristen, yeah. She was the one who shot JR. And everybody's going, who's she? Where's she come from? And a fictional character, of course, played by Mary Crosby, daughter of Bing Crosby. And briefly by Colleen Camp. Then they had Knots Landing. I just thought it was so good. We all watched it. My friend over in America, Ian, is obsessed with Dallas. You can go and see the ranch where they filmed, I think, some of the external scenes, and the internal scenes were done in the studio. But it was funny because they had Lucy Ewing, who was the Poison Dwarf. They called her the Poison Dwarf in the programme because she was very tiny. She had lots and lots of blonde hair, but they were all mad as fruitcakes. Absolutely. You know, JR, you would think, who ran, you know, Ewing Oil and all the rest of it, would live in this mansion of a place. But in fact, it was not really that exciting, the house. But you can tour the South Fork Ranch, even, you know, after all these years. How much did it cost? I like to find out these things, actually. So let's have a quick... You can see the gun that shot JR. They're all big into this sort of stuff. Lucy's wedding dress, the Dallas family tree, and Jock's Lincoln Continental. And you get a tour guide, and you can stroll in the beautiful grounds and outbuildings at your leisure. And they've got a South Fork Ranch gift shop that don't miss out. And here we go, $16 plus tax. Senior citizens, whoopee, that's me, $14. Children 6 to 12, 9. And if you're under 5, you'll be under 5. It's free. Which is not bad, actually, is it? Let's book the tour immediately. But they say you will want to stop by the Ranch Roundup shop to see the wide selection of South Fork gift items. I mean, it finished years ago, and they're still selling stuff. They're still selling it. I love it. I love it. I love something. That's what I like about the Americans. They keep things going forever and a day. Oh, by the way, the BBC have pulled Strictly in Russia. They've told the broadcaster Russia 1 to stop showing its version of Strictly Come Dancing. Because of like, well, how are they going to stop that? What are they going to do? Go over there and slap them on the wrist? How are they going to stop that? It's not being shown on Russian television, and they don't want it to be there anymore. ITV Studios have also reportedly taken a similar stance, having stopped new sales to Russian clients. Nobody's drinking Russian vodka. Dirty stuff. Horrible. Drink Polish vodka. It's much cheaper. In fact, very much cheaper. But have to kick them where it hurts, don't we? And then there's all sorts of red crosses on rooftops which have appeared in Ukraine, and they think that this is to guide the troops in so they know where they're heading. So if they're flying in over, seeing these red crosses which are put on the roofs, they will know to bomb certain places. We'll keep an eye on that one. Freedom Square, of course, was hit by a Russian missile, and the Soviet aerostructure exploding in a giant fireball, killing at least 10 people, they think. When you look at all the windows of these, you know, beautiful buildings, the aftermath, the building is left devastated by the blast. I mean, the city will survive, even if it's destroyed. And somebody's writing in one of the papers today, saying we mustn't drive Putin so far into a corner, he'll do anything to save his own skin, because that's what he's going to have to end up doing. Morning, nice to have your company. So since yesterday, when we had sort of the after effects of the tube strike, today you've got the tube strike back on again. They really want to be desperately unpopular, don't they? While we're trying to deal with so many problems, and along come the good old RMT. You know, sorry, how much are they earning? Bloody hellfire, I tell you. I think we all need to go and drive trains, but I don't think you're able to. I think it's a closed shop. Abramovich puts Chelsea up for sale, $4 billion. Yeah, and apparently he's going to give any residual money that's left over after expenses to helping out in the war thing. We're not sure whether he's giving it to Putin or not. A little bit difficult to tell, really. But either way, presumably, when he says after expenses, he'll be making up his own expenses. This is the man who claimed that he didn't really know too much about Putin, whereas he turns out to be one of Putin's cronies. And so far, he's not condemned the war, although strangely, his daughter has. Very interesting, isn't it? And another Russian oligarch found dead in a garage at his home in Wentworth, on the estate there. This tube strike, so they're going to do exactly the same. They're going to walk out. Oh, they're out. They've been out for 3 hours. They'll all be in bed, actually, I should imagine, sort of having had a full cooked breakfast. And the transport bosses are urging people to work from home or use other modes of travel. We don't want to. I don't think you quite understand that. The RMT union confirmed the strike action would go ahead. Good. Well, you stand out there as long as you want, actually, loves. We don't really care anymore because we did manage to get around. All right, so it was a bit inconvenient and people were standing outside there. When I managed to get to Waterloo, which was, it was fine because not many people were on my bus because they were all waiting for the other buses and they were all standing at the bus stops because all the tube stations hadn't opened. Why? Because the trains were all in the wrong places and they couldn't do it. So people at Waterloo Station, all the gates were closed. I mean, what do they expect? They're going to get abuse. They're going to get abuse from people who are trying to just do a normal thing like go to work. A bit like the RMT should learn. Go to work. Not difficult. The amount of people who volunteer to be train drivers, I tell you, we could lose everybody. And the government, certain sections of it, are calling for driverless trains. They've been pushing for it for some time, and it would work. It's just like having a train set. It's just you don't have a driver. It's all automatic, and it's controlled there. And so what they might do is, I mean, what would they do if the government said, right, we're going to now introduce driverless trains, and the RMT go, well, we're going to pull people out on strike, and you go, we don't need you, dears. We don't need you with driverless trains. You might have guards, or you might not have guards. The whole thing could be automated quite easily. And at the rate it's going, we might have it. What else do we have today? Oh, behind bars, the Moscow people jailed for protests. Children have been put behind bars in Russia. The other oligarch found dead in his garage on the Wentworth estate. I think that's about the second oligarch who's been found. There's a bit of a catfight going on between Cartier and Tiffany. One accusing the other of stealing ideas. I've never heard anything like it. I thought they were well above stuff like that, but obviously not. Noisy clubs urged to give out earplugs. Because let's face it, I mean, I worked in clubs for, blimey, years. And I should imagine after a while your hearing does go. Sorry, pardon, what? That's how it works. What was the other one? Danny Dyer is a natural ginger. He said he dyes his hair. He's been dyeing it for ages and ages. What's the matter with being ginger? Why are people so funny about ginger? I've never heard anything like it. There's no shame in being ginger. Obviously, he thought there was. He thought it perhaps didn't make him look hard. Perhaps he looked like sort of, I don't know. I can't imagine what he looks like, ginger. Actually, if he wants to dye his hair, let him dye his hair. But fancy coming out and saying that he is a natural ginger, but he dyes his hair. Very odd. And Anthea Dreary-Turner. What's the latest staggering news that she's got to impart to the world, who doesn't care? Her boob job was the best thing she's ever had done. And she had it done in the year 2004. Nothing like dredging up an old story, is there? Oh, look, I've got a picture of Danny Dyer in his younger days with Ray Winston. And he's got ginger hair. Looks fine. Looks absolutely fine. I don't see anything the matter with that at all. In fact, actually, as a young man, he was good-looking. He's aged really badly. But, I mean, as a young man, he was a good-looking boy, wasn't he? I think so. And that hair, that suits him. Suits him. Good Lord. Be proud. Red, ginger, all the colour spectrum. Be proud of it, for goodness sake, What else we got? The range of hot cross scones, which are coming out from Tesco, have got people drooling. No, they haven't. No, they haven't. They'll just be going, oh, can we flog some scones to you? Yeah, you can flog some scones. And that'll be quite nice. Changing Rooms is getting a second series. It was dire last time round. Absolutely dire. And we didn't think they were actually going to... But don't show me pictures of Tesco selling hot cross scones and 9 other Easter treats. Although because they're square, they're a lot easier. But they're so fattening. Hot cross buns are unbelievably fattening. Seriously, you look at the fat content and you'll be going, Steve, we're not going to be eating those. And also, they're on sale already. In fact, they've been on sale for quite some time. And I tried yesterday to get some vegan chocolate. Could I find it? Could I? Buffalo? No. Why? Because a friend of mine's vegan and I like to give her a little treat every so often. Couldn't get the banana juice. I should have ordered it, but I didn't. I shall get round to doing that today. But everywhere I went all through Marks and Spencer. I spent 15 minutes going through the entire shelf of chocolate. And what do they all say? Vegetarian. Vegetarian. I don't want vegetarian. I want vegan. Vegan chocolate. I've had to buy it online before, and they used to have some truffles in there, but vegan they didn't have. I even went to Waitrose. I spent the money on a bus. I went on the bus. And I went through all the shelves and went through all their bits of chocolate. I'm picking up boxes of chocolates, turning them over. Vegetarian, turn them over. Vegetarian. So frustrating. Very frustrating. But never mind. I shall find something eventually. So I've given her Satsumas. Makes it a lot easier. Galaxy, there you go. So vegan. But they don't sell this. They don't sell it in the supermarket. I mean, if I could find smooth orange, gluten-free, vegan chocolate, I'd have bought the bloody stuff. But I didn't. So here is my solution for Putin. Here is my solution. This one has got to work. I mean, you know, you can be an arrogant so-and-so for 99.9% of your life. But when it comes round to running a country and having children killed, then I think we put a stop to it, and we put a stop to it very quickly. And who has been unsurprisingly and uncharacteristically quiet throughout all of this? The Russian Orthodox Church have said nothing. Nothing at all. And you would have thought that they would have come forward and said something. You would have thought that the Pope would have said something. You know, it's no good saying, oh, we're very sorry about what's happening. Why have they not appealed to Putin directly? The Russian Orthodox Church, I'm sure I've seen pictures of Putin going along there begging forgiveness from our Lord. But why has the church not said anything? You know, he is murdering innocent people, and the church has said nothing. Nothing. You know, and they're quite high and mighty about their church in Russia. I've seen all the ceremonies. I've seen the churches. They're all beautiful. You know, very shortly you might as well just bomb them and get rid of them, because that's what they're doing over in Kyiv. They're blowing up churches. That'll be the next thing. They'll blow up hospitals. That's their modus operandi. And the church have said nothing. The Pope has said nothing. I mean, the Russian embassy, because Pope Francis, I think, went to the Russian embassy on Friday to express his concern about the war. I don't want you going to the Russian embassy, dear. I'm sorry to say this. I'm not Catholic, so I can call you dear. I think that's okay. Can't you issue a statement saying this is completely wrong and he's appealed to Putin? Why has he not flown over and had an audience with Putin and said, listen, this has got to stop. Otherwise you're going straight to hell, okay, on a handcart. Because there's no doubt in my mind that there's a contract out on Putin. There has to be. You know, people who've spoken out against him, the oligarchs, they're being found dead in the most peculiar of places. It's very dangerous to fall foul of Putin. But if the church gets involved, that could be fantastic. The Russian Orthodox Church coming out and saying, OK, we're not going to do anything at all until this war stops. He wouldn't listen. You know why? Couldn't give a toss. Couldn't give a toss. And that's what's so annoying about it, is that, you know, he obviously isn't religion, yet he's been along, hypocrite that he is, to churches before. He's taken part in services in the Russian Orthodox Church. Because they do it very well in Russia. You know, we all look at it as sort of, it's just a bit of dressing up and all the rest of it. But to be honest with you, they could be the only people who could actually stop him doing this. Because he's obviously the one-man crusade. And at the end of the day, you know, he's either going to be taken out or he's going to, you know, do away with himself. For the simple reason, he's got nowhere to go. It's not worked out the way he thought he had. He's already got deserters within the Russian army. There was one man who sort of gave himself up, and a family took him in and gave him tea, and he burst into tears. You know, this is, I mean, Zelensky, the president, says the morale of Russian troops is constantly deteriorating. This soldier breaks down in tears when locals give him a cup of tea and call his mother after he surrenders. He doesn't want to fight. None of them do. They're not warriors of a superpower. They're confused and very scared children. He doesn't want to die. He doesn't want to die. It's as simple as that. And that's what we have to do. The more of you that, because I'm sure these words get over there, the more of you that give yourselves up, the better it will be. And then the whole army can just go, sorry, Putesy baby, we ain't doing it. Okay? Yesterday we were talking about all these marvellous people who are raising money and getting clothing and getting all sorts of things. And I was worried about how they were going to get it over to the people that need it on the ground. And Mr. Shah, my chemist, said the goods are being loaded onto lorries. The lorries will then be driven across Europe to the Polish, Hungarian and Romanian borders with Ukraine. People have been pouring in. We have a Ukrainian restaurant in Twickenham. I think it's called Prospect. I might be wrong on that. I'll have to check later. And that's on York Street. And they are taking donations, everything. I ran through the list the other day. And they will help the hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians who've crossed the borders and are now living in camps in very cold conditions. Mr. Charles says, we can't even imagine the situation with bombs showering over you within your own country and having to leave loved ones behind. Yeah, we have no idea. But I remember thinking about this restaurant, because I've never been in a Ukrainian restaurant. Never, ever been. But this one here, I know it's called Prosperity. Prosperity. It's on York Street. And they're open Tuesday, Wednesday to Saturday and Sunday as well. 11 till 6 Saturday, Wednesday to Saturday, 11 till 9, Sunday 12 to 9 p.m. And they're looking for... Well, I'll give you the list of things, because if you want to help Ukraine Prosperity, it's opposite the council offices. They're looking for underwear. They're looking for power banks for charging phones, very important. Large and medium backpacks, male socks, camping mats, sleeping bags, protein bars, painkillers like ibuprofen, anti-flu medicine, Lemsips, wound dressing materials, first aid kits, warm blankets, thermals, hot water bottles, insulated flasks, baby food, nappies, feminine sanitary products as well. And any of those things are gratefully received, and they will be used. They need them, and they need them desperately. And if you happen to live around that area, that's the place to go. The other place was Balham High Street. They're all over the country. You'll see them all over the place. And if you've got anything that you can help with, then believe you me, that goes a long way. That goes a real long way. 4:15.
LBC.
To keep my business ahead of the game, I knew I needed some fresh ideas, and fast. That's why I decided to host a young person on a T-level industry placement. My student has already brought loads of new skills into the workplace. Plus, we're getting first pick of new talent coming into the construction industry right here in the Northwest. It's been a total win-win. Go next level with T-levels. Search Skills Revolution.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, everybody. Do you remember that girl on the front page of the papers a few days ago called Paulina, 12-year-old, 11 and 12 years old, sitting with her parents in a car trying to get out, and they were shot dead by snipers? A child in the car. And do you remember that there are two other children, brother and another younger sister? The brother's just died in hospital. And there were three teenage boys wounded by Russian shelling the other day as they played football, admitted to hospital with serious injuries. One of the boys lost both legs and has subsequently died as a result of his injury, and the other two went into intensive care. And these are they're just statistics. They're just statistics. I repeat them to you merely because I look at pictures in the papers every day, and it kind of ruins your bloody day. Because you suddenly think, whatever we've got over here, we complain. Oh, God, it rained again today. Oh, it's dreadful. We couldn't get around on the tube. Bit of a pain, isn't it? They're actually paying with their lives. You look at the police station, one of several buildings damaged by Russian missile attacks in Kharkiv after the Ukrainian forces held off the troops. Many people's homes have been destroyed, contrary to what Putin says, lying old so-and-so. Oh, no, we're not targeting civilians. You liar. You liar. You are. You are. They think now 2,000 Ukrainian civilians are thought to have died in the 7 days since Russia's invasion began. But one of the volunteers, called Roxalana, says, we've been preparing for the worst for weeks. We've taken a first aid course and another to learn how to use the firearms. They've been given these guns. They've got no idea how to use them. No idea. They've got Kalashnikov machine guns, but right now this is the most useful thing that they can do. And it's so sad. The children, there's a picture of children who laid flowers at Ukraine's embassy, Russian children. They were arrested by the security police, the peasants. But when you look at the honour guard taking place at the funeral for a soldier killed in Ukraine, one of them there, the captured Russian soldier, was offered the chance to phone his mother. He's overcome by emotion. They don't want to die. Nobody wants to die. You'd have to be a complete idiot, wouldn't you, to actually think, oh, goody, I'll go over there. They've said that what they've been fed is lies about Ukraine. They've been told lies. They've been coerced to go there. The more of you turn yourselves in to the Ukrainians and say, listen, we don't want to do this anymore. I mean, to be honest with you, I should imagine it makes it nigh on impossible to go back to Russia because Putin doesn't like things like that, although he's about as useless as a chocolate fire guard. He couldn't do anything at all, could he? But the one thing that I think was the one thing that you probably saw on the television yesterday, and this was in the House of Commons. They were having one of their packed houses, and they were chatting about, all sorts of things. and then they made an announcement that a high-ranking official was there, an ambassador, Pristieko, and moments before noon, and they've got lovely pictures in the papers. He's a slim and unobtrusive man, was ushered to an upstairs seat in the Commons. Speaker Hoyle hailed his arrival, telling MPs, "I want to welcome to our gallery the Ukrainian ambassador." Woomph! It got a deafening "hear, hear," followed a couple of seconds later by an extraordinary ovation. The clapping was begun by the Isle of Wight's Bob Seeley, a leading Tory critic of the Kremlin, who started smacking the top of his right knee. It caught on fast. A moment later, everybody was on their feet, clapping. Very emotional. Very emotional. You know, and people were throwing aside their files, casting away convention, and it's most irregular applause in the Commons. And we can hear what Lindsay Hoyle said. We got that, have we? Do you want to hear it, ladies and gentlemen? You shall do.
Your Excellency, we generally do not allow applause in this chamber. But on this occasion, the House quite rightly wants to demonstrate our respect and support for your country and its people in the most difficult of times.
When they were clapping and cheering, it was I was watching a film the other day, you know, The Winslow Boy, when he wins his case, and the Catherine Jenkins, but Catherine somebody anyway, very famous actress, and she said, "Oh, it was marvellous, it was." She plays the housekeeper, and people were on their feet cheering, and it was all wonderful, and that's what it was like for this man yesterday, the ambassador, who literally acknowledged the cheers of all the MPs and the people in the public gallery and everything else, and touched his chest. And that was I mean, you just don't hear that. You don't hear it. You don't really. But anyway, PMQs then got down to business. But that was sort of a break away from it for us to prove that we are right behind them. Right behind them. As I say, the only person who's going to come off worse out of this, after he's done his worst, is Putin. He's going to be charged with war crimes. I'll be very surprised if he gets away with his life. Very, very surprised. Because this killing children, you know, advising people to kill children, they actually managed to capture one of those gangs that was out to catch the president the other day. They call them SWAT gangs or whatever they are. Anyway, they were out there, and their sole modus operandi was to get the president, you know, kill him so that they can sort of move on. But they didn't do it, and they got captured themselves. Roman Abramovich's yacht, one of two I believe he has, is one of them is in Barcelona. What a shame, because we managed to get somebody else's. We've nicked it. We've nicked it from them. Roman Abramovich's is worth £430 million. 430 million. These Russian oligarchs, and make no mistake about it, Roman Abramovich is an oligarch. You know, he has ill-gotten gains. And one of them, though, it's interesting, actually. I think the president of Norilsk Nickel, Vladimir Potanin, the wealthiest man in Russia, he's seen 6 billion wiped off his net worth this year. So his estimated wealth is now 24.3 billion. They've got so much money, you can't believe it. I mean, Roman says he's going to sell the club. I mean, I don't know where you put an advert for that. Loot or something on eBay. Yeah, Exchange and Mart. Club for sale. You know, buy it at your peril. Buy it at your peril. You imagine, can't you? But and I think he's looking for 3 to 4 million. In a statement, $1 billion, on the Premier League club website, he said he'd made incredibly difficult decision, which pains him. I bet you did, mate. I bet you did. Trying to assure your place in heaven? He won't ask for any loans to be repaid, and said proceeds of the sale will be donated to war victims. Well, yes. So basically what you're saying is you're going to help the people of Ukraine, are you? Good Lord above, Putin will not be happy. Putin will not be happy, especially as you're the man who's campaigned for him for such a long time. Interesting, isn't it? We can always change things, I suppose. Nothing like being a good old hypocrite. Steve, and this is from Noreen, says, you mentioned South Fork yesterday. We do wander about on this programme, and we were there in the early 90s. It's smaller than you think. I know, how many times have I heard that? It was very windy. Yes, the Dallas place. We went round the house, then on a small train I think, round the grounds. We also did a day tour of all the places associated with JFK's last day. Very interesting. And we're off for a 60s weekend. She loves her 60s weekends. This one's got Brian Poole of the Tremolos, Steve Ellis, Love Affair, The Fortunes, Marmalade, Oh Bloody, Oh Blooda, The Swinging Blue Jeans, oh, The Hippie Hippie Shake, The Dakotas. See, I remember the name, I can't remember what their hits were. Spencer from The Searchers, Vanity Fair, Sun, 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 woo. And that's the Costa del Skegness. I've never been to Skeggy. But it sounds wonderful. Catherine's in Staines. She says, I've had the hip replacement and it was traumatic. I should imagine it probably was. Listen, I've had more operations in the past year than I've had in my entire life. And I can't imagine what a hip replacement is like. But yesterday, and I wish you a well recovery, Catherine. Waiting at the station at Waterloo, thinking I'll get home, and I thought it a bit odd. Some of the platforms, there were no trains at all, and these were platforms going from 13 all the way up to 19, and I thought, that's a bit odd. I wonder why that is. Anyway, so I walked round and got onto the big boys platforms, which is right at the end of the blooming place. Right at the end, and there's a load of people standing there looking at boards, and there's a few trains in, but there's no names of where the trains are going to, which I thought was a bit disappointing. And I had been told by Joanne that there was an incident which had taken place, which we thought was around Barnes, Strawberry Hill, and places like that. So I wasn't too sure. But anyway, I thought, well, if there's been an accident, and we weren't sure what sort of accident there had been, they called it an incident. And gradually, one by one, we're all standing there, 15, 20 minutes at least. The 7:28 service to Windsor and Eton Riverside is delayed by 15 minutes. OK, fair enough. We can wait 15 minutes. I'm prepared to wait. I'm good at things like that.
LBC.
Sure, this is Peloton. This is a 15-minute low-impact ride, but so is this.
We're here together for a 10-minute empathy meditation.
And even this.
We get it in with a 20-minute hip-hop Shadow Boxers session. What more could you ask for?
Well, with thousands of classes on our Bike Tread app, there's more to Peloton than you might have thought. This is Peloton. Internet connection and Peloton all-access membership required. See onepeloton.co.uk.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
So we're standing there, and I'm at the platform 20, and literally every minute she's back on. We'd like to apologise. The 7:31 train to Teddington has been cancelled. And so she went through the whole gamut of things. And people still stand there. There are no trains. There's no intention of being any trains because the incident was just down from Twickenham station, and it was down at St Margaret's. Now, what it was, I've got no idea. I've got a rough idea. When they call it an incident, that means that something's happened. But the trains come in really slowly at that station. I know that because I've been through it loads of times. It slows right down and then sort of moves on to Twickenham. Mind you, of course, if it was one of the fast trains, it might not have done. But anyway, gradually, one by one, all the trains were cancelled. And still people are standing there looking at the board, waiting for probably intervention from God. A good service expected, they say, this morning. That's what they say now. I mean, God knows what can happen. But, and they're still standing there. And in the end, they made an announcement, the train at platform 6 is for Shepperton, calling at so-and-so. And I heard that familiar place, Kingston. And I thought, well, if the worst comes to the worst, I can get on that train. But it was leaving in 4 minutes. I had to pick my skirts up and practically run. And I didn't run. I'd look ridiculous running. So I walked quickly. Very quickly. And I got onto the train, and luckily after Kingston, Hampton Wick. Hampton Wick is on the 281 bus route, which goes to Hounslow, but it goes back through Twickenham. So I waited there. There were a few school children, but I kicked them out of the way. Get out of the way! Interfering with, I'm going to sit on the seat. And there was one girl sitting on the seat, which is meant for people like me who who can't walk as well as other people. And so move your bag out the blowing way. I get very cross with school children. They're so ignorant. But anyway, that was okay. I only had to wait 2 minutes, but of course now it's cost me twice. Once on the train journey and once on the blooming bus. But at least I got home eventually. And 9:15, normally I'm home by, 8 o'clock. And I've got a few little bits and pieces to do today. People have recommended where I can go. In Kingston, Montezuma's for vegan chocolates. Apparently Costco stock vegan organic Belgian chocolate thins, says Nick in Nottinghamshire. I mean, well, I hope so. I shall go and have a look, because that's on my list of things to do today. Because I've got to go out and get some little bits and pieces. As I say, I need some knives, forks and spoons. I don't know why, I just need them. It's a bit of an obsession. And what did I have yesterday? I had some pancakes yesterday. Do you know, and I've suddenly realised they're not all that. I had them just with lemon juice. I squeezed lemon juice on them, then folded them over and made like a... No, not any sugar, no. I'm not going to risk my life that quickly. Definitely not. Steve says, Mark, in Watford, my local shop has started selling KFC crisps. Oh, right. KFC crisps. I've never heard of such a thing. But I'm assuming it's KFC crisps. Don't want to be too ignorant about it. There you go. Double Crunch, KFC, Kentucky Fried Chicken crisps. Walkers make them. You get a 6-pack. I wonder if they're... See, I'm quite interested in that. I wouldn't mind... I mean, I'm not a huge crisp eater, as you can imagine. But, I mean, I wouldn't mind trying a packet of those ones. It'll just be a flavouring put onto them, won't it? Chicken crisps. Not good. Well, they did roast chicken crisps, so, I mean, what's the difference between doing that and the KFC? I could be quite happy with it. Well, we're not doing it for you, are we? Sorry, I'm arguing with the producer. Tara says, Steve, how would things go if we all made it so we couldn't get ourselves into work? An unbeatable excuse the train drivers gave themselves. Furious. Yeah, because if there's no trains going out with nobody on them, they might as well get rid of them. And if we go driverless trains, which they're certainly thinking about it. Things could change dramatically. Paul says, I thought the underground strike was about staff cuts at the stations rather than the drivers. Most of them are good and helpful, but some are useless. Well, so the trouble is, there always seems to me, and a Waterloo station, it's exactly the same, a load of people just hanging around. I mean, most of them are on their mobile phones. I don't know how many people you need to show you how to... You put your ticket here, love, OK? And then you go, the barrier will open, and it opens on your ticket, OK? There's a bloke who gets on my bus every morning, the Penge bus, and every morning he pretends his ticket's broken, and every morning the bus drivers let him travel without his ticket. Unbelievable. Sooner we get some more inspectors down there, the better I shall feel. Steve, have you watched the speech President of the Ukraine gave to the EU Commission? It was absolutely heartfelt. Even the interpreter was choked. I got choked reading about, the House of Commons the other day. Amazing, really. Walsh says the weather is getting colder day by day. Now, don't talk about that. Don't talk about the weather getting colder, because we've had this before, and they keep saying, we're going to have snow. And I keep saying, no, we're not. No, we're absolutely not. And Stella says, I'm terrified of having my cataracts done. What for? Especially as you've had a hip replacement, and I was not that scared on a hip replacement. Blimey, it's even easier to get your cataracts done. There's no pain. There's no nothing. You feel nothing. And they won't do you both eyes, obviously, at the same time, because they're going to block one out with the cotton wool thing, and you leave on that until you've adjusted. It takes, well, depending, about an hour. They'll shatter the lens, and they hoover it up. You won't feel a thing. You're wide awake for this. It's just that they've got a thing which holds your eyelid and lower lid open. You don't feel it because they put drops in your eyes. Because I know, because I've had both my eyes done for cataracts. And then they'll put a cloth over your face. And because it's just a very white, bright light, which you see. You don't even have to bother holding your eye open. Like, when they say open your eyes and all the rest of it. No, they don't have anything like that. And they shatter the lens. They hoover it up. You won't feel a thing. You feel nothing at all. Nothing at all. And you can't see anything apart from a white light. A white light in one of your eyes, which is the eye that they're operating on. And they then... In fact, I remember him saying to me, he said, Stephen, he said, we're now going to put in the new lens. And you don't feel anything. There's nothing. Because while you've been sitting there waiting in a waiting room with about probably 6 other people, because they literally start going in the morning and they keep going all the way through the day. And they keep every so often, every sort of 20 minutes, they'll come over and they'll put more eye drops in, and that numbs the eye. You feel nothing. And then they put a patch over it, and off you go. You sit outside for 10 minutes. You have to have somebody pick you up. I mean, I've waited years to be picked up. But anyway, how long between eyes? Mine was about 2 months. 2 months. And then it's very bright, so you need to be picked up because you can't drive, and you put your sunglasses on. And then when I got in, because it was dark, I sort of, well, it wasn't dark, but it was sort of darker. I just took the cotton wool thing off, and that was it. And then everything's much better. You can see properly. It's brilliant. Brilliant. So you don't need to be terrified because you won't feel a thing. You will not feel a thing. I told you one woman I was with, in my one, said, I hear they take the eyeball out to do it. I said, I don't think so, dear, no. Amazing what people get up to, isn't it? Kevin the Milkman says, out of the 120 offices that I delivered to, only 2 cut their order down because of the tube strike. Proof that the office workers of London carry on regardless. Yes. That's what I advise people to do. Carry on regardless. All this. Why don't you all stay at home? Why don't you bog off and mind your own business? It's just ridiculous. How about a Marmite hot cross bun, says Donna? No. Hot cross buns are a big no-no because they are literally, too fatty. They really are. If you look at the calories in them, I've had a couple in here before over the years, even the little tiny ones, and I didn't have any, but I just ate them raw. And the butter content is just awful. Just don't go there. Stephen Leeds says, I got a new pair of gloves today, but they're both lefts, which on the one hand is great, but on the other hand, it's just not right. Okay, you're barred. I got rid of you quickly, and I can't believe it, honestly. Mind you, I heard something very good the other day. I'm trying to find it. I have to find these things. I'm not very good at finding. I can never find anything when I'm supposed to be finding it. You said, oh, I quite like that, actually. And this was quite a good thing, actually. And that's right. It was a friend of mine, the story of a friend of mine who got a new job doing marketing at a big breakfast cereal company. He said his job is Raisin Bran awareness. All right, it's the best I'm around it. Listen, it's 20 to 5 in the morning. What do you expect? I mean, listen, if nothing else, I've got guts. Yeah, it's worth the wait for that, I think, definitely. The incident was at St Margaret's. I was told at Kew Station, says Anne in Richmond. Yeah, we knew St Margaret's. We knew that. And we know what it was as well. But it just completely screws up the entire train system. All the trains going out on that line, the Reading and all the rest of it, they couldn't go through Richmond or Twickenham. They were all cut off, so you had to do the big round circuit. How you got to Reading, I've got no idea. Mo says, I love you, Steve. I know you do. I know. And believe you me, I'm grateful. Believe you me. So space junk will hit the moon very shortly. Apparently it's enough to make a crater that you could put 2 lorries in it. But where'd you get a lorry on the moon? I mean, there's nothing up there, is there? Not as far as I know. Debbie McGee on Paul Daniels' last days. The one thing he didn't do is talk about the fact that he knew he was dying. And he fell over once in the bathroom. She said we spent a lot of time. They'd said 3 months, but he lasted a month and a few days. And that was it. I mean, she's done really well since then, Debbie. She really has. She's got herself some adverts. She can do magic. She can do all sorts of things. I have interviewed her. Yes. And sorry, I mean, yeah, she's very good. I mean, to be honest with you, I did Paul on a few occasions. Now, Paul could be a bit tricky on occasions. I think you ask any magician what Paul was like, you could never impress him. He was one of those people. But then everybody was like that. When sort of people the other day, Eamon Holmes was talking about Philip Schofield and how he's so different off camera. And I thought, yeah, but loads of people are like that. You can't be exactly the same. If you're a comedian, you don't get on the bus in the morning and go, I tell you what, I saw this vicar and a nun, and you go, oh, God, blimey. Lots of comedians, quite downbeat. In fact, they're depressed. They are depressed. There was a lot of, in the early days, a lot of drinking that went on because it must be very difficult being cheerful all the time. I mean, I manage it, but, that's different. I'm doing it for probably more money than they were ever getting. Did you hear that Costa and M&S are teaming up? Yeah, I mean, it's a new partnership with Costa Coffee. So Costa Coffee, and I think what they're going to do, I think, if memory serves me on this one, is that they're going to launch 33, I think, or 35, about 33 anyway, of the M&S food classics, ranging from porridge, sandwiches and salads to Yum Nuts and Percy Pigs. I don't even know what Yum Nuts are. I can't even begin to imagine. Oh, right. Oh, it's a donut, is it? Oh, I know Yum Yum is, but these are Yum Nuts. Mashed together, oh. So it's chocolate fondant, choc flakes and super cute chocolate eyes. I find that a bit scary, don't you? Oh, look, they look like, what's it, donuts? What are those donuts called? We go and buy a box of them. Krispy Kreme donuts. I quite like them. My favourite was the apple one. They used to do a really nice apple donut. It's nice, isn't it? I thought that was quite good, actually. I thought it was sort of kind of festive at Christmas, and I only had it for the first time about 6 years ago. We went into Harrods, and they had it there, and so I bought one. I'll eat it. It was very nice. Do you know, I went in there once into Harrods, into the food hall, which is very nice. I do like it. And they had, they were selling miniature mangoes, a box of miniature mangoes, but it was like £80 for a little box of tiny mangoes, but they did look nice, but even I couldn't push myself to selling, getting £80 worth at all. Shane says, did you hear we were flooded out in Sydney and the east coast of Australia? Yeah, several people have died, actually. Local police, I think, have anticipated that about 10,000 people have had to leave their homes. This is normal for us over here, Shane. We get that all the time. Luckily, a lot of your houses are built on stilts. Oh, look, somebody fridge freezers floating down the river. This does worse. It's a storm. And what happens is if the water gets into the basement of these places, then it can shake the foundations. So I hope everybody's all right. I mean, 2 states have been very badly affected. Very badly affected. We'll take more of your texts and emails in a moment. 84850 Steve at lbc.co.uk.
LBC.
May I have your attention, please? You can now book your train tickets on Uber and get 10% back in credits to spend on your next Uber ride, so you don't have to walk home in the rain again.
Trains, now on Uber. T's and C's apply. Check the Uber app.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Welcome to, what day is it? Thursday. Nearly arriving with snow. I do hope not. We don't want any snow, actually. Steve says, John, I bought a Christmas bauble in Harrods with a model of the Queen inside, and I got the last one. I love it. Yes. They do nice baubles in Harrods, and they do a nice teddy bear every year. The Harrods some people collect them. But there's a limit to what you can do with loads of teddy bears, isn't there, really? Steve, I'm sure that M&S small dairy-free Easter Bunny chocolate bars are vegan. Well, I tried. Every M&S store should currently have them in stock, usually on or near the end of the sweet aisle. Blimey, we're never that lucky. Although I'm not vegan, I have tried them, and they're very nice, says Katie. Yeah, I mean, I literally went through everything. I mean, I might have to have a look at the Easter Bunny chocolate bars. Not sure I can actually, with the courage of my convictions, go and say, excuse me, you're going to eat Easter Bunny chocolate bars that are vegan. I think I might have to check other avenues, but that's okay. I shall find something eventually. So Anthea Turner, I mean, I can't remember when Anthea Turner's career disappeared. I think it was after she made that big mistake with the magazine because she'd been paid to endorse a chocolate bar. Do you remember? I can't remember, was it called a snowflake or flake or something like that? And then she was with this bloke and nobody liked him either. And then she started patronising us and telling us how to fold towels. And I remember thinking, listen, dear, you can do it with Tracy Island, but don't really insult us with folding a towel, OK? Most of us can manage it, not just you, OK? And then I think she was very good friends with Richard and Judy, and they put her on there. But she always came across as a little bit whiny. A little bit sort of... It was Eamonn Holmes who nicknamed her Princess Tippy Toes, because I think she was a bit sort of precious. And all she was a girl who went out with Peter Powell some years ago. Nobody knew who she was. And that's what she ended up being. She ended up being sort of famous for that. Steve, thank you for highlighting, says Dale, the plight of the children in Ukraine. Every day I've got tears in my eyes. Oh, well, yes. I mean, to be honest with you, you can't, as my chemist, Mr. Charles, said, you can't imagine what it must be like, 3 boys playing football. And a bomb rains down on them, and they get taken to hospital. One loses both his legs, and he dies as a result of his injuries. And you think, it's just children. It's just statistics. That's all it is. You have to become detached from it. Otherwise you'd be reading the news with tears in your eyes, trying to make it very difficult for you. When Andrew Marr starts on Monday, does that mean Eddie finishes an hour earlier? Yes. And will Ian still be on at 7? Yes. Yes. It's all quite normal. We've just sort of slotted him in. Because I loved it. Do you remember I told you the other day, somebody was telling me that somebody had said, obviously, Steve, you're not a very good presenter. Because otherwise the BBC would have snapped you up. And you thought, what for? I've got long contracts here. Why would I want to work for the BBC? It's the other way round. People leave the BBC to come here. Nobody wants it. I mean, the standard is so low. So low. And they don't have any opinions. But, of course, the sort of people who sort of listen to the BBC all the time and go, oh, it's so marvellous and all the rest of it, people who don't have opinions. Somebody says, I once rented a lovely flat in Hampton Wick and had nasty Nick Cotton as my neighbour. Yes, I think he's still around there, actually. And Tara says, I watched some of the teens' first dates. Oh, goodness, the younger generation, either full of themselves or utterly thick, or do they just find them for Channel 4? No, they are utterly thick, I'm afraid. They really are. And also, you have to bear in mind, if they appear on television, they want to appear on television. They've got inflated egos. That's what they want. They're not doing it for any other reason. They're going, I've been on television. And that's it. It's that allure of, I'm going to be celebrity. But I'm always amazed at some of them who sort of had never had dates before. And I remember looking at them thinking, I'm not at all surprised. You are too stupid for words. I mean, it really was. It was quite embarrassing to watch, really. Quite embarrassing to watch. But it's this insatiable craving that people have now to be famous. They want to be famous. Whereas me, I never wanted to be famous. I just wanted to work on Radio 1, surprisingly. I thought by the age of 21, I'd be on Radio 1 and I'd be driving, don't ask me why, a white Rolls Royce. I had to wait a long time to actually, and it was blue. I ended up with a blue Rolls Royce, but never got a white one because after a while I suddenly realised that it would look like a wedding car. I never wanted to emulate anybody on the radio. Dale always used to be like Tony Blackburn, sensational. Because, Tony was doing that kind of... Well, Dale wanted to do that as well and found it very difficult to come out of character, very difficult to come out of character. So I did a series of adverts with him for the radio with lots of different celebrities, and his was the most difficult to do because he couldn't read something without it sounding like he was reading something, whereas I can read something and you wouldn't know I was reading something because I make it look effortless. But but I never wanted to emulate anybody. There was nobody I had as a hero on the radio. I remember listening to a guy who was over nights on Radio 2, I think, and I can't remember his name now, but he had one of these, like an Eddie Mayer type voice. You listen to somebody's voice, and because in those days we didn't know what people looked like, when I finally saw a picture of him, I was horrified. Horrified. No, this was years ago. Blimey, this would be 40 years ago. And he had it was one of those real rich, velvety voices, which just sounded effortless. There was another woman who worked on Radio 2 when CB Radio hit. I've told this story before. I think she's called Sheila Tracy. And her publicity picture was her sitting on a lorry, the front of a lorry, with a hat at a rakish angle. I mean, she must have been about, late 60s, early 70s. And she was doing break a break for a copy, calling in, and she was doing all the CB radio chat. It was so hilarious. And all of a sudden, truckers, the length and breadth of the land, were listening in to Sheila Tracy's programme. But it was the picture of her sitting on the front of a lorry with a hat. There she is. She's Tiger Tim, the trucker's DJ darling. I mean, she is... How old was she when this picture was taken? I mean, she must have been getting on a bit. And it was a case of, all of a sudden it was something new at the BBC. So I'm Queen of the Road. But it was done in such a posh way. It was so funny. And I always remembered. But if you look at pictures of her, you'll find her sitting on the front of a lorry. With this hat on, which made her look like somebody out of the 60s. And I just remember thinking, she died in 2014. I'm not at all surprised. Not at all surprised. But wait a minute. When you look at her... But there were lots of people. I can remember there was somebody very famous years ago, and they used to offer a discount to people who worked on the radio and television at the BBC if you went to the theatre. And this particular woman that I knew, her family were in radio, and I remember she went up to the box office of this well-known theatre and held up her sort of card and went, "Did you recognise the profession?" so she could get the discount on the tickets. I always remember. But no, it was sort of seeing people for the first time. You know, when we got the internet, you could all of a sudden see all these pictures of all these people you'd heard on the radio, and you go, oh my goodness me. But I go back to people like Jack DeManio, you know, people who used to do sort of early breakfast programs and stuff like that. I never thought about it as being anything else, but I never emulated anybody. I never wanted to be anybody apart from myself. And that was the difficult bit. I remember when I first started, if you listened to any of Steve Allen's news programs, it was terribly butch, or what I thought was terribly butch. And that would have been 1970 something. People started finding out what we looked like when we got photographs in. We used to have a big cupboard with all the presenters' photographs in, and people say, can you send me a signed photo? Well, now, because of the internet, you can see pictures. When we did the show at the Leicester Square Theatre, people were taking pictures. So you know what somebody looks like now. It makes it a bit easier. But in the early days, it was, we didn't have anything at all. There was no internet. That shows how long I've been in the business. Which I love, actually. Unfortunately, you've got me for a few more years yet. Quite a few more years, but I don't want to go into it. It makes it sound embarrassing. So that was my radio upbringing, listening to all these people. And then, of course, I've found when I started working on LBC, doing an overnight programme, which was Weekend Night Extra, then I did Night Extra. And all of a sudden, you'd find people going, I know your voice. I mean, I still get that now, mainly because they say you've got a very distinctive voice. And I've lost track of the amount of times I've got in taxis with friends and they've said, shut your mouth, don't say anything, because otherwise the driver's going to go. Normally when you get out, they go, I thought it was you. But of course now people know, and so my voice is very distinctive. Yeah, people tell me that. In the theatre, it was even worse. You'd sit there chatting away and the person sitting next to you go, you Steve Allen? No, I've done that before, actually, when I've been sitting down somewhere. It happened the other week, sitting waiting. I don't think there's a day goes by where somebody doesn't say, are you Steve Allen? Or I get a driver in the morning. My friend Jordan works for another radio station, so we don't talk about him very often. But he says he's lost track of the amount of times he gets in a cab in the morning and they're all listening to LBC. He said it just appears to be one of these things. He said, except once, he said, where he said to the driver, could you turn it onto LBC? And the bloke went, no. I'd have got out the cab. Yeah, I can't bear that bloke. Ray Moore had a lovely voice, says Steve. Yes. I mean, there are loads of people who really have, really, really lovely voices. But unfortunately for the BBC, they've got lovely voices but no opinions. They're not allowed to have an opinion. You listen to any phone-in on the BBC, they won't argue the toss with anybody. That's why all the presenters on the BBC who are worth their salt want to come here. They want to come to, one of the most successful commercial radios. Kevin the Milkman says, no, I can't remember what this bloke was. I can't remember what his name was. It'll come to me eventually. Before discovering you 20 years ago, they were who I listened to, says Kevin, which was Peter Dixon, Charles Nove or the late Ray Moore. Yeah, I mean, I get all sorts of people saying, oh, I've listened to you for years. Or failing that, the other popular one is, my mother's your biggest fan. I always get that. Steve Allen, the widow's friend. I was nearly tagged that one time. We'll take a short break. News at 5. Here it comes.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Welcome along to Thursday, the 3rd of March. I'll bring you up to date shortly on what is happening in Ukraine. And we've got all the latest updates. You've heard already, Abramovich has put Chelsea up for sale. It makes no difference. He's got billions sitting in the bank. Whether he sells it or he doesn't sell it makes no difference. The Russian mothers are told, come and collect your sons from Ukraine. They're looking after the Russian soldiers who have defected. Over in Moscow, people are being jailed for the protests. They're really in for a bad time in Moscow. Already, food shortages have hit. There's a run on the cash point machines. And another oligarch has been found dead in Surrey. The police are investigating. Plus, the government are pushing for driverless tube trains. You don't need somebody to drive a train anymore. And I wonder really where the RMT go after that. And the Beckhams turn up to Paris Fashion Week. Can't imagine why. I mean, she's got sort of a clothing shop which isn't doing particularly well and has hemorrhaged money over the years. What's the point of going? I don't quite understand. Is it you have to be seen at Paris Fashion Week? You have to be sitting there, and poor old Victoria Beckham now, who's got this vacant look in her face, because she doesn't smile, because she's worried about the wrinkles and everything else. It's so she always looks. She's got this sort of odd angle of standing. And, of course, her picture's in the paper today because they've got very good publicity machine. And they've also just bought a sauna for their house in the Cotswolds. So they can all sit in there. It's very exciting. And apparently, Harper Beckham, most marvellously talented young girl in the entire universe, she's very good at tossing pancakes. And apparently she was doing it the other day, and they've made a big thing about it. I mean, she is, seriously, the child from God. I mean, she can do everything. And I didn't do it. I just turned to flip them over. It's a bit ridiculous, really. And then to sort of issue photographs of her sort of tossing a pancake, I feel as they must be getting a bit desperate, actually, now. They really must. I mean, you know, in an effort to sort of get some sort of publicity for the family. Whereas, in fact, really, we're all waiting for Brooklyn's wedding, aren't we? No, nobody's waiting for Brooklyn's wedding at all. We don't really care about it. Delia Smith says she's happy to be childless. As she's got 26,000 of them at every Norwich game. Bless her heart. Bless her heart. I quite like Delia. She doesn't like, is it one of these, doesn't like MasterChef. She doesn't like MasterChef, which I can understand, actually, because I'm not wild about it either. Hundreds of supercars were being brought over on one of these big ships, you know, these big ships that, you know, take on like 500 of these cases. Anyway, they had all these supercars on there worth 120 million. Ship sank in the middle of the Atlantic. They're all now sitting at the bottom of the ocean. I'm assuming it's like, you know, treasure trove, if you can get down there and get them out again, although, you know, it's not particularly good, is it, really? They was carrying 1,300 supercars. It sank 13 days after the crew escaped a blaze. All these flash motors were going, and the ship has now sunk. So that'll be sitting down there. They're not going to raise it up. It ain't going to be happening anytime soon, because it's one of these big ships. They tend to leave them down there. But I think there was 1,100 Porsches on there. So that's another 300 other cars, and it was all getting a bit bad when the towing started, because the ship started listing. So they started towing it. It had 22 crew members, and it then went under. And the cars went with it, unfortunately, which is dreadful. The water started to come in. The ship lost its stability. But the 22 crew members had previously managed to escape the fire. Then somebody's going, what about the cars? They go, sod the cars. We want to get out as quick as possible. So it's now sitting there at the bottom of the ocean with all these cars on. I mean, I should imagine. I mean, as long as the doors are shut and the windows are done up, they should be all right, shouldn't they, inside? I don't know. I mean, I don't know how long people, you know, stuff like that can stay under the ocean. I suppose because of the salt, that would make a big difference. But I mean, you know, it's not like it's 20 or 30 cars. You imagine in years to come they go down there and there's all these rotting cars. But I don't know how long, because they're metal, how long it would take for them to start disintegrating. They won't be in a good state, will they? I mean, I don't think that you can have a car that's sunk and then they bring it up. But this is at the bottom of the Atlantic. I should imagine it could be anything up to a mile down. Well, there's no point in getting it back up again. They just have to write it off and put it down to insurance. Somebody somewhere is going to be coughing up very badly. The Coronation Street star who's quitting the Cobbles, I didn't know who they were. I really didn't know who they were. I'll tell you who they are very, very shortly. And a couple who believe their cat is the first feline to suffer long COVID. Oh, Scarlett Moffat has managed to find herself another programme on the television. She's really not a great presenter. They've had her doing a food programme, which was First Dates or something, whatever it is. They get on some people who want to be on the television and they cook food and for their date. The bloke leaving, actually, is Charlie DeMello. He's been in it for 5 years. I mean, can you believe? I've never even heard of him. 5 years. How can you be in something for 5 years? He apparently has played lawyer Imran Habib since 2017, but has now decided to move on. Well, I've never even looking at a picture of him, I was none the wiser. Doesn't really help, does it? Bit embarrassing, really, poor soul. So I hope he does well. Because they always say, you know, is there life after soap? Sometimes there is. Anyway, so Scarlett Moffat is now going to be hosting a programme on the BBC. They've decided to waste money and do a driving school programme, which has been done before. They've done it before. I've seen this done on ITV. It was called Driving School, and in fact it made a very famous woman. So what they've done is they've resurrected another piece of garbage from television history, which was confined to the back burner a long, long time ago. And of course the funny thing is that they go, of course, you know, she's going to be marvellous in it because she failed her driving test 13 times. And you think, no, she's an idiot. That's not, you know, you learn to drive 13 times. She tried to pass her driving test and failed. Would you want to get behind the wheel? Absolutely not. But it's an old format, I'm afraid. We've heard it before. Not so good, I'm afraid. Not so good. Mark says, I remember the first time I heard Nick Abbott. Oh, yeah, we all remember that, don't we? I think people wrote it in their diaries. I had this mental picture. He looked like Mr. Kipling. I was horrified to see that he was Chris Tarrant's double. Really? I don't think so. I've known him for years. Patsy says John Warrington had a beautiful voice. I think he's still got the beautiful voice, actually. I don't think he's lost it. It's still around. Everybody used to say that. And from Brit, who says, not been listening live for a few days. I'm heartbroken with what's going on in Ukraine. I'm back live this morning to listen to your wise words, and I want to thank you for the live show podcast. I've downloaded and listened to it all yesterday. Loved it. Hoping I'll get a ticket next time. Oh, it's better to see in the flesh. It is better to see in the flesh than, I mean, it's nice to actually have the programme to listen to, because a lot of people wouldn't have been to the live shows, mainly because, and I'm not blowing my own trumpet, they sell out really quickly. But you can get hold, in exactly the same as a Brit, of the podcast if you really want to. And what we're doing is we're raising money, as you know. The whole show, the whole live show was all done for Make Some Noise, to help little charities who don't get help from any of the big bodies. And so we aim to help the little charities. And lots of you have asked how we can get hold of a copy of the live show. Well, if you couldn't make it in person, or if you want to relive it, and I'm sure you do, you can turn the whole thing around, because we've turned it into a special podcast. All you have to do, and it's very simple, is text the word Steve, S-T-E-V-E, and you send that to 84850. We then text you back with a link to download the show on the Global Player, and a voluntary donation of just £3 from every text goes straight to our charity Make Some Noise. You don't need to do anything at all. It's taken off. You don't need to input credit cards, nothing like that at all. Standard network rates apply. You need to be 18 or over. Terms and conditions are at lbc.co.uk. So text the word Steve and send it to 84850, and you get the whole show, and we text you back with the link. And this voluntary donation is just £3, and that goes straight to the charity Make Some Noise. And every bit of money, you know, is gratefully received. If you'd like to purchase the podcast from outside of the UK, you can visit lbc.co.uk, and you can find out a bit more as well. OK, so you can do it both ways, but either way, it's specifically for those people who couldn't do it. And Steve, I bought 100 millilitres of Aventus aftershave. You mean Creed Aventus? OK, question, how much should I use per time? 1 spray, 2 sprays, says Chris. Well, sometimes use 3. I sometimes use... It depends, actually. It depends. But they do tell me you can smell my aftershave before you've even seen me. It lingers that much. So, I mean, put it away. Well, try it yourself. Try it. I would think 2 would be... Yeah. Yeah, a little bit behind the ears, a little bit on your arms, you know, a little bit on your hot spots. Well, not all of your hot spots. But no, it'll be fine. Absolutely fine. And it's very nice. You've obviously decided you won the lottery or you've robbed it. The trouble is you can't pick this stuff up. There's no testers of it. They've just got an empty bottle there. Because people have been going in every day. I saw somebody the other day in Boots in Kingston, and he was using the deodorant. He undid his shirt and sprayed. I felt like saying, you thieving little toe rag. And then he'd put it back on the shelf again. Disgusting. Honestly, some people are such peasants, aren't they? So what else? Oh, changing rooms. As I said before, it's getting a second series. God knows why. It was absolutely dreadful. I mean, I think all these things... Mind you, what did I watch the other day? Charlie Dimmock. She's changed, hasn't she? Charlie Dimmock was doing a thing in the somebody's garden, And see, I used to like it when Alan Titchmarsh was out there and all the rest of it. Ground Force. I thought the music was great. I thought it was great fun, and they did it. And the only thing that Charlie Dimmock could ever do was put a water feature in. But it was the brass band that sort of dun 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 dun. And I used to think, God, it was so comforting, because Alan Titchmarsh. And I've met him on numerous occasions. He's been in to talk about his books, and he was invited to the Lady Rattlings for lunch with his wife. Yeah, he works on Classic FM, and he's absolutely marvellous. What you see with Alan Titchmarsh is what you get. There's no airs and graces. He's just a very, very genuine person, and I loved him on Ground Force. I thought it was great. You know, Tommy did his bit, and then Charlie put a water feature in. And there was another bloke as well, but I think he was helping Tommy, but I can't remember what his name was, which was a bit of a shame, really. Trucker Chris from Sussex said, are you a Harlequin fan? I don't think so, no. I mean, put it this way, I don't follow any sport. I really don't follow sport. I don't really follow rugby either. I used to play rugby, you know. If you see me, you know, my masculine physique is, tough guy, yeah. I was a hooker, and no surprise there. But I've never really got into it. I mean, I see all the rugby fans and football fans and stuff like that, and I watch a bit of athletics, but to be honest with you, I watched the Winter Olympics. I thought it was the most boring few hours I've ever seen in my entire life. And then some poor soul the other day, obviously somebody lonely because they live in Thailand, and when it's a single bloke, you know exactly what they're there for, and he said, how can you say that you don't like tennis when you've never seen a tennis match? Yeah, but I know what tennis is. I'm obviously not as thick as you are, because then he says, and you also say, oh, I don't like black pudding, but I've tried it. I've never said I've tried black pudding in my entire life. Why would I want to try dried blood? Yeah, but thanks for listening, and just remember, you writing in guarantees me another big contract.
LBC.
Manual data entry, manual data entry, manual data entry. It's as boring to listen to as it is to perform. That's why at MHR, we've built software and services that automate your HR, payroll and finance processes. So now you can focus more on growing your business and less on painfully repetitive admin. Show boring admin who's boss. To find out more and book a demo, visit mhrglobal.com.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, we found a gym bunny. I knew you'd be delighted, and we found her in the Daily Star today. She's marvellous. Her name's Rosie. And today's Gym Bunny on page 7 is Gym Bunny Rosie, who knows the importance of keeping hydrated, as she sits there with her boobs hanging out. But anyway, the London beauty always takes a bottle of water with her whilst working out. Rosie says it's important to replace the liquid you lose through sweat. You're in the right job, love. You're in the right job. Don't push yourself too much. So patronising. Imagine going to the gym with a bottle of water. Heavens above. Are you bright or what? So patronising to women as well. From the Daily Star, they say, we're hot and bothered and thinking about it. Yes. I'd feel a bit better if she was a bit more covered up. I feel a bit sorry for her. That's the best job she's ever going to get. And telling you about how she takes water into the gym with her because you have to be hydrated. You can just imagine, can't you? A family going, oh, that's our girl. We're so delighted. My wife, says Chris, bought me Creed for our wedding day. I smelled expensive. I know, you'll always find somebody who'll comment on it. Always somebody somewhere, you'll put it on and somebody go, what is that? That's really nice. Yes, it's Steve Allen in the room. And Alan Titchmarsh says Jane in Wallington is the Chancellor for Winchester University. He was at my daughter's graduation in October. He's ever so nice. He really is ever so nice. I loved his chat show on the television. Mind you, see, Paul O'Grady and I go back many, many years. And he always did a very good show on the television. And then when Buster became very ill, because Buster would sit on the desk and just sort of stare out at the audience. And the audience just loved Paul O'Grady. His biographies, I mean, literally, he's got a bit quiet of late. Because I remember saying to him last time we met, I said, I hope you're not still smoking. You know, because he's a very, very heavy smoker. He was. I hope he's not anymore. But anyway, and then Buster died. And he started the programme. He used to nick cigarettes. I know he's terrible. He really is. But Buster died, and he said, I've got some bad news. He said, Buster died. And he became quite choked up, as you can imagine, because he loves his animals. He's a big animal person. And he got quite choked up about Buster. And he sort of finished it. He tried to get out of it. You know, if you're feeling a bit sort of down and you know you're going to do a bit of sobbing and all the rest of it, he goes, good on you, Bust. Good on you. And he looked up to the heavens, and I should imagine everybody was in tears. Everybody. The Reverend Richard Coles says his husband sent him gifts from beyond the grave. Oh, right. He says, he told a podcast, he says, I got a card from him. Don't be silly. You didn't get a card from him on Valentine's Day from beyond the grave. Definitely not. Anthea Turner, she's had Botox treatment. She said, I haven't frowned since I was 40. God in heaven, honestly, your career must have really plumbed some depths. So telling us about a boob job from 2004 and then telling us about Botox. What? I mean, have you got nothing else to sell? Is that it? Not very good. Britain's boozers could be embroiled in a brouhaha if a pay row sparks a beer drought. Well, just drink something else. Around 1,700 draymen are threatening to strike over pay, meaning supplies to 20,000 pubs and restaurants could run out within weeks. I always thought the draymen were on a good old backhander thing. They'd say there'd be an extra case on board the thing. They'll have it. Draymen, they're the ones who deliver the beer barrels. You see them in the morning, just round the corner at the gay bar. The lorry pulls up and they replace, and outside here as well. Yeah, they're called draymen because they used to turn up. Whitbread Brewery have still got the 2 horses, huge things, bigger than you, enormous, not bigger than me, but bigger than everybody else. And they have them on the thing, and they're from the Whitbread Brewery, and they've got these huge horses. I forget what they call them. There's a name for them, but the draymen are the people there. They've got the leather like apron on and everything else, and it's quite a sight to see. It's like the Queen having her post delivered. It's delivered by a mail coach horse. There's a man on a horse delivers the Queen. Yeah, have you not seen it in the mornings? Yeah. What do you mean still? Well, you know, when she's there, they trot in, deliver the mail to Her Majesty, and she likes it. We like the Queen. We like the Queen. And she's recovered, so I feel a lot better about it. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. What have we got here? Oh, another picture of Victoria Beckham. Why does she always look so miserable? Somebody obviously says, she looked this way, Victoria, so she looks there, but she doesn't smile. She's obviously frightened of smiling in case it shows wrinkles, because she's heading up now to 50, isn't she? Heading up to 50. I mean, she's almost knocking on the door of 50, and that must drive her mad. Oh, here we go. Welcome back to Chicken Big Mac. I wish they stopped showing me pictures. I can't get hold of it anywhere. Mind you, I've given up with the bacon rolls from Pret. Don't tell me. I don't want to know it's delicious. Makes me feel even worse. Somebody going, I've had it, and it's really... I thought, I bet it is. But I can't get it. I can't get my bacon roll. Would you don't put pictures up of it? Well, yeah, well, I mean, they say it's going to return to UK restaurants on March the 2nd. Oh, right. What's the date today? It came in yesterday. Look at it. Look at it. It's got cheese in it. Oh, God. You can't get all of that in your mouth, surely, DeMarco. Can you? Yeah, you can. Looks lovely. But it will only last until March the 15th. Do not do this to me. It's no good telling me, Steve, it's coming to the UK and it'll come in on the 2nd and it'll be out on the 15th. Listen, why? If it's popular, why not keep it going? I don't quite understand this. It's basically like dangling a carrot, isn't it? Yes. Well, I want one. I don't care what happens. Steve, as Darren is going on holiday, could you please do his show as well as yours until he comes back? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Can you imagine? I have done a show of that length before now, yes. Yes, somebody never turned up. Years ago. I was pleased. Shire horses from the Youngs, from the brewery. Shire horse. They're big. They're enormous. And you see them going through the streets of London every so often. They're lovely. Have you seen a picture of them? Oh, there. You have a look at the Shire horses from the brewery. Shire horses from the brewery. Look at the size of them. What'd I say? Bigger than you. Bigger than you. Sam Smiths have got some Shire horses. And Youngs have got Shire horses as well. They're really enormous. And yeah, I'm told that they're like gentle giants. I mean, they're as tall as a phone box. So they've given a little girl the job of I mean, she wouldn't stand much chance, would she, if the thing decided to make a bolt for it? Poor little soul. But no, it's nice, because we had an LBC Christmas party one year. We had it at the Young's Brewery, because it's a venue, so it's a brewery, but they've got a big function room and everything else. And when I first joined LBC, the first year, they had it there, so I went along to the Christmas party. Which was very nice, very nice. They used to give the horses a pint of beer at my old local pub decades ago, says Niall. Not surprised they started wandering all over the road. Had a little drink today. Shire horses. They are big, though, aren't they? They are big. I always wanted one of those little ponies. Have you ever seen miniature horses? No, not My Little Pony, no. Have you ever seen the miniature horses? They breed in Argentina. They're tiny. They're perfect in every way, except they're miniature. Miniature horse. They really are. They absolutely. I always fancy one. I used to fancy a Shetland pony, but then I saw the miniature horses, and I thought that's what I want. It's like Highland cattle. I always wanted to keep Highland cattle. I always thought that was a great thing. But the miniature horses are beautiful. They're just little tiny horses, and they don't grow much bigger. You like them? Look at them. They're so cute. Miniature horses are service animals. They're just lovely. And you look at them, they're just so cute. How could not? I mean, you couldn't fail but to be. And I used to ride when I was younger. Yes, wherever we were, my father would find the local stables. Yeah, before cars. Used to go to school on a horse and cart. And my father would find out the local stables, and because he used to ride with the Lipizzaners in Vienna, they would allow him to go out with just me and my brother. We didn't have to go with the school because they would traipse up and round the field. We didn't. We were allowed to go anywhere because my father had experience of riding with horses. And we used to do that. So when we were in Coningsby, RAF Coningsby, we would ride horses. We could go through the countryside. I hated jumping things. Not my sort of thing at all. Are they Clydesdale horses, Steve? They're certainly gorgeous, says Kim. Well, the Clydesdales are big as well. Clydesdale, and I love horses like that, but I mean, they did not take some looking after. They really did, because there's so much of them. Look at they're just beautiful, aren't they? But I mean, they're just big. You can't get away from it. But I love it when you go to there's one here, some two high Clydesdales ploughing, because you get some of these country shows and they go out there and they demonstrate ploughing and all the old arts. The things that you only get in the countryside, like thatching, the people who come round and will put a new roof on your house, and those sort of things I like, and also the what do they call them? The people who come around putting shoes on horses, the blacksmiths. Yeah, the blacksmith would come round and the horse would lift its legs and you'd put it sideways between your legs and then, you'd sort of take it off. And I remember thinking that was quite clever. Doesn't it hurt it? No, because they're quite thick, the actual heel, isn't it? But very nice indeed. What else we got? We've got a hero spaniel in the papers this morning, thank God. He's a lifesaver. And he's helped save the lives of more than 80 dogs. His name's Arnie. He's donated 21 pints of his blood. This is a dog. He doesn't look very big, actually. He's 9. He's had to stop after reaching the age limit allowed. So he's done a wonderful job. And he wears a little collar thing which says, I'm a lifesaver for the blood bank. For other dogs. Isn't that cute? I like stuff like that. We like a nice story. Richard Madeley apparently could not give a stuff about the complaints he receives on Good Morning Britain. Yeah, I mean, absolutely. They say he's often blasted by viewers by putting his foot in. Oh, don't take any notice what people write online, Richard. As you know, it's not worth it. Not worth it at all. He says, I genuinely couldn't give a stuff because I know it doesn't matter. It doesn't cross over into real life. I'm still here and I'm still being asked to work and nobody spits on me in the street. Yeah, absolutely. That's it. Last month he got 855 complaints to Ofcom, but they didn't take it any further because Ofcom suddenly realised that, it's kind of a freedom of speech thing. He was talking about death threats and all the rest of it. And Daniela Westbrook's daughter says she'd absolutely love a part in the soap. Wannabe actress Jodie Jenkins, how does that fit in with Daniela Westbrook? Aspires to follow her famous mum. Yes, famous for all the wrong reasons, though, Daniela Westbrook, really. And I'm still liking Danny Dyer, who's a natural ginger. He dyed his hair red to land a role in a movie All in the Game, playing alongside Ray Winston. When the filming ended, he couldn't get the colour out for months. Well, you can't. It just doesn't... You don't wash it out. You've got to sort of, just sort of change the colour of it. But he said he'd love to do comedy when he quits his role. Well, we're watching an EastEnders deal. It seems hilarious to me. Very, very funny. 5:30.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Farriers put on horseshoes. Farriers put on horseshoes. Thank you for that. 26 minutes to 6 is the time. So, as I say, Gogglebox's Scarlett Moffat is setting up a driving school for fellow motoring flops after failing her own test, and the venture will be filmed for the new series called Scarlett's Driving School. But she failed 13 times. I wouldn't be remotely interested in anything like that at all. The series will be set in Teesside, and pupils will be given a quick intensive course, and at the end they all take their test to find out who's finally passed. Yeah, whatever. Doesn't it sound really boring? Why would you want to watch somebody else taking a driving test? I can't think of anything more boring. All of my godchildren drive. They all drive, and have been driving for some time. So years ago, you'd have a street, and there'd be no cars. Because only, to have a car was a very expensive thing. Now, if you've got 3 kids in the family and a mum and dad, the chances are you've got 5 cars outside your place. Because all of them have got their own car. Nobody shares cars now, do they? They did try that some years ago. They were doing car sharing. Take somebody to work? Certainly not. Who wants to share your car with somebody else? Couldn't think of anything else. More ghastly. And new prisoners. I don't know who's come up with this idea. It's some new report into HMP Risley, which is a 1,100 capacity men's jail in Cheshire. And they say that new prisoners should be offered a first night kit. So when you go in, and you check in your bits and pieces, a first night kit of a lipstick, a hairbrush and moisturiser. Apparently in case they are transgender. Although I would have thought if they were transgender, they'd tell you they were transgender and they'd probably bring their own makeup. It was feared lags could end up in jail straight from court without essential items for their gender identity. Not seriously telling me that in a sort of a bloke's prison, there's people walking around dressed as women. Is that how it works? I mean, I've got no idea. So they don't... But, I mean, anybody who is transitioning or is cross-dressing, they've got their own makeup, everything. They wouldn't need to be given it in prison. They've got their own. Because everybody's got their favourite. It's like me going, if I went into prison and they say, we've got some Brute aftershave, and I go, excuse me, I do Creed Aventus. That's what I'd be wanting. But anyway, and also clothes should also be offered under the government's care and management of individuals who are transgender policy. It's a bit long-winded, isn't it, really? But never mind. But as I say, I don't think... It's like being given a sort of a... if you go camping in the Scouts or something like that... and you go away, then you've got your little billy tin for cooking and a frying pan and stuff like that. Didn't you have that? Whenever you see Scouts going out camping, they've always got their backpacks on with a frying pan hanging down there and all the other things. No? I mean, if you're going camping in the New Forest, you're not going to be... You weren't in the Scouts, of course you weren't. You weren't allowed, were you? Due to, let's just call it an incident. A lot easier, I think. Alison Hammond has now fancied herself as a racing driver. I don't know what she's going to be racing, but I have to tell her it's very dangerous. You go very fast. You put your foot down and nobody stops you. There's no flashing cameras. It's quite good, isn't it? I'm quite pleased about that. I got flashed on the motorway. That never came to anything. Oh, a little while ago. No, a while ago. I talked about it on air, but I didn't get anything from that. I thought I might have done. They obviously felt sympathy for me. Yeah, you can't go on the course again, can you? You can only do the course once. But I'm still waiting for my driving licence to come back from the DVLA. This is sort of now a month out of date. And the Freedom Pass, we're waiting for the... what am I waiting for on that one? Oh, I'm waiting for them to ask me to do my television licence. And then we shall do it. Oh, look, President Putin. You need to get some lifts into your shoes, love. You're looking a bit short. But, no, I think that the Pope should intervene. I think he should request an audience with Putin, and they should definitely talk it out. If anybody could persuade him, that would be quite good. Eileen says, if you paid me, I wouldn't eat black pudding or white pudding. No, I wouldn't either. Can't think of anything worse. When I was growing up in Ireland, my mum used to eat everything. Black pudding, liver, and even pig's feet. I'm surprised I'm not vegetarian. Yes, pig's feet, very popular. Trotters. You can go into the butcher and they will sell you trotters, and there's a restaurant in Paris and that's all they serve, pig's trotters. And no, I wouldn't eat something like that. No. They were doing a thing on YouTube the other day. Well, they weren't doing it, it's on there all the time. And it was a street market in Vietnam. And what was this woman cutting up that were alive? Frogs. And in fact, the woman who was watching and filming it was going, "Oh my God, they're still alive. They're still alive." And she was literally taking scissors, cutting the frog's legs off. And you remember thinking, it's alive. It's alive. I mean, just absolutely dreadful. The Chinese do braised pig's feet with soy sauce and spices. I couldn't eat that. I couldn't eat it. That's pig's trotters. No. And yet there is a restaurant. Mind you, I think in Paris there's a horse meat restaurant as well. Yeah, you can eat all sorts of things. And then they did another thing. It was a big fish that they had. It was alive. And the bloke in this Chinese market was skinning it alive with a knife. He's taking all the flesh off and all the rest. I'm thinking, it's alive. Shouldn't they kill them first? Then somebody said, "Oh, you're being too sort of wussy about it." I went, really? I mean, the frogs were still sort of wriggling about even after this woman had cut their legs off. And then they got thrown in this hot oil to be cooked. I don't know how I find it. I think because I was doing street food, I was looking at sweet and sour chicken. And because I love sweet and sour chicken. And they used to do a really nice one in my local Chinese, which isn't there anymore, the Zhong Min, which was very popular. The landlord wanted more money, and they didn't want to pay more money. So we've ended up with a pizza place, which is not half as exciting as a very good Chinese restaurant. But anyway, and they used to do, it was sort of fried little bits of chicken in the batter and then mixed in with the sauce and green and red peppers and stuff like that. It was delicious. You know, you could eat it as you were walking back home. It was as simple as, it was gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. I really used to like that. Lewis says, I think the biggest arena in Vegas is the T-Mobile. It holds 18,000. I went to watch UFC there. Makes Caesars look tiny. Well, actually, compared to that, Caesars is tiny. It's only 4,500 seats. I thought it was bigger. I thought it was like a stadium. But no. In fact, the one where Adele could be moving to is bigger than Caesars. And I thought Caesars was the biggest, but completely wrong. Completely wrong. So the Zappos Theatre is, I think, how many thousand people did we say there? 8,000 people. And Caesar's Palace, only 4,500. And somebody says, what's the latest on the tube strike? Oh, come on, you can't be that dim, surely. Yeah, it's a strike. They're on strike. On the tubes. OK? Blimey, honestly. You get some people. Did you go to school? You know, so it's tube strike day. What's the latest? They're on strike. On the tube. OK? Don't want to have to point out the patently obvious to you. What else do we have? Noisy clubs. Giving out earplugs. What's the point of that? If you go to a rave, not that I've ever been to a rave, but if you go to a club and they're playing sort of dance music, you know, we are family, I got all my sisters with me, and they give you earplugs, it's not the same effect, is it? You have to hear the music at a certain volume for it to be good. In fact, the louder it is, the better it is. A friend of mine from years and years ago, Rick James. Lots of old DJs get tinnitus. Yeah, well, they're old. That's why. They've gone deaf. My friend Rick James had a very simple DJ setup. He didn't have flashing lights or anything. He had 2 orange speakers. And the front of the orange speaker, they're like rope. They're literally made for throwing about these things, but they produce the best bass I've ever heard. Whereas I had 2 Carlsberg speakers, which looked better and looked a bit flat. They had plastic covers that went over them and all the rest of it. And my friend Rick had just a couple of SP25 turntables, and it was brilliant. The sound quality, you just literally plugged these orange speakers in. You could drop them from the top of the Empire State Building, and they probably still work the following day. And really, really good, but I could never afford orange speakers. I'd love to have bought stuff like that. That would be brilliant. What was the other one? Chanel Hayes. I don't know why they've all said, perhaps she's got an agent or something, because she was on Big Brother, I think, donkeys years ago. In fact, I thought she disappeared completely, but apparently not. The NASA boffins launching a mission to find life on Venus. I don't know why. Who wants to go and live on Venus? When they say life, they don't mean people walking around. What they mean is they're looking for water or something like that, or a microbe that's growing. Because there might be something out there. But I think it's very unlikely, isn't it? It might be so funny if they turned up and a little person pops up from behind a rock and goes, hello. You go, what the heck was that? Oh, yeah, how are you? They go, good Lord, they get everywhere. So we've done the Coronation Street Star, the Hot Cross Scones. Not sure about that. I've yet to find out why Delia isn't a MasterChef fan. I suppose because it's... do you know one of the most popular programmes she did? Telling people how to boil an egg. Because apparently students are completely thick as planks. You know, they can't do anything. You know, pot noodle stretches them. Seriously, students are terrible. They've got no idea whatsoever. The Duchess of Cornwall wept as she hugged the Ukrainian ambassador's wife, telling her, we are praying for you. They visited the Catholic Cathedral in central London. And Prince Charles was handed a homemade Stop Putin poster by a schoolgirl. He looked solemn as he paid tribute to the extraordinary bravery and fortitude of ordinary people. But Charles, who has united 5 of his charities to help relief efforts, said, our thoughts and prayers are with you. I think they need a bit more than thoughts and prayers. I don't want to be rude about it and not ungrateful, but, you know, they need a bit more than prayers. I don't think prayers can save them at the moment. Delia, why I can't watch Bake Off and hate MasterChef. We'll find out after the break.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning. Going the extra mile. You are going the extra mile. Definitely. I mean, firms helping Ukraine is absolutely unbelievable. It really is. It's fantastic. And a couple have bought an ultrasound machine, and then they drove 2,340 miles to deliver it. They moved to the UK from Ukraine 23 years ago, and they're determined to help their country. And so many people are doing all sorts of things. Oksana's dad is sheltering refugees and said, if the Russians come to my village, I will fight. If I kill one of them and they kill me, that'll be a good deal. We are frightened for them, but they are Ukrainian, and I don't think they see, even at their age, running away from Putin as something they would consider. Well, let's make them, shall we? Let's make them run away from Putin. Let's really make them. When the call goes into the National Lottery line and the answer is yes, it's a huge win. Some laugh, some cry, and others are speechless. Teresa Picton-Clark, 70, phoned in to confirm that she and her husband John had won $1 million. They screamed with joy, and she told the operator she was going to liberate a bottle of champagne, but they ended up liberating a fair few more, a total of 5, and waltzed around the living room. And a recording of their emotional call to the National Lottery has just been released. The champion ballroom dancer known as Terry says, even after a year, I still have to pinch myself. So they won £1 million. Camelot say, we see a lot of happy people in our job, but their reaction was certainly different. Some people feel sick. Some people jump up and down. And some people are having a party when we arrive. Others haven't told a single soul. I've even had people fainting. Wow. I know somebody who won the lottery, and now they act as an ambassador, helping people who've just won the lottery. They go round and talk to them. And can you believe that there is an elderly couple in this country, in Essex? They won the lottery some years ago and nobody knows, apart from Camelot. They've kept it quiet from family and friends. I don't know their names. I just know that they were so frightened to win money, and it was a fair amount of money. But I wouldn't be like that. I would just go, yes, thank you very much indeed. Will you be delivering it? If you won something interesting. We all dream, don't we? Everybody dreams, for goodness sake. I see giants of the children's literary world have paid tribute to Shirley Hughes, best known for her Alfie series. She died peacefully at home after a short illness on Friday. She was 94. She also created the kids' book Dogger. Warhorse author Sir Michael Morpurgo said she began the reading lives of so many millions. So, illustrated 200 books, selling more than 10 million copies, and was awarded a CBE and an OBE. And she came from West Kirby on Merseyside. There you go. I'd never heard of her. But obviously, different books in my day. I was all Enid Blyton, I'm afraid. Moscow police detaining these children, 5 children between 7 and 11. They were laying flowers at the Ukrainian embassy. And they were held for hours while 2 women faced trial on unspecified charges. This is Russians. This is Russians. Good old Putin. You're as thick as a brick, aren't you, mate? You really are. 5 children aged 7 to 11 with peace signs. No more war. And they get arrested. I mean, really, it's dreadful. Steve, did you know, says Warren, there is a couple in this country that won the lottery 3 times, a significant amount of money on each time, 7 figures plus each time, I believe. Yes, I mean, there are these people, you know, who win money and they don't want the publicity. But it must be a bit difficult. I mean, if you live on a street, just suppose you live on a council estate or something like that, and you win, you know, 320,000, 600,000, whatever it happens to be, how do you keep that quiet? Because you want to move. Yeah, but if you move, people go, well, they couldn't afford anything last week. They were doing Chinese takeaways. And pizza, they're in the north. They're always in the north. And you think somebody would know, somebody would guess. You know, I've just seen them driving a new car. You know, how'd they afford that? So it's very difficult to keep it. Whereas if I moved, it wouldn't make the slightest difference. Nobody would be going, oh, good, so Steve's changed the car. Well, he was dropping hints about it ages and ages ago. Steve, says Kim, I saw the cutest sight the other day. A wee family of blue tits trying to have a bit of a bath in a very shallow puddle. And they're only little. I know. They like a bit of a puddle, don't they? Mind you, I like a bit of a puddle myself. As kids, did you not used to, when you'd go out there, did you not jump in a puddle in your Wellington boots? Of course we did. Then your mum would say, don't do that. And so you jumped in again, heavily told off for jumping in puddles, you know, and you'd go home and then you'd have all mud up your boots and all the rest of it. But we loved jumping in puddles or filling that piles of leaves at autumn when the leaves start coming down from the tree, piles of leaves. We used to jump in those and kick them around and be really rebellious. Really rebellious. Steve says, Frank, my wife is rather partial to eating chicken feet. Chicken feet, very popular in China. Very popular. In fact, the guy on the YouTube channel who speaks fluent Cantonese and Fuganese as well, I think it's pronounced Fuganese, he eats chicken feet. I mean, you can give them to dogs as a bit of a thing, but they're eaten in many countries. And I couldn't eat those. Have you eaten those to market? No, thank goodness for that. I couldn't eat those because it looks like the animal. If you eat sweet and sour chicken balls or something, it doesn't look like the animal, does it? It just looks like bits of chicken in sort of a crispy batter. Oh, I love it, honestly. If you watch them doing it on the street markets, they're literally filling up these, you know, tanks which are full of hot oil and then doing it. It looks delicious. It really does. Then they pour, and it tells you how to make the sauce as well. Which I thought, no, I'll just go and buy that Blue Dragon stuff. Yeah, the Blue Dragon sauce is delicious, absolutely delicious. Another picture of Victoria Dreary Beckham. What is the matter? Why can't she smile? Smile, love. You can do it. I know you can do it. I know it can be done. But she went to Fashion Week. What does she do there? Do people go, sorry about your business? You know, she can't keep it going much longer, can she? I mean, I don't know how it's doing it. Plus. The BBC is to present its most ambitious schedule of a new factual programme for its centenary year. Can't wait for it. What is it? It's called Dinosaurs, The Final Day. Will showcase the first proof the beasts were wiped out by an asteroid. OK, I've already told you now. They were wiped out by an asteroid. End of programme. 66 million years ago. What else do you want to know? Oh, look at that. Look at that. Lisa says, put the poster up in the kitchen, love the show, but because I was sitting in seat 1A, I was first up on stage. I wasn't expecting it, so forgot my phone and the book I wanted you to sign. Will be more prepared next time, says Leslie in South Croydon. That picture's very flattering, isn't it? Honestly, look at him, the innocence of the boy. It's not a suit. No, it was just a casual jacket. That was taken for the official picture. I don't even think the shirt was mine. I don't think I've ever had a blue shirt. What year was that picture taken? 1870. But I don't know what year it was. It was taken a while ago. It was taken a while ago. And around the back, if you go round the back of the jacket, it's held together with pegs to make it look as though it fits properly. Terrible, isn't it, really? Terrible, terrible, terrible. Can't have everything. Although we do try, don't we? We do try. David must be propping up Victoria's business, says Warren. Well, I know that he has done in the past. She asked him for money, then she borrowed money from somebody else. And then somebody said to her, listen, people who know about these things, why don't you just do it online? If you do it online, you save the expense of having a very expensive shop, because it's not turning over the sort of money that it should be. Indiana Jones star Harrison Ford spared the crew of his new film a whip round, paying for their wrap party himself. He'd stopped in to pay for a swanky bash, dubbed Raiders of the Forbidden Bar, out of his own pocket. Well, he's worth a fortune. So I didn't really see that as being a problem. It's a nice thing to do. I mean, he didn't have to. He's 79. But, he's got the money to do it. And it was at the Bike Shed, Shoreditch, 6 till late. I'm sorry, it was 26th of February, so we've missed out again. But he actually paid for it, which is very nice. But how much drink can they have? I mean, I went to a party the other day, Mr. Moyles' party, and you don't have to put your hands in your pocket. You really don't. You don't have to put your hands in your pocket. You don't have to pay for anything. Food, drink, whatever you wanted to drink. It's not like, one of those things was limited where they say, oh, we're just doing just beer and wine. Yeah, and a token for that. No, it was all free. I had a couple of double vodkas. Don't pick on me. Steve says, Wayne, my son is type 1 diabetes, like you. He sent his driving licence off months ago. He's still waiting for it to come back. It's got to be because of being a diabetic. Yes, mine is because I'm on a 3-year restriction. And so if he sent it off, it's probably that. I sent mine off, came back after a week. Oh, and has a child. We used to have pig's feet. My mother used to eat the tail. Ooh, no. No. Yeah, but apparently there is a waiting list because they've got lots of people off sick. And so if you're doing a driving licence where you've got to, I have to fill in like a book thing, and then you send it back, and then eventually, but they did say it takes time. If you do it online, it's quicker. But I decided to send it off. What I'll do is I'll give them a few more weeks and I'll ring them. I'm still waiting for my watch to come back, if you please. How long ago was that? 23rd of January. 6 weeks. They said 6 to 8 weeks. God, honestly. If only I'd realised. I'm wearing another watch at the moment. I've got another little watch, which is quite nice. It's showing the wrong time. What's the matter with that? Honestly, all my watches, they start giving up slowly but surely. Oh, and I forgot to tell you about Delia giving MasterChef a roasting. We will do that. We'll do that the other side of the news. And the driver who faked her own death in a road rap dodge bid. You crook. Her name is Zoe Bernard. She's gone to prison. And the story you will not believe. I didn't believe it. And guess what's making a comeback in one region, thanks to the efforts of conservationists? The golden eagle is making a comeback. All of that and more, other side of the news, which is next.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, good luck, says Chris in Folkestone. Steve, waiting for your driving licence. My dad's been waiting for 5 months. It's easier to draw blood from a stone than actually speak to somebody from DVLA. It's all automated responses. Well, apparently, and we did find this out on the programme, you can drive for a year if you don't have your driving licence. I mean, mine expired, I think, on the 11th of February. But you can drive for a year without having it because of the backlog and how long it takes to get these things through, especially if you're diabetic and you have to fill in the form and send it back so they can find out whether or not you've had a hypo at the wheel, which, of course, I haven't. But it should be fairly straightforward. So I'm well prepared to wait. I have nothing else to do. It doesn't make any difference to me. So culinary queen and TV presenter Delia Smith, 80. Now, I remember her when she was on Live and Kicking in the morning, the Saturday television programme on the BBC, I think. And she's 80 now. And she's revealed she never watches MasterChef. In an uproarious interview, the woman who taught us all how to cook doesn't mince her words. She tells why the latest book is the recipe for a more fulfilling life. She sold 21.5 million cookbooks. She hates MasterChef because the show discourages people from cooking. In fact, she said she's never heard of half the ingredients. Half the ingredients on there. She's never watched The Great British Bake Off because of emotion and stuff. She spent lockdown writing a new book about the purpose of life itself. And she says here that I've never watched The Great British Bake Off. I just can't do it. I can't do Strictly Come Dancing either. I can't do all this screaming and hugging and all this emotion. It's not me at all. The austerity is reflected in some of the things she's turned down over the years. A cookery chat show, a 10-minute cooking slot on a prime-time show, a publishing deal that meant a new book every year. She says, I only write one when I've got something to say. Many years ago, Tony Blair, the then Prime Minister, offered her a peerage, but she turned it down. She said, where would I find the time to do it justice? I was doing a television series, I was writing books. There was no way I could sit in the House of Lords and give the role the attention it deserved. And I always remember she did it in a house. She had a little conservatory. And she would film, and that was it. Her husband, Michael Wynne Jones, does most of the cooking in the home, but he uses her recipes. So there you go. So she doesn't like any of that sort of stuff. It's all very interesting, isn't it? I quite like it. I like the idea. She's still feisty. She's 80. I know. You wouldn't believe it, would you? I mean, it is phenomenal. Steve Allen, 67. Here's a motorist in all the papers today who faked her own death in a bid to avoid prosecution for driving offences, has been jailed for 8 months. Zoe Bernard, 38, is a crook. An out-and-out crook. She was already banned from the roads when she was arrested for driving. So she's already out there causing mayhem. And she failed to stop. Posing as her sister Shanice, in phone calls to the police, she told them Zoe was ill and had then died. I mean, she seriously is that thick. She even applied for a death certificate, the court heard, but as no death was recorded on the register, a certificate was not issued. Judge Martin Beddoes said at Southwark Crown Court this was an effort to deceive the police. Bernard of Kensington in West London, who previously admitted perverting justice, got 8 months of which he'll serve half of it. What a crook. Zoe Bernard, 38, a lying little so-and-so. Shouldn't have been on the roads, but she was driving. And she got caught again. Not very good. Be careful if you can't drive 3 years without a licence, if you've been banned. Be careful, stay if you can't drive 3 years without a licence. What's that mean, Warren? What are you talking about? I'm on a 3-year restricted licence. Every 3 years it gets upgraded. So, but I'm not banned. I'm just diabetic. I'm diabetic. So you have to send your thing back. And there you go. Steve, I'm type 2 and submitted paperwork to renew the licence August 21st. Received my new style licence January 22nd. You can't get through on the phone or via the internet to chase it up, says Tony. Yeah, I mean, it's a new... Well, mine's been exactly the same licence. It's not a new style. In fact, I've kept all the old ones because they just send you another one. And it just says when it runs out. And in my case, they're 3 years. So it'll be from now and it'll be 3 years. But hopefully the DVLA will sort of get round to it eventually. I mean, how many of us diabetics there are out there driving? Because there must be some people, they say, no, we're not going to let you drive, because they have the power to do that. And that's when you take them to court. And you discover that. Sorry, I was referring to your comment, says Warren, when you said you can drive for a year without a licence. I said, and what I meant was, you can't drive for a year without a licence if you've been banned. Yeah. But yes, well, obviously, if you've been banned. But no, if your licence is going back to be replaced and you don't actually... So the police could stop me now and say, your licence has expired. And I go, yes, but I can drive for a year with it being expired. Nothing to do with being banned at all, OK? Enid Blyton first wrote of the Famous Five's improbable escapades and incredible picnics with lashings of ginger beer way back in 1942. 80 years on, the grown-ups have voted the Famous Five series the best-loved kids' books of all time. The Adventures of Julian, Dick, Anne, George and Dog Timmy outshone J.K. Rowling's Boy Wizard, Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone. And so what they've actually done is they've compiled the adult top 20 children's books. So how many do you remember? I know it's a daft sort of thing here. Number 20, A Bear Called Paddington. I don't think anybody would ever deny that Paddington is a hero and should be applauded and probably given an OBE or a knighthood at the very least. He is a master at everything that he does. Should be Arise, Sir Paddington. 19 is Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets. Roald Dahl's Matilda is next. Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone. Treasure Island, Robert Louis Stevenson. Peter Pan, J.M. Barrie. The Big Friendly Giant by Roald Dahl. 14, Anna Sewell's Black Beauty. Very popular. The Secret Garden, number 12. I like The Secret Garden. Number 11, The Tale of Peter Rabbit by Beatrix Potter. Number 10, The Railway Children by Edith Nesbit. I like we love the Railway Children, didn't we? We just liked the Railway Children. What can you do about it? It was just one of those great things. Alice's Adventures in Wonderland. I read it, but I never really took to it very much. I couldn't really care less. That's at number 9. Number 8, Mr. Men and Little Miss Books by Roger Hargreaves. 7 is The Jungle Book by Rudyard Kipling. Number 6, The Very Hungry Caterpillar. Wind in the Willows, number 5. Like Wind in the Willows, that was quite good, wasn't it? Winnie the Pooh by A.A. Milne. No, it was all right, I suppose. Not as good as Paddington. Charlie and the Chocolate Factory by Roald Dahl, or Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. It's the same kind of thing. The Lion, the Witch and the Wardrobe by C.S. Lewis at number 2. And number 1, The Famous Five series by Enid Blyton. Kirin Island, Adventures on Kirin Island. And do you remember when the comic people did it? And they had Uncle Quentin as this raving homosexual. And it was just, it played by the guy who was in Crossroads. And I can't remember, but he was gay in real life. But they sort of made him out to be all sort of simpery and all the rest of it. It was still very good. No, not the chef. No, David Hunter, his name was. He ran the motel. He'd sit down there listening to his classical music of a night time, which was fantastic. And don't worry, just ignore me. Says, I've got no idea, says Warren, what I'm doing at this time of the morning. My brain doesn't function properly. Talking about licences, have you seen the new passport? All very blue and very Brexity. God knows, he says, what James O'Brien's going to do when he gets a blue passport. He won't be happy walking around with it, bless him. I do love James. Oh, he'll love it. He secretly loves it, you know. I think you've been fooled. Actually, according to the DVLA, diabetics can continue driving if your licence has expired if DVLA has received your correct and complete application within the last 12 months. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. I've never had a hypo at the wheel. Why would I? Even because I'm diabetic. But I'm good. I'm a very good diabetic, sort of. I nearly had custard this morning. No, yesterday. I was going to put it on the pancakes, and I thought, trying eating those, that's going to be all messy, and I know, in the end, I didn't bother. Steve, I was caught doing 46 miles an hour in a 40-mile-an-hour zone on the A10. I was given 3 points. They wanted my licence. I sent it off and had it back within 6 days, said Stella. Wow. Yes, sometimes they go like that, don't they, where they sort of say, yeah, we're going to give you 3 penalty points. Do you remember Fanny Craddock, says Catherine? I do remember Fanny Craddock, of course, with her husband Johnny. On the television. Yes. Don't you wish all donuts were like Fanny's, I think, is the slogan, because that's what people... Because she would cook it. She was very bossy in the kitchen. She made Keith Floyd look as though he was the archangel. Seriously, she was very bossy. Eileen in Scarborough says, I've just Googled chicken's feet and I can't believe people eat them. Yuck. I thought trotters were bad enough. Is there nothing people won't eat? Nope. Apparently, in any Chinese household, they'll eat anything with legs as long as it's not the table. Seriously, it's all edible. If you go to these Chinese markets, like, you know, in China, they've got every animal under the sun. Every animal. Actually, talking of animals, we were talking about the other day on the programme, the Colosseum in Rome, and I was saying it was a theatre of death. Theatre of death. 40,000 people would cram into the Colosseum on a daily basis. And because of the system of stairways and everything else, they could get people in and out really quick. Really, really quick. It was they were very good indeed. And on the first day it opened, the Colosseum, 5,000 animals were lined up to lose their lives. That's how many animals there were. And they kept them in cages, if it was lions, tigers and everything else, in cages, which they could then winch up. There were lift shafts all the way around the Colosseum, and they would winch them up, and then the animal would get out, and it would run up a plank thing into the arena. And then it was all, you know, and the Romans didn't think it was barbaric. They thought it was seriously good entertainment. That's what they thought. So glad they're not here anymore. I took my driving licence to a post office in Luton on Monday at 11. The new one arrived on Thursday post. A miracle, says Steve. Yeah, but you see, you're not a diabetic. You're not diabetic. You see, diabetics, you've got to fill in a form. In fact, actually, the more you're diabetic, the bigger the form. And it's like a little book. Tick this, you know, and it takes forever. Catherine says, I love the faraway tree in the enchanted wood. I sometimes feel as though I'm living in a faraway tree, actually, on this programme. Why not? Why not?
LBC.
Nice to have your company this morning. Just gone 20 6:30. I only mention that because, just in case you hadn't realised, it's another tube strike day, which means that not only there's nothing going, quite clearly, as there wasn't yesterday. In fact, all the tube stations are locked up. There'll be people standing outside picketing like anybody's remotely interested. And you just have to get on with it, I'm afraid. And it will take them forever tomorrow to get it back to normal, as indeed it did yesterday. But then yesterday we had the added problem of the overground trains going out of Waterloo, that there had been an incident, and that basically cancelled trains left, right and centre. It's amazing to see people piling onto trains, just desperate to get out of a station as quick as possible. Main developments from Ukraine overnight. The Russian forces have seized control, we're told, of the key southern port of Kherson. That's according to local officials. We're not sure if that's been verified as yet. It's the first major Ukrainian city to be taken since the invasion began. I mean, anything that Putin ever thought about it being an easy ride or a pushover have been thrown out with the bathwater. In the past few hours, loud explosions have been shaking Kyiv and other cities, with footage showing a huge fireball lighting up the night sky in the capital. A US defense official said that the massive convoy of Russian military vehicles has stalled due to fuel and food shortages. They can't get it there. The Ukrainian President Zelensky released a late-night video praising the courage of citizens in defending their country. An investigation into possible war crimes in Ukraine has been launched by the International Criminal Court in The Hague. And more than 1 million people have now fled Ukraine since the start of the invasion, the UN says, with the number rising rapidly. And all these different organisations and individuals throughout the length and breadth of this land and abroad and in all the countries who are opposed to war, which is just about everybody, people are donating clothes and medicine. They need help with medicine. They need help with clothing. You know, tinned food would be very good. Anything, really, because they've got nothing. Mind you, very shortly we'll be holding a benefit for Moscow, because they're not doing very well either, because as the country's economy collapses, one of the effects of the sanctions which we've placed on it, they can't get money out of cash point machines. They're trying to sort of quickly change it into dollars, but unfortunately their efforts have been thwarted. Shops are running out of food, and people are not doing very well. And they're supposed to be apparently the winners. I think not. I think not. Penman investigates in the Mirror today. Very interesting, talking about, he says, I'll never know who's been on the phone to me using an arsenal of hard sell tactics trying to get hold of my savings. Because people do cold calling. Now, I don't answer a telephone. If my phone rings, I look at the number. If I don't know it or it doesn't come up and it's in my phone book, I'm not interested. They'll have to leave a message, and if they don't leave a message, they're not worth having. But anyway, he says the name he used was Joe Dennis, which I assume to be a pseudonym. The business he works for is called Eco Investors Limited. And according to company's house records, there's one director called Anthony Irons. Now, this could be made up, writes Mr. Penman, because Companies House can't verify the identity of directors. Mr. Dennis, who presumably didn't know I'm a journalist, has been urging me to buy bonds in a building company that offers 12% return. He stated in the opening phone call, we're regulated by the Financial Conduct Authority very closely. This is a lie. The company is not regulated. He also said his company caters to more risk-averse investors, yet any bonds paying as much as 12% will be high risk. He's stressed that this company was a successful company valued at $8.4 million, according to its latest accounts. He didn't reveal the accounts also show it made just over £550,000 loss, something potential investors. Anyway, basically, he was doing hard selling on the telephone. And basically what Penman does is he poo-poos it all. He's investigated this company thoroughly and found out that basically this bloke who came on was a crook. And they're not even sure he exists. So he sent an email to Eco Investors detailing the shabby tactics. And he got a reply back. The employee you spoke to has been working with us for a short period of time, and we now realise more training needs to be given to maintain the high standard we expect of our staff. The email was signed by the director, Anthony Irons, but does this person even exist? He said, I can't find any record of Irons of Eco Investors on social media or as a director of any other company, and the company wouldn't answer my questions about him. Company's house records are no help either, because the address he lists is the same virtual office listed by Eco Investors. The failure of Companies House to verify the details filed by directors is a charlatan's dream. So be warned, if anybody phones you from Eco Investors, goodbye. Put the phone down. It's so much easier that way. I'm totally convinced as well that Demi Moore has had facial reconstruction surgery. It just doesn't quite look right. She's 59 now, and she went to the Saint Laurent women's wear show. That's all they do now. What do people do? Do they go there and buy things? They walk out with goodie bags or something? I don't know. But I looked at her the other day because I remember her from the film. And I'm totally convinced that people go in there now and that, A, they can't smile because they've had Botox. And so, as poor old Watsit said a short while ago, she said that she couldn't frown and hadn't frowned since she was 40. Not Courtney Cox, no, the woman who folds towels, Anthea, little Anthea folding her towels. She said she'd not frowned since she was 40 years old, which is some years ago now. But there you go. DC Comics have lost a court battle to kill off a British Wonder Mum cosmetic line it said could tarnish its Wonder Woman icon. The superhero first hit shelves 70 years ago before being turned into a series. Did you ever see it with Linda Carter? Wonder Woman, and she would spin round and then she'd emerge as Wonder Woman. DC, which is the comics, said Unilever had crossed the copyright line as people will link Wonder Woman to its creation. But a High Court judge dismissed DC's appeal, ruling there are too many differences between the products. Last year, the case was thrown out of the Intellectual Property Office. And Mr. Justice Green agreed, saying average shoppers would not be confused by the Wonder Mum mark into thinking it was linked to Wonder Woman. So, I mean, it's like that shop the other day. They didn't, we have a Chinese restaurant named exactly the same as yours. You must stop immediately. And you think to yourself, honestly, it's just bully boy tactics, isn't it? And this argument, which is taking place between two of the biggest jewellery companies, I haven't quite got to grips with it. I shall try and read up about it today, just out of, trying to find out exactly what's going on between two of our top jewellery companies, one accusing the other of stealing this. Oh, dear, honestly. You just thought, it was so much easier in the world if things were sort of so much nicer, but they're not. Ronnie Allen was the Crossroads actor. Although he was gay, he married his on-screen wife, Barbara, played by Sue Lloyd. Oh, yes, I remember, Anthony. Very well indeed. Very well. Yes. I mean, I don't think in those days it was easier to come out. His boyfriend was an antique stealer, I seem to remember. Or was that Dirk Bogart's boyfriend? I lose track of it. I really do. My favourite books as a child were the Jennings series about a boy called Jennings and his friend Derbyshire and their life at boarding school. But wherever I mention it to anybody, nobody's ever heard of them. Oh, God, the Jennings books, Kev, were absolutely top of the list. I didn't read them either, but I knew about Jennings and Derbyshire and their life at boarding school, but I never read them either. So you actually read them. Perhaps I should start getting hold of the Jennings books. Start reading all these things again. Winnie says, I used to love watching Hudson and Hall's cookery show. So entertaining. They were on the BBC. They came over from Australia. They were an item. They were two gay boys. Men. And also Hot Chefs introduced us to the late Gary Rhodes and his long-suffering assistant, Paul Vince, who got regularly shouted at. I couldn't believe it when Gary Rhodes died. I really couldn't. I mean, he was so young, so young. But Hudson and Halls came in. Unfortunately, they were fairly old. In fact, they were very old, and they did this very campy programme. To be honest with you, you need to watch it back on YouTube to appreciate what it was, because I thought it was actually very funny. But I do remember we had a slight problem. We sent them home in a cab one day, and the cab driver phoned up to complain that they'd both been incontinent in his car, which wasn't the best thing we'd ever heard. But they died shortly afterwards. And I remember thinking that's a shame, because they hadn't really got a chance to be established. But they were just being camp in the kitchen and throwing meals together. It was very entertaining. But Gary Rhodes was the one that I was very surprised. I went to one of his restaurants once, and I was in the kitchen watching him cooking, and I thought he was lovely, absolutely lovely. Nice person. Too many at the moment on the television, far too many. Every time you turn on the television, there's another blooming cook or chef or whatever they are. 6:30.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, everybody. 25 minutes to 7. They're launching an appeal today by the UK's Disaster Emergency Committee to help the hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians fleeing the country. So 15 UK charities, 15, including the British Red Cross, Oxfam and Save the Children, are joining together to ask the public to donate. Homes, as you know, in the Ukraine have been destroyed. Water supplies, hospitals and schools have been hit. The charities say people urgently need food, water, shelter and medical care. Public donations to the appeal will be doubled by the UK government, up to a total of 20 million. All you have to do is search DEC Ukraine Appeal. That's DEC Ukraine Appeal online, and all the information's on there. There's also adverts in many of the papers today. So DEC Ukraine Appeal, and you can find that online, and then maybe you can help them as well. Charles was out the other day, deeply moved by the Ukrainian bravery. I think everybody's been moved by it, and now they're sort of looking at Abramovich, and they've done an interview with Dominic Midgley, who's Abramovich's biographer. He's with a ballerina. What they talk about, I can't imagine. He has a UK mansion worth £170 million. He's got a private jet. It's obviously the cheaper end, $48.5 million. Seems to be quite a nice jet for $48.5 million. But it's his ship, his Solaris yacht that he's got, which is worth £430 million. I mean, where do they get this money from? So he's trying to offload Chelsea now with a £3 billion price tag. And as I say, well, I mean, I can't imagine who would be wanting to buy it. I mean, who would buy that unless it was somebody who had that sort of money hanging around? So there is pressure, isn't there? I think from Boris Johnson to sanction him and other oligarchs as well. So he's put the £3 billion price tag on it, but said the proceeds would be given to a charitable foundation for the benefit of all victims of the war in Ukraine. So basically he's kicking Putin in the teeth, isn't he? That's the way I'm reading it. If he's trying to sort of help the people of Ukraine, surely if Putin is his friend, he can actually get him to stop this war. It would be the best for everybody. Nobody can stay. You can't. But you hope for the miracle, don't you? But unfortunately, he said he would also not be asking for a £1.5 billion debt he is owed by the club to be repaid. God, how much money has he got? I mean, he must have loads and loads of money. So he's got... he's also got a 3-storey penthouse at Chelsea waterfront, which he paid $22 million for. But it's the 15-bed mansion at Kensington Palace Gardens. And that you can drive up, actually. Or, well, you can't drive up. You can walk up Kensington Palace Gardens. It's right next to the Royal Garden Hotel. And you can walk up. Have a look at some of the mansions up there. There's also lots of building work that takes place where there's sort of somebody will buy a mansion for $100 million and then spend another 200 doing it up. It's quite phenomenal. It's worth going up there. So they printed a picture of what his home looks like. Shouldn't imagine he spends much time there. But I quite like the super yacht. Although, you know, I just don't see the point of having all these sort of things. I suppose it's the oligarch way, isn't it? But as they've just found another dead oligarch in his garage, you know, you'd be worrying if you had that much money. Steve, I listen to you every morning during my walk on my way to work in Paddington, which is very good. And Sarah says, as a child, I loved going to the library to take out my favourite books by Enid Blyton, Adventures, which featured Kiki, the talking parrot, Secret 7, Famous 5 and Millie Molly Mandy. Wow. P.S. Hotel Chocolat stock vegan chocolate. Thank you. We have a... Sorry, what? What's the matter? Where's Hotel Chocolat? Oh, that's in Kingston. That's in the marketplace. Well, just as you're going into the marketplace, which is quite nice. I've been there before. I saw a couple of chocolates I quite fancied the look of, and so I did some years ago. Steve, there is some consolation on the delayed licence debacle. My licence expired July last year and only arrived late February, and I'm type 2 also. Thankfully, my new 3-year licence commenced the date it was issued, so it expires Feb 2025, says Mike in Manchester. Oh, yeah, I mean, I'm not unduly worried. Like, you know, if it goes to a year and I'm still not received the thing, then I might be slightly worried. Steve, what I don't quite understand, says Mike, about the tube strikes is that if the workers are so desperately disappointed with their employment situation that they make the whole of London suffer too and make it deliberately awkward by the way they time it, why don't they just look for another job? Well, I mean, that'd be far too simple. My goodness sake, honestly. Sultana says, I listen to you every morning. on my way into work. Chicken feet are rich in collagen. Friends at school would joke when I'd mention I loved bone juices and marrow. Bone broth, it's the trend these days. Oh, no, I'm not sure about that. Made me feel all queasy, I'm afraid. So the tube strike, 10,000 RMT union members set to walk out. You're right, actually. If they're really not happy, go and find another job. Tell them where you worked last time. See how well you do. Because the disruption, I think they've said don't travel until at least 7:30. That was yesterday, because when I got back to Waterloo Station, all the gates to the underground were closed because there was nothing running, because they hadn't got the trains in the right places. So basically, they've screwed up big time. They've won nobody's support. The public are not supporting them in this. We've got bigger things to think about than people who are earning serious money. You know, I think the drivers on the underground, basic is 55,000, going up to around 80,000 with your overtimes. £80,000. A dream for most people. Joanne Webb will keep you up to date all morning if you're trying to get around London this morning. But as we know, we've done it the other day. We can do it today. We can do it every day. We just stand there. We don't moan about it, because otherwise there's no point in moaning about it, is there? No point in moaning to the bus driver. But it's amazing how many people have obviously never been on buses before, because you get people going in the Strand. We pulled in, there were loads of people at the bus stop by Robert Dias. And the guy goes, "Are you going near the law courts?" This is the Penge bus. No, we're going over Waterloo Bridge. We're going nowhere near the law courts. So people don't know where they're going. They really don't know. But they haven't achieved anything. Absolutely nothing at all. So in other words, they'll have the strike today. They'll all go back to work tomorrow, eventually. And we just carry on again. What have they achieved? Nothing. Apart from being hated by everybody in the country. Gary Rhodes, Steve, was great. With a 9-year-old pupil with cancer, he was the only celebrity who replied to the child's letters. Gary visited him and gave him utensils and cook's clothing. Great guy. I thought he was good. I thought he was lovely. Charles in Keston says, Steve, I also read and thoroughly enjoyed the Jennings books when growing up. Thoroughly recommended. I know, you see, Kevin, you are not alone in this. The Jennings books were famous. They gave all these posh middle-class kids all these names like Derbyshire and Jennings and stuff like that. They're names you don't hear, do they? Steve, I got my new driving licence this week because I got married and changed my name. It's a new UK one, only just like the passports. It's a new design, says Natalie in Croydon. Apparently Waitrose now sell Hotel Chocolat. Not when I was there yesterday, Bex. I didn't see anything at all. I mean, they've got loads of chocolate in. I'm just looking for vegan chocolate. I don't want anything else. I only want vegan chocolate, but I couldn't find it. And so I shall go to Hotel Chocolat and I shall say to the woman behind the counter, excuse me, young lady, do you have any vegan chocolate that I may purchase with my new debit card? Very excited. A new debit card, which actually lasts for quite a few years, which is very good. It lasts about 2025. Not bad at all. Mail Force Appeal is going to Care International. They've sent their first £500,000. The Brave Aid workers organised a convoy of 5 trucks loaded with humanitarian aid on Sunday. They want more. They want food. They want sleeping bags. They want mats. They want nappies. They want hygiene kits for families fleeing the fighting. They want everything. Jumpers, clothes, whatever you've got, they'll take. We have a Ukrainian restaurant in Twickenham and they're doing it, but search D.E.C.Ukraine appeal online and there's details of how you can make a donation to help out, because everybody in the world, barring a few people, are totally behind Ukraine. They just want to live their lives. Already, I've told you this morning that that little girl who was on the front of the paper who died, Polina, and she had, together with her mummy and daddy, they were all shot dead in their car, authorised by Putin, a mass murderer, blood on his hands, no two ways about it. And now it turns out her brother has just died in hospital as well. So there's just one little girl left out of the family. And then the 3 boys playing football and a bomb landed. They got taken to hospital. One boy lost both legs and sadly he's died as well. Putin doesn't care about children. He's not remotely interested. Yet he has children of his own. You would think that this man could at least have some sort of humanity and humility in everything he does, but he's got nothing at all. He's sort of somebody who's on a mission, and nobody is going to tell him anything at all. I think he's made the biggest mistake of his life. I say life, I'm hoping it's going to be the other, but you can't have everything, can you? 7:15.
LBC.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. 10:07. If you're hearing the programme for the first time, it's very nice to hear your company. Over in Russia, 6,000 Russian scientists have signed a statement calling the invasion of Ukraine frankly senseless. But as poor old bloated and pale Putin, do you know last year voted the best looking man in Russia? Can only assume they don't have Specsavers over there. But here he is now this week. I mean, 2018, you know, he was able to take his shirt off and ride a horse and wrestle with tigers and, you know, giants and all the rest of it. Now look at him, fat and bloated and balding. Not exactly the best look, but I've managed to carry it off for years, so I see no reason why it shouldn't be carried through. And these scientists have declared a strong protest against the hostilities. They've done an open letter posted online. Well, they'll be arrested very shortly, won't they? Let's face it, if in Moscow they're actually arresting children, you know, little children between 7 and 11, 5 of them, they've got their little banners saying no more war. And because they laid flowers at the Ukrainian embassy, they've been arrested. Little children. Little children. Putin, the man's scared of children. Frightened of little children. What are they going to do? Blow him up? Don't make me say it, for God's sake. But here they all are. You know, I mean, the youngest was 7. Apparently their mum told her the moment where all their children screamed and wept when they were taken into custody. Well, the whole world is with them. Absolutely. Just because they laid flowers at the Ukrainian embassy. They're that sick over there. Not looking promising in Moscow, is it, really? They've got rebellions on their own doorstep, let alone the things that they're trying to deal with over in Ukraine. But you'll hear it all day on LBC. James says, my passport arrived 2 days ago and is now dark blue, almost black. What sort of nonsense is this? What happened to Burgundy? Yes, unfortunately, as I say, imagine how James O'Brien's feeling. I mean, he must be going through deep depression on it. I've never quite followed everything that goes on, but one likes to be interested. So I'm definitely going to sort of wait. I mean, I'm not bothered about the driving licence, because I appreciate the fact that when we had COVID, they had it worse, and they were saying, they did advise me. They said easier to do it online. But I decided not to. I stupidly popped it in an envelope and stuck it in the post. Elvis Costello, Oliver's Army is here to stay, has revealed, wait for this one, I've never heard of this before, he used to drink, I can't even believe I'm telling you this, diluted fairy liquid to help with his voice. His dad, as you know, sang, I'm a secret lemonade drinker. Oh, what? He says, my favourite is one a very renowned throat doctor told me years ago. He's passed away, but he wrote books about the voice. He told me to try 1 drop, we're not exactly talking, half a ton of this stuff, 1 drop of fairy liquid in a kind of spray that you use to spray flowers to keep green fly away. He said that stops your cords from sticking. He says you spray it into your mouth, but you can't taste it because it's so diluted. Well, there you go. The Daily Star have got a comment on that, actually. I mean, I wouldn't be advising people to try it, but because we could be blowing bubbles for the remainder of the day, couldn't you? We used to do that, actually. If we didn't have shampoo, because we used to run out of things when we were little, we would use fairy liquid to wash your hair. I have to be honest, it did make my hair go a bit frizzy. It wasn't one of the best looks I've ever had. But because before then it was Wright's Coal Tar soap and all the rest of it. And then we stopped using soap at about 15. I don't know why. All of a sudden soap became unfashionable. And yet we used to get adverts on the television for Lux and Camay and all these other... And I remember thinking it was so luxurious. And then all of a sudden it fizzled out and people went on to liquid soap because soap was quite drying. But I remember distinctly, if you would put a little bit of water in the shampoo bottle to try and make it go a little bit further. Do you remember that? We all did that. Waitrose sell vegan chocolate, says Carrot. No, I've been through completely. I was there yesterday. Vegan chocolate, says Pat, is sold in Holland and Barrett. I saw it the other day. Well, we don't. Oh, we do have a Holland and Barrett. We do. I don't know, I just imagine going to Holland and Barrett. They called it a health food shop. Then I always imagine that all the other ones are sort of unhealthy. Why do I want to give it as a present to somebody, but they're vegan. Very nosy this morning, aren't we? Ooh, what are you buying vegan stuff for, eh? Didn't tell me about that one. What else we got? The son of John Sullivan, the late Only Fools and Horses creator, is running out of space to store show merchandise. He's got tons of it. He's got so much stuff. He says, I'm running out of space to store. I don't know what to do with it. He says he chose pretty much every song in the series. He's taken legal action against a dining experience, saying it infringes the classic sitcom's copyright. And he says, my concern always is to avoid confusion. My concern is the future. Lawyers representing the dining experience dispute the claims. But you can't just sort of start pinching something, pretending it's your idea, because it's not. It's not. We've also got a great picture of the moon, clearest one, taken by an astrophotographer in his garden, Arizona snapper Andrew McCarthy, who layered 60,000 individual images, said I was thrilled with the result. So it's the clearest ever view that we've got of the moon. Because I used to think years ago you could see little spacecraft going round it if you stared at it on a clear night, and it turns out you can't actually, so I didn't bother. The couple in the paper today who believe that their cat is the first feline to have suffered long COVID. I don't even know what long COVID is, but apparently the cat has lost its sense. It's called Bruce. I mean, seriously, anybody who calls a cat Bruce, there's something the matter with them. But it's a case of Bruce is surviving, and he's lost his sense of taste and smell after catching the bug. Apparently he was so sick he had to be fed through a tube for more than a month. He was so ill he just wouldn't eat anything, but he's racked up a bill at the vets of £5,000 already. I've always said to people, if ever people say, oh, I think I'll get a dog or a cat, I go, get insurance. Get insurance. You'll never afford the bills. You really won't. It's just too expensive. But apparently the Professor Margaret Hosier, virology expert at the University of Glasgow, said get a blood test which revealed that Bruce had antibodies for the Delta variant, proving he'd been infected before. Poor soul, honestly. I've even heard of diabetic cats and dogs. Diabetic cats and dogs. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? So Hollywood bosses think British soaps are incredible. I suppose they are, really, if you come from Hollywood, where it's all a little bit sort of fantastic. BAFTA winner Darren Little, the only writer to pen more than 100 episodes of EastEnders and Coronation Street, said moguls are in awe. He said, I've actually sat in several big Hollywood network and streamer companies telling them how we make 30-minute shows with 4 stories running through each episode, going out 4 nights primetime a week, and they're like, how? Because the Americans are a little bit slow. Do you know they actually have, in a lot of their comedy shows, they'll do a gag if it's a comedy show, and if it doesn't get much reaction, they'll say to the audience, did you not get the gag? And they'll go, no. So they'll have a team of writers in another room rewriting the gag, and then they will re-record it, and they go, ha, 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 ha. Oh, that was better, was it? Yes. That's how it works. Shame it doesn't work over here, but take my word for it, it does not. That's about it. Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Welcome to Friday. What a week. I mean, seriously, what a week. I don't think I've ever known anything like it in all my 43 years of being with LBC. I've never known anything like it. I mean, we lived through the Falklands War, but never with the threats that were being bandied around. And one of the headlines on the papers this morning says, as the Russian troops reduce certain cities to rubble, who will rid the world of this ranting madman? And the answer is, it will happen. I have no doubt in my mind. I mean, he can't spend his entire life living in a bunker, can he? He will come out at some point, and somebody is going to go, you're not destroying 2 countries, because that's what it appears that he's going for. The shock gong for Williamson. I mean, it's just almost unbelievable. Scuppered as well, the ocean-going oligarch who makes Abramovich look like a pauper. And I think we've confiscated a couple of these super yachts. What in God's name we're going to do with them, I've got no idea. But we've got 2 of them, which is good news, I suppose. I said the other day, the people of Russia, who basically, most of them are anti this war, are the ones who are suffering as well. They've now got, long queues to get food. They can't get their money out of cash points. It's all looking a bit bad, but not half as bad as it is in Ukraine. And what's going to end up at the end of the day is Putin is going to inherit a country that's decimated. What is it going to be? What do you do with a country that you need to rebuild it again? Why don't you just leave it as it is? Because he's stupid. Because he's mad. Because he's one of these people, he's gone completely round the bend. And we don't know if it's to do with his bloating. People say, is he ill? Has he got some terminal illness? All these stories start up whenever you read about these sort of people, these megalomaniacs. I mean, one of his generals has been shot dead by a sniper. But I particularly liked the crowds who mocked the Russians who were surrounded, and they had 2 grenades. And they basically said, go on, surrender. surrender. Because they're only going back in body bags. Worst picture I saw in the paper today is remember I told you about the 3 boys playing football and a bomb landed near them, 3 taken to hospital, 1 lost both his legs and ultimately died. And there's a picture of his father in the hospital, and his son, 15 years old, body is on a stretcher. And what have they got? Nobody ever sends out hearses to collect bodies in Ukraine. They don't exist anymore. They just put people in the back of lorries and cover them over. And that's about as good as it gets. But we'll keep you up to date with everything. You know that this fire that broke out earlier on, you probably heard everybody talking about it, and everybody goes very panicky. This is after the shelling by the Russian forces. But the International Atomic Energy Agency have said that the fire has not affected essential equipment or caused radiation levels to change. And the US officials have stressed that the reactors at the power station are protected by robust containment measures and are now being safely shut down. So that worried a lot of people, didn't it? Everyone was going, oh, I don't like that. I can assure you that it's been safely shut down, OK? Shuvik says Gavin Williamson's knighthood is indeed completely absurd. I know, fired twice, and he gets a knighthood. They hand them out like dolly mixtures, ladies and gentlemen. They mean, to use that well-known French expression, bugger all. It means nothing. They just give people an award. They go, oh, you've done very well, haven't you? Let's give you a knighthood. Let's give you an OBE. Let's give you this. Let's give you that. So they hand them out, and people go, oh, that's nice. And I bet the first thing they do is put it on their checkbook. You know, their headed notepaper. You know, you have Gavin Williamson, Sir. And you think to yourself, what have you ever done? What have you ever done to deserve something like that? That's why these awards are just ridiculous. You know, it's very nice if they give them to certain people, but, you know, somebody's been fired twice. I think really, I don't believe people deserve these sort of things. Michael Caine's gold Rolex. He's been selling off loads of bits and pieces. 125,000 quid he got for it. I mean, I shouldn't imagine Michael Caine needs the money at all. He was telling a story the other day. You know me, and I'm obsessed with YouTube. And I found Michael Caine on Graham Norton's show. And he said he went to America and they booked him in to the Beverly Hills hotel, which I've been to. I didn't stay there. I just had a quick look round because it looks as though it's dated. It looks as though it's something out of the 1940s and 50s. And he's sitting there and and he's in his hotel room. They booked him in. They've got him a suite. He said, and he spent a whole week at the Beverly Hills Hotel eating caviar and drinking champagne. He said, nobody came to visit him. Nobody came to visit him. He'd just done Alfie, and he's over there, and he spends a week there, and then he thinks, I've got to do something. So he's taken every day himself. He takes himself down to the hotel lobby, and he sits there seeing if he can see famous people. And he's sitting there, and various people go through, and then a helicopter lands in the grounds of the Beverly Hills, and out gets John Wayne, dressed like a cowboy. He'd obviously either come from a set or something like that, and, you know, get off your horse and drink your milk. And he ambles through into the reception, and he's looking around, and he sees Michael Caine sitting in the corner, and he goes over to him, and he says, hey, what's your name? And he says, it's Michael Caine. He said, you're in that film, Alfie. And he goes, yeah. And he goes, very good. Let me give you some advice. And he gives him advice on making it in the film industry. And the last piece of advice is, don't wear suede shoes. And Michael Caine goes, suede shoes? Why would I not wear suede shoes? He said, because at some point in your career, you're going to be in the John, and you're going to be standing there taking a leak, and a man next to you is going to look at you and go, you're Michael Caine. He said, and at that moment, he wheezes over your shoes. Don't wear suede shoes. The accent was rubbish. But, yeah, I mean, I always thought that was quite good. I always worried about John Wayne. I don't know, he made these cowboy films. He was a lumbering bloke. He really was. And I came to the conclusion that a lot of people who make it in movies, they're not great looking off-set, but for some reason the camera loves them. Absolutely loves it. Me, the camera hates. But it doesn't make any difference. I don't care. But he was telling this, yeah, fishing for compliments. Actually, talking of fishing, excuse me. Yesterday, and now I think I'm a bit psychic. I keep dreaming I'm going to win the lottery. Nothing ever happens. You know, I get little 50 quid here, 50 quid there, and, you know, that's about it. And I was talking about my driving licence, which was the story, because if you're diabetic you get a 3-year licence. I mean, they have the power to take your licence away if they think you're not very well, or you might have, because if you have a hypo at the wheel, there's a very good chance you'll just pass out completely and you'll smash the car up, and you could take other people with you at the same time. So they're very careful about it. So they give you a restricted licence, and mine, for the 3rd time now, is a 3-year licence. And I was talking about it, saying I sent it off, but they did say to me, it's going to be a while if you actually do it on the postal system. It can take quite a while. And then yesterday, loads of people writing into me saying, "Oh, I've only just got mine back, and it took this amount of time." Had I done it online, it probably would have been a bit quicker. But because they have to check on various things, anyway. So I said, "Listen, I'm not particularly bothered when it turns up. I can drive for a year without having to worry about it at all." Blow me down. What do I get yesterday? I get a text from the DVLA. I mean, it's almost unbelievable. Your driving licence has been issued and you should receive it by post within 10 working days. And I thought, Psychic Steve strikes again. I mean, maybe they were listening. Maybe they were listening, yeah. That's even more worrying, isn't it? But fancy saying that. We were only talking about it yesterday, and I said, listen, it makes no difference whether it takes, because I know that a lot of them have been ill. I think it comes from Swansea, doesn't it, DVLA? And I remember thinking, so I remember speaking to them years ago, and I said, where are you? And she went, I'm in Swansea. I said, well, there's lovely, isn't it? Thinking I was being quite clever. She said, it's not a very good accent. I said, well, yeah, mind your own business. But anyway, and I said yesterday on air, I wasn't bothered how long it takes. I've got another, like 11 months or something before we get round to it. And then blow me down, it's been issued. So I should get it within 10 days. That's exciting, isn't it? I quite like that idea. Whether you mentioned something, £65 million. Don't want to make too much big a deal of it. It's the jackpot tonight, 65 million. I was thinking, actually, what I'd do with it, apart from making a substantial donation, I think, to the Ukraine appeal. Then I think all everybody does the same. You buy a new property and you change the car. What else is there to do? There's nothing else to do at the moment. I'm not likely to retire. I have no intent. I can't retire. I'm not allowed to. I'm under contract. I don't want them to say, well, you can retire, Steve, but you need to pay off the remainder of your contract. I'm far too mean to be doing things like that. Yeah, that's most of the money gone immediately. It's a long contract. I'm not doing things like that. I love the story. There's a bakery called Bread à Manger. You can imagine, can't you? You know where this one's heading, because now Pret à Manger have said to them, change your name. Change your name, because Bread à Manger sounds too much like Pret à Manger. Yeah, but obviously it's not the same, is it? I mean, surely it's how mean do you have to be? Tom Parker set to miss the reunion gigs, which he was hoping to, but because of his brain tumour, The Wanted, they went ahead the other night, I think, with their first show, and he wasn't there because he was waiting for some hospital appointments and stuff like that. So we wish him the very best of luck. He was so looking forward to going back on stage. I think they'd rehearsed and everything, but Sainsbury's fined £1 million for tearing open a shopper's face. That when people were, do you remember I know it seems a while ago, but you did all do it. You had to queue to get into supermarkets. I can remember standing outside Waitrose and they were sort of queuing. But of course they were letting pensioners in but the trouble is I don't look like a pensioner. And so I was having to say, you letting pensioners in first before all the other people in the queue? And they said yes, and I said I'm a pensioner. And I had to prove by getting out my card, my travel card. But Sainsbury's fined £1 million in order to pay £18,000 cost plus the statutory victim service charge of £190 because a disabled shopper nearly got decapitated by a booby trap. It was twine stretched between two pillars, so people were queuing, and so they've been fined £1 million. Seems excessive, doesn't it? Well, it is a silly thing to do, but I mean, £1 million. I've never heard of anything like it. Never heard anything like it. But there you go. But they were vandalised, the high visibility red and white plastic tape. So the store manager opted to use thin but strong baler twine. And of course, if you are disabled, there is a very good chance that you can't see it. She was on her mobility scooter and ran into the twine at speed, face first. It caused serious injuries, split her mouth open and fractured her teeth, jaw and palate. She was taken to hospital for emergency surgery. Because that twine don't break. You've got to cut it with scissors. I went yesterday to get me knives, forks and spoons. I've now taken all of them from this particular place I go to because they're so cheap for knives, forks and spoons. And I seem to get through an extraordinary amount of cutlery. I've got no idea why. I just do. 4:15.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, everybody. 18 minutes past 4. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. It's Friday, in which, we get to the end of the week and we're all mentally and physically drained. And think about all the journalists on the front line, the people who are actually out there in Kyiv, who've had to put up with things. They don't know how it's going to go from one day to the next. And we see the photographs over here. People have had to take those photographs and send them back via satellite. But we tend not to think about it. Do they get paid danger money? I've got no idea. Probably not. It's probably part of their job description. You're a war reporter and you go out there with your flak jacket on and your hat with press written on it and your jacket and everything else. And all you've got is somebody holding a TV camera in front of you, probably quite a small one. And that's it. And that's your best friend for it. And you just pray that the bombs don't rain down on the area where you are. We've seen it throughout the years. And those are the people you should be grateful to, the people who stand there on the front line, trying to be neutral. But, of course, when bombs are raining down, they're totally indiscriminate. Totally indiscriminate. But that other thing is cleared up with the power station. So don't panic, please. The fire has not affected essential equipment or caused radiation levels to change. So I don't know how the fire broke out. I'm assuming it was shelling by the Russian forces, but US officials have stressed, they're obviously being able to monitor it, that the reactors are protected by robust containment measures. They would have to be after Chernobyl and all the other things. There'd be very strict rulings on that, but it's fine. OK, it's fine. Shane in Sydney says, Steve, Neighbours finishes down here. I think they said July. I've only ever seen a couple of episodes. I wasn't really into it. No, I mean, I know loads of people who they used to do jokes about Neighbours. They used to say, oh, did you hear the other day somebody turned up? It was, some model, Elle Macpherson or something, turned up in Neighbours, stark naked. And somebody said, don't be so ridiculous. Why would she go into Neighbours? Nobody's watching the blooming thing. And it's true. The Australians don't watch it because that's, they think it's normal. Everybody's got a swimming pool and everybody's having relationships and all the rest of it. Over here we go, a swimming pool? You've actually got your own swimming pool. I mean, when you look at the people over the years, I've met quite a few of the Neighbours cast, including when Jason Donovan first came to this country. And I don't know how we managed it, actually. I'm sure it was with a friend of mine, Rob Goldstone. I'm quite sure. But anyway, they did a gig at the Hammersmith Palais. And the power of that show was unbelievable because they were all good looking, they were all bronze, everybody, was nice. It was wonderful. But it's going to finish. Like all good things. I mean, it got 20 million viewers in the 80s. 20 million viewers. Everybody was following at tea time, absolutely. Everybody was following what they did. They would get, all the boys were super fit. The girls all looked lovely and, and everybody was nice. Their houses looked nice, even though they were all sets. And the cast, when they came over, they were really nice. They were really nice. There were no airs, no graces. It was just a job, and they've done 37 years, 9,000 episodes broadcast, but they will cease production in the summer. And that's a shame, actually. That's a great shame. But it's only because Channel 5 dropped it, and as a result of that happening, that obviously was a great source of their income. They might have paid millions for it, which kept the studio going. So the studio will actually close, which is awful. Joe says there are 2 bakery shops in Glastonbury, and the owners have the name Burns. So the bakeries are called Burns the Bread, and the other one Burns the Bread Again. There's that line, isn't there, in Steel Magnolias, where Dolly Parton has got a hairdressing shop. What else? And she's got a boyfriend called Spud. And as a treat for her, because they're going through a rough time in their marriage, and he sort of takes her out in the car and says, put your hands over your eyes, open your eyes, and he's bought her another hairdressing outlet. And she goes, I'm a chain. She gets all excited. It's a great film. I loved watching it, and I loved talking to the man who wrote it. One of the highlights of my life, I think. I've had so many good highlights. And then he told me the story of how it was his family. It was his sister who died of the diabetic coma. And I said, you're joking. I had no idea. I really had no idea. Because I went to the royal premiere of it. And I can remember sitting around the corner from here. Where did we go to? I think it was the Odeon straight ahead. Not the one next to us, but if you go up to the top, next to the amusement arcade, the other big one at the top, the other big Odeon. It's called View now, isn't it, or something? But anyway, we went there, and Diana was there, Princess Diana. And to play the music for the film, they had a live orchestra in. And we sat there, and they brought in, I think half the cast turned up. It was just amazing. And we watched the film. Of course, I cried as usual, because I always cry at Steel Magnolias. Because A, I think the music is so beautiful, and B, I wanted to go and live in this town with all these wonderful characters. And I suddenly realised it would be an absolute nightmare living in a town with sort of all these mad people. But the houses there were no sets. They did have sets for some little bits of it, but all the houses were genuine. And the house that they used, he said, that's my house. They use his house because it was his story. What a charming man. What a charming man, and what a charming film. And I've bought it so many times. I must have about 10 copies of it floating around. If you've never seen it, get it out. They did it as a stage play, but it was so much better as a film with that lovely music and just sort of, you know, they'd been through everything. They'd lost a daughter, but she'd had a child. And that it was just brilliant. Just absolutely, you know, if you want a film that makes you feel good about yourself, and God knows we need some films to make, you know, good about ourselves. I mean, I think Pin Oak Court in Vermont South is the real cul-de-sac that doubles for Ramsay Street. And all the houses featured in the show are real, and the residents allow neighbours to shoot external scenes in their front and back gardens. I would do that. Listen, you want to use your house? Yeah, absolutely. I told you there's this road down near Waterloo Station. You get off the bus, go to the left-hand side, and there's a street, like we've talked about it before. I can never remember the blasted name of it, but it was amazing. And it's exactly the same as it is in the war. They're not allowed television aerials or anything like that, so they can keep it as authentic as possible. And it's like a nostalgic trip down memory lane. If you've never done it, do it. The saddest episode, there you go, scenes from Call the Midwife, a film, the picturesque street in London. Oh, this one is, that's not this one, is it? No, there is another one. The houses are much lower. The beautiful location of Theed Street. No, this is definitely not that one. It's near to Waterloo, so I'd need to see it properly, because I've been there before. In fact, I'm a bit sad and tragic. I've been there quite a number of occasions. My friend Ian, over in I Like to Be in America, says the saddest episode of Neighbours was when Helen Daniels returned for one episode just to die. And then he says the actress who played her died in real life. It was one of the only 2 episodes which didn't end with the theme to make it more sombre. See, I like it when they do things like that. We loved Helen Daniels. Absolutely loved Helen Daniels. But you're right, she came back just to die. So a little bit of continuity there. Is it okay if we bring you back and you die? And then blow me down she did later. It's one of those things, isn't it? People do things in their life, and then it's almost as if they've done it, they've done the deal, now I can go home and die peacefully. You know, and even the producer cried, but he's getting more wussy by the day. I mean, honestly, he cries. That was the ending, the death of Helen Daniels. I thought she was great, but as I say, having met them, quite a number of members of cast, people were so excited in the building to see them. I've only ever known people get very excited. Some of our sales team came down when Ronnie Corbett came in. Catherine Jenkins, always, if she was in for an interview, it would go round on a sheet, they'd say, this is who the interviews are for today. And she came in to see me. And the sales team would do detours down the corridor so they could see her in the studio, because she is as beautiful in real life as she is in, on telly and singing and doing all her concerts and everything else. And but it was the Neighbours people as well who got loads of people who wanted to come down and watch. You know, amazing, really. I suppose because you see somebody, and if you just grow an attachment to them and you go, I know these people, but the producer crime, and honestly, he needs to grow up a little bit. He was only a child at the time. What else have we got? Oh, a PC who's been jailed for asking teens out on dates. What is the matter with our police officers at the moment? They seem to be, and we...
Make this Christmas one to remember with the Royal Mint. Our A specially selected Christmas product range features unique gifts that your loved ones can cherish for a lifetime. From collectible coins and heartfelt stocking fillers to bullion bars and exquisite jewelry and tree decorations, our range of premium Christmas gifts is sure to make your loved ones feel precious this festive season. Search the Royal Mint and visit royalmint.com. The Royal Mint, the original maker.
Been through the whole gamut of murderers, of rapists, of people who have done all sorts of dreadful things. Now this one, asking teens out on a date. You can't do that if you're a serving police officer. You're not allowed to. It's as simple as that. I know, because my mother used to work for the police, and the young police constables used to go round to my mum's place to have dinner because it was very difficult for them to make friends. So they'd be moved into an area, like my mother was in Henley, and so when they moved new people in, could be 2 or 3 new ones moving in, they couldn't socialise with people just in case at some point they had to arrest them for something. So they basically kept to themselves. So my mum used to cook them dinner. So exactly, yes. So we were always safe. It's Rupel Street, says Jay. You are absolutely right. And here it is, Rupel. Good chance you've seen it. It's been in Mr. Selfridge, called The Midwife, Doctor Who, and also the Cray Twins biopic Legend with Tom Hardy filmed in Rupel Street. And it hasn't changed. Look, it's a time capsule. It's an absolute time capsule. It's amazing, isn't it, that things like this still exist? Because normally by now they'd have pulled the bloody things down and gone, oh, we're going to put affordable housing in. No, the people who live there are probably immensely proud of where they live because it's not changed. You don't see cars in the street, which is always a bit of a blessing, actually. Thank you, Jay. It's such a good place to look at. But look at on London walking tours, and you'll see a picture. And literally, you can get off the train at Waterloo, take you 5 minutes to get there, and you can take your pictures and everything else. But it's got, I think one of the things that they had, they weren't allowed dishes. They weren't allowed satellite dishes. They've had to have another way of doing it. But there's a boarded-up shop there. Well, it's not boarded up, but it'd be lovely to see it opened up again. Or even if somebody put in fake goods in the front and made it look as though it was from the 1940s and 50s. Yeah, I'm really surprised. But you don't... I mean, somebody might own it and say, no, we don't want anybody to move into it. Otherwise, somebody might have stuff out on the streets and spoil it. So, yeah, it's like Granville. Granville? What have we got? Oh, Christine McGuinness is leaving The Real Housewives behind. She left it years ago. Nobody noticed her disappearing because she didn't really contribute very much to it. You know, because they were all a bit... I mean, the whole series was just a bit naff with a load of people who quite clearly aren't the most popular people in the entire universe. They're all ghastly. Rupel Street, says my friend Ian, used to have a lovely bakery which did great sausage rolls. Oh, see, that's it. See, I think that shop could have been the bakery shop. That could have been that, actually. We've got one in Twickenham called Cavan, the Cavan Bakery. Avril says, I think you're talking about Rupel Street. You're so good. You know what I'm talking about because I've spoken about it before. Ashley, thank you very much indeed.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, nice to be company. It's Friday. I bet you're relieved. It's Friday. I know I'm certainly relieved it's Friday, but it carries on 24 hours a day, the situation in Ukraine. As we said at the beginning of the program, indigestion. At the beginning of the programme, somebody's got to take him out. He cannot be allowed to go on much longer. This is, I can understand people having a grievance, but this has gone beyond just a straightforward grievance. Children are being killed, murdered on his instructions. All this lies about... We're not going to interfere with civilians or anything else. They're bombing hospitals. They're deliberately bombing hospitals. There are targets they've written on the roofs. We saw them the other day. We saw the photographs. Red crosses. That means that the bombers, as they're going over, can see exactly where they're supposed to target, and they would be buildings. The police station, a huge building, has already been reduced to rubble. But we'll bring you up to date with everything. But something's got to happen. It really has. The entire world, barring a few sadly misguided idiots, have decided to follow... Putin. What did Gary Neville say? I thought that was a very odd thing that Gary Neville came up with something. He was talking about, he was supporting Roman Abramovich. And people are saying, but wait a minute, he's a supporter of Putin. What is the matter with you? I think he was then trying to justify it. I remember reading that earlier. Let me just quickly go back to Rupel Street, laid out, believe it or not, in 1824 by a guy called John Rupel, who was a merchant in metal and aspiring property magnate. Rather egotistically, he initially named the surrounding streets after himself and his family. John Street, Catherine Street and Richard Street, but the names have since changed. Must have been a very tight squeeze. 20 people living in each house of 4 rooms. That's how overcrowded it was. Builders, blacksmiths, printers, nurses, bakers, butchers and teachers, like ordinary Londoners, would be rubbing shoulders on Rupel Street in Georgian/Victorian London. So I hate it when they change. Why couldn't they have just left it there? He built the blasted thing. And 20 people living in each house of 4 rooms. And I've seen the way that some people in Victorian London lived. If you were on the streets, you could pay a penny to fall asleep on the rope. And it was basically just a rope stretched between 2 walls, and you sat on a chair and you hung over it with your arms and you went to sleep that way. And you paid, I think it was a penny for that. Absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. Steve says, Declan in Wien. Did you know that the ballad Suddenly, as Scott and Charlene walked down the aisle, was sung by Angry Anderson from the rock band Rose Tattoo? Well, there's today's bit of useless information. I don't even know the song Suddenly, so it doesn't really help me, actually. Bit of a shame. Oh, Gary Neville was just saying Abramovich had done well for Chelsea, but wasn't defending the way he earned his money. He also has borrowed, or Chelsea has borrowed money from him, and he said he's not going to ask for that back. Do you know he only paid, I think, 140 million for Chelsea, and it's up for sale for 4 billion. That's how much money there is. I remember somebody telling me years ago, you want to start money laundering? Buy a football club. They're always very useful. Not that he's done that, but, you know, for a market trader, ain't done too bad, has he? Ain't done too bad, but we get to hear him condemn the war. Still waiting. Went to primary school on Rupel Street, Steve. The building was sold, and I then worked in the language school for 10 years. I think it's lovely that places like that exist. There's loads of places. You look around London. I went to Highgate the other day, and that is lovely. I mean, God knows, that's lovely. I went there because it was Mr. Moyles was having his birthday party in a pub there, and he does it every year for his birthday. He takes over a pub, and it's private. The pub is closed to the general public, and we all go, and there's, you know, it must be 150 people or something like that, and he pays for everything. I mean, seriously, just, you know, whatever drinks you want, you're not bound by these things. We're just doing, it's either soft drinks or beer. You know, it kind of limits me a little bit. No, you can have anything you want. And we were driving through Highgate. My God, there's some beautiful houses. There really are. You know, it's like going up to Hampstead, the ponds. You go up to the ponds. If you do a right, you go down, and then Boy George's house is just down there. And there's some, even Hampstead Village, beautiful places. Beautiful place. I mean, really, really. I should imagine the average price for houses in Highgate would have to be 15 million? 1.0, really? 1.0. Fairly cheap. 1.1 million. Yeah, that's, yeah, flats and all the rest of it. But I'd like to have a house there. That would be lovely. Nice. There's some nice houses going up to Richmond Hill. Very nice. Very, very nice. And I like a lot of those ones as well. In fact, had I won the lottery a short while ago, there was one that came up for sale for 15 million. But your views were sensational, and it had a swimming pool. And and you were perched at the top of the hill. Where you parked, I've got no idea. What else we got? TV star Fern McCann. She's not a TV star. She's absolutely not. I wish the papers had stopped telling these stupid lies. You know, otherwise she becomes delusional. She's not a TV star. She was somebody who was on Towie. Most of them are moving out of Towie, I've noticed, actually. Even the 2 Ferrers sisters don't want to live in Essex anymore. You know, kind of shunned it. You know, they've gone a bit snooty and all the rest of it. Although they had a bit of trouble getting into a restaurant the other day. One of them went, they were taking their mum for a birthday party, and they go to this restaurant, which I believe is called Sexy Fish. I've never heard of it. It's in Mayfair. Oh, you know it's Mayfair. The producer knows that. Obviously park cars up there. But anyway, they go there, and they were late. And they go in there and go, oh, sorry, we're late, and all the rest of it. And the woman on reception goes, well, I'm sorry, we've given your table away. They hold them for 15 minutes. And if you don't, listen, if you'd phoned up, but of course they're far too stuck up for things like that, they didn't. And so they'd given the table away. And so they've been sitting at the bar for ages, and she went, I'm sorry, we can't, somebody else has got your table. It's 15 minutes, and that's the maximum. They're not going to sit there all night holding a table while you faff around, deciding whether or not, you're going to be late and all the rest of it. So they then sort of made some remarks about sexy fish, and then they went somewhere else. And I thought, yeah, if I'd been on the door of sexy fish, you wouldn't have got in there at all. Okay, so I'm sorry, the Who sisters. Oh dear me. The food is Asian, inspirational with a focus on Japan. Sushi, sashimi, tiradito, tempura, and rabata. And the bar stocks the largest Japanese whiskey collection in the world. Well, there you go. I don't know. Poor old Ben downstairs, he'd like that. He's into his whiskies. And they've got also lots of innovative cocktails in the heart of Mayfair. Yeah, but I mean, to be honest with you, if you let the Faheers sisters in, you've taken it down a level. It's like, Gemma Collins turns up there. Maybe not, dear. No, maybe not for you. You might be able to afford it, but it's not the image that we're trying to cultivate. But anyways, they've done a 2-page spread on Fern McCann, who's doing some walk. Yeah, I mean, crispy duck and watermelon salad. Is it? Oh, wow. Crispy. Really, that's on the menu at Joe Allen's. Which reminds me, I must pay my bill over this weekend. I've got a bill to pay at Joe Allen's. Honestly, life, just pay. But I've forgotten what I was talking about now, actually. What we're talking about. Which we wander about so much on this programme. But, oh yes, Fern McCann. They called her a star. She was on there, and then she went out with this bloke who turned out to throw acid in a nightclub, so he's in Nick. And she's got a daughter. And she's been out with a few oddballs, and there's a 2-page spread on her, and I'm thinking, why do they insist on building these people up? There's a piece in one of the papers today on Arge, again, a man in his 30s who still needs looking after, and I think it's about time that some of these people started to get a grip on their own life because they're all a bit too needy, and now he's decided he wants to go dating again. And this apparently is a news story. Dreary old Arge. It was about as boring as they get, with Arthur of Columbia and all the rest of it, and been out with Lydia Dim and been out with, other people. And now he said he wants to get into the dating game. I think it's a no-brainer, an absolute no-brainer. But you need to start owning yourself. Goodness sake, it really is ridiculous. I told you the other day, they put him on Loose Women, and I think Ruth went, "You're welcome back here any time." I thought, to talk about what? Steve, Frankie Fraser went to the school, says Ashley, and so did my nan and her sisters. Funnily enough, the barber shop and the cake shop are still open. The cake shop's a great one for seasonal occasions. And, Jane says the rope sleeve cost 2 old pennies and was known as Tuppenny Lean. Tuppenny Lean. Oh, look, there's the Rupel Street. There's the Conditor cake shop, which is quite nice. See, I mean, that's the way it's got to be. Not sure about purple, but there you go. And Conditor Bakery. I love it. See, that's history. That's history. And they have a cake fest there, and they obviously bake things. How lovely. That's very nice, isn't it? I like a bit of cake every so often. Cherry Genoa would be my favourite. I used to like lemon drizzle, but the whole top of it is covered in sugar, which is drenched in lemon juice. But I kind of ignored that a little bit. I thought it was good. So the Tuppenny Lean. Have a look. You'll see pictures online of people doing the Tuppenny Lean. This is 2 old pennies. When we had 240 pennies to £1. You can imagine. We used to get through pockets like there was no tomorrow. But Steve, the Grove, Highgate was George Michael's London home. Kate Moss lives next door. Am I right the pub opposite the Flask is the pub you refer to? I don't know. I don't know what the pub opposite the Flask is. What do you think it's called? But it was very good. It's very good. They have real fires in there. And a little garden outside for people to have their cigarettes. But and they do food. Unfortunately, I got there too late for the food. But I had some KFC earlier on in the day. 6 pieces. Can I have drumsticks, please? The Steve Allen pleading, which seems to work. I've never been refused yet. Kids are celebrating World Book Day in style, which is good. Get them reading, get them being educated. But most people do it now on their iPads and stuff like that. Happy birthday to Emilio Estefan, who I think is 69 or 70. Could be 69 or 70. I can't remember, actually. I don't know too much about Emilio Estefan. Is he an actor? Oh, no, he's a Cuban-American musician. Oh, right. And so he's 69. There you go. Another one for March birthday. Well, of course it would be March. We're in March, aren't we? Ridiculous. Yeah, so he's another March. Everybody's March birthdays around here. It must be the the month for people in broadcasting to celebrate their birthdays. Because most of my producers, I mean, I've had 3 producers who have had exactly the same birthday as me. It's only 13 days till mine. Just send money. And, or a new car. Anything really. I don't mind. What are we going to do? We're going to take a short break because it's 5:15.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Oh dear, honestly, what a day. What a day. I like the idea in Ukraine, out of all the misery and the cities reduced to rubble, that the crowds mocked these 2 Russians who've got grenades demanding that they surrender. I mean, quite a number of Russians have surrendered. I shouldn't imagine there's any chance of them being able to go back to Russia, because they'll be seen as deserters, and I don't think the Russians take too kindly for that. And everybody's saying, how do we get rid of this ranting madman? And the thing is, I mean, now they're openly talking about it. You know, any oligarch who starts criticising Putin generally comes to a sticky end, even though their corruption in Russia is almost legendary. You know, people have been complaining about all sorts of things, but the Russian people, when they complain, they get arrested. Like yesterday, those little children, a 5-year-old, and I think a 7-year-old and an 11-year-old, all got arrested. All they were doing, little children, is laying flowers at the Ukrainian embassy. That's all they were doing. And they got arrested by those thick, pig-headed soldiers. I mean, seriously, it's disgusting, whichever way you look at it. The Falklands War, 40 years? 40 years since Falkland. And a pregnant woman who claims she found maggots in a Coke cup. I mean, I don't actually understand how you could ever get maggots in a Coke cup, because the maggots come from flies. Flies, the flies, they come out... No, well, I don't know whether they would come out of a machine. I'd be very surprised, because it wouldn't then, the fly, even if it got into the Coke machine, it wouldn't then turn into maggots, because they clean their machines every day. Their machines are cleaned spotlessly, and I don't think there's any way that a fly could get in unless it could lift the lid up, whilst they sort of pour in another bit of liquid. I think it's very unlikely. Very unlikely. We had a thing in a studio. Didn't you clean machines once? No? The drinks machine? No, we had an infestation of flies in the studio. Another studio building that we were in, and I was sitting there with John Warrington, and all of a sudden there's a fly in the studio, and it's buzzing around. And it was quite a big fly, and I remember thinking, God's name, occasionally we get them in the office. You might get one in the office, because the window's been left open to make sure we get lots of fresh air through there, which is all very good. And then all of a sudden another fly dropped in, and it was like a scene out of a movie. And it turned out that a pigeon had got into the air conditioning unit, had died, and then maggots had turned into these flies, and we ended up with about 30 or 40 in the studio. We had to move studios. I mean, it's happened sort of, on my watch. Typical, isn't it? My watch. We're there with fly spray and all the rest of it, and there's so many of them. So many. I started naming them. Hello, Boris. Hello, Yeltsin, all the rest of it. Steve, am I right to believe the term hung over was linked to the rope as they were too drunk to stay in the pub? That I do not know, Mr. McCracken. Do I know that? Wait a minute. Let me have a think. So hung over. Yes. Stuart, because they had to pay to bend over the rope for the night, and it used to be a penny, and it was used by drunken sailors. I used to like that song. What should we do with a drunken sailor? I had loads of ideas. Nobody took them up. And, and then it was early in the morning, hooray, and up she rises. I don't know when they ever sang that, because I never imagined that drunken sailors could sing. But when they spent all their money drinking, it's said to have been the origin of the term hung over. So you had to have the access to bend over a rope for the night. And you could, how you fell asleep that way, I don't know. I could fall asleep on the floor, but I don't know. I trust you are well, Mr. McCracken. I trust you are very well. Are you still doing the same job? Oh, look, they've got a picture of people hanging over the ropes. Amazing, isn't it, really? You could also get the 4-penny coffin. These are old pennies. The 4-penny coffin, it was just a box, and you lay in it next to other people. The noises overnight must have been dreadful. Can you imagine? Oh, must be even worse noises. Even worse noises. And so people hung over these ropes, or you paid for the coffin. To be honest with you, I'd rather for a penny hung over a rope. I'm old enough to remember pennies and threepenny bits and sixpences and florins and half-crowns and 10-bob notes and pound notes. Can you imagine, honestly? I'm so glad things changed. But Mr. McCracken, that's good. But you're right, they were too drunk to stand. I don't know why. I mean, the worst thing was as well that's when they got pinched in the pubs. The squads would come round and they would find drunken sailors, or could be drunken anybody, and they would literally whisk them away, put them on board the sailing ships, and they'd be away for years. 3 years some of these cruises lasted, and they were called, there was a name for these squads that went out there grabbing people off the street. They weren't bothered whether they were sailors. All they were bothered about is filling, the quota of people that they'd been sent out by the ships to say, right, we need 100 people, and they would go into, no, this is the old sailing ships. And they would basically go out there and grab these people from the pubs. They'd be dragged back to the ships. They'd be forced to work, and then the ship would set sail with all these people on board, so they would not see their family for years. Very rough, very rough. Steve says, Desmond, I actually found a small fly inside a transparent disposable lighter. Wow. Do people still use disposable lighters? They used to be so cheap, you could buy about 10 of them for £1. Weren't they? They were very cheap, and I used to like them. And then I like the ones you could refill. Because at the moment I'm using... Oh, you've got a throwaway. Oh, you would have. And, because I've got... I've got a thing that lights candles. You've never seen anything like it before. You charge it up, and this thing for lighting candles, and you push the button up. I should have brought it in and showed you, because you wouldn't believe it. And a little... No, not a flame. A little thing sends a little light across it, and it crackles away. It's in a blue light, and then you turn it off. You can run your finger all down it. It's like a spark that jumps between the two things. And I bought 2 of them because they came in a box set of 2, and they're really good. But I can't remember what they're called. But it's you literally push the button on it, and it goes crack, 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 and it's a little spark that jumps between the two things. There you go. Arc Electronic. In fact, it looks a bit like that, but mine's just a bit more sophisticated. It's, and it's very odd. See, look, that little... But that thing is only there when you push it on. And it's quite difficult to light a candle. I bought them on Amazon. And I use it all the time. So you charge it up, but that thing is not there all the time. It only... When you push it on, that's when that thing sort of goes like that. Sounds like you're going to be sick, doesn't it, really? But sometimes it takes a while to light the candle. So I've gone back to my old one, which is, again, got a rechargeable battery in it, and you just sort of click the thing and it lights, because I love candles. I can't get enough of candles. At the moment, I'm doing a sweetie candle, because I bought one for Joe and for Minty, a sweetie candle, and they're very nice. Yeah, they smell very nice. That's right, they were press-ganged. The press gang went out. Thank you, Niall. The press gang went out and they would grab these people. It didn't matter who they were. They weren't necessarily looking for sort of drunken sailors early in the morning. But the press gang, the taking of men into a naval or military force by compulsion, with or without notice. European navies of several nations use forced recruits by various means. And in fact, the large size of the British Royal Navy in the age of sail meant impressment was most commonly associated with Great Britain and Ireland, used by the Royal Navy. And they would grab these people, strongly criticised. Most people thought it was contrary to the British Constitution, but it was just families were torn apart by these people because they needed, crewing of warships, and they would be taking loads of people. I'm still trying to get over the fact that when Nelson died, they put him in a bottle of rum, in a cask of rum, to preserve his body. I mean, that can't have preserved him very well, can it? Can't have preserved him very well. He must have come back in a dreadful... must have been all shrivelled or something like that. Whose willy did they keep in a bottle? Was it Napoleon's? Rasputin? Didn't Napoleon as well? Really? Oh, average then. And so, no, I'm sure Napoleon's willy has been... I think it's in a bottle of liquid. So why? I've got no idea. Very odd, the French. Very odd. We don't want to Google it. In case they get marked. Steve, I've just driven past Sandy's. The lights above the shop are the Ukrainian flag. Nice touch. Says Russell, Addison Lee driver. He said, I've driven you a couple of times, always a pleasure. Yeah, he's also got wording up there, hasn't he, Russell? He's got wording which I think says, not war, peace, or something like, I can't remember what it says on it now. He'll probably phone me up in a minute and tell me. But there you go, that's Rasputin, good Lord. Well, there you go. Oh, what a funny thing to keep. It is funny shape. Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, what was the reason behind keeping Rasputin? Because I've seen a picture of Rasputin after he was he shot? I think poisoned, shot, beaten and drowned. He had basically the set. And then for some reason they decided to remove his willy and put it in a jar. And I don't know what the purpose of... Yeah, I'm having that done anyway. Bit of a treat for the last show that we do, the last live show. Leave it in the newsroom. Yeah, there's Steve. He always wanted it to end this way. But what an odd thing to do when you consider how many years ago that was, the 1800s, wasn't it? And they honestly, we do have funny conversations, don't we? If anybody's listening to this overseas, they're wondering what the dickens has gone on with radio in the United Kingdom. And the answer is, it's been such a depressing week. Such a depressing week. You know, you get to that stage where you're so overloaded with information and pictures, and Putin, who said basically the worst is yet to come, and everybody believes him. But he needs taking out of the equation. 1 million have fled. This is the fastest refugee exodus of the century. And the troops don't care what they hit, say the civilians. The civilians are destitute, and they say they really don't care. They really don't care. Poland has taken in 547,000 refugees already. Hungary, 133,000. Romania, 51,000. Moldova, 97,000. And other European countries, 88,000. It doesn't get better.
On your radio, on Global Player, and
Play LBC.
Leading Britain's conversation. This
is a passenger announcement. You can now book your train on Uber and get 10% back in credits to spend on Uber Eats, so you can order your own fries instead of eating everyone else's.
Trains, now on Uber. T's and C's apply. Check the Uber app.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. It's 3 minutes past 5. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. With you till 7. 2 more oligarchs face UK sanctions. For some reason, we've got this obsession now with seizing their super yachts, most of which seem to be worth about £300 million, which is a phenomenal amount of money. Which is, I don't know what we're supposed to be doing with these things. I really don't know. What the other one? The Queen giving to the appeal for evacuees. And we gave you details yesterday of that charity whereby you can donate, and then the government will match you pound for pound up to 20 million, I believe. And there's a website which I think is DEC. Isn't it DEC? DEC. And that means that you can make a donation and help. I'm going to be sorting some clothes out today. Not my clothes, other clothes, because we have a Ukrainian restaurant called Prosperity in Twickenham, and people have been inundating them with clothes, some of which they can use, some of which they can't. And the appeal is being launched by the UK's Disasters Emergency Committee to help the hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians fleeing the conflict. There's 15 UK aid agencies, including British Red Cross, Oxfam and Save the Children, joining together. And the DEC has thanked the Queen for making a generous private donation, because homes have been destroyed, as you know, water supplies, hospitals and schools. So what they need is food, water they need, shelter and medical care. All public donations will be doubled by the UK government to a total of £20 million, which actually doesn't really seem enough, does it? We want more money. We want more money to go there and help them. So if you've got any of those items, you can check on the internet. There's so many places. Just Google D.E.C. Disaster Appeal Ukraine, and they will tell you where you can go and donate anything from blankets to paracetamol You know, if you get your friends to buy 2 packets of, because of the limit on these things, you can only buy 2 packets of aspirins and everything else. And money is what they want as well. But at the moment, because it's bitterly cold over there, they need clothes. They're running out of clothes. Some of them have walked away with nothing. Absolutely nothing, you know, and they've got babies and stuff. More than 100 babies, more than 150 now, have been born. And they need nappies. They need disposable nappies. They need coats. They need underwear as well. If I'd known about that, I could have passed on half my underwear. Not that I think anybody would want it, but, you know, these are things that they don't have. Socks. They like stuff like that. So the more we raise and the more we actually get there. Today we're sorting out clothes to make sure they get all the right clothes and everything else. And when I look at, I don't think I want to see anybody wandering around the Ukraine in a Tommy Bahamas shirt. Thank you very much indeed. I think they'd need something a little bit more respectable. So we'll be finding some stuff there. Steve, 1849, the double eagle is currently the rarest and most valuable coin in the world. An estimated worth of nearly 20 million. I was talking to some people the other day in a magic shop, my favourite magic shop, called Prop Dog, and we were talking about things that you had, and I said, oh, my friend Jimmy used to love Star Trek. There it is. That's that coin. Sorry, there it could have been pointing at anything. That's the double eagle. And we were talking about discs and video films of Star Trek and all the rest of it. And I was telling the boys in the shop, I said, I've still got laser discs. I've got about 150 laser discs because I used to go to Tower Records and I've got loads of VHS, I've got complete collections of VHS because there's a company called ITC who turned out all the shows from Supercar and Thunderbirds and everything else. They all came out of it. They sent me the entire collection of everything they had. I've got everything. Seriously, you wouldn't believe. I've barely got any room at the moment, but I've got everything from Randall and Hopkirk Deceased to The Protectors, everything that came out on ITC. But I've got these laser discs, and they said, have you got early Star Trek laser discs? Because they're worth a fortune. I said, are they? And they found one online, and I think it was going for 1,400 quid. So I've got to go back through all my laser discs. I mean, I've got loads of them. And I would go into Tower Records with my friend Jimmy, and because he loved Star Trek, and I'd buy the laser discs. So I've got loads of them. Yeah, they're all like brand new, you know, because they're all in the cardboard sleeves, and because it looks like a giant LP, you know. And because somebody bought me, one of my listeners very kindly bought me a Laserdisc player, and the tray is enormous. You could serve dinner on the tray, and it's got a little bit in the middle so you can play CDs, and then this other thing, and then some of them you had to turn over, but some of them the playing bit slipped underneath and you could play it all at the same time. But beautiful quality. I mean, I'd never seen anything like it. So I bought loads of things. We bought all sorts of films, but it was a bit of a limited market. But if I'd known all these other blooming things were available, I'd have bought them. Because I do buy things. So the Laserdisc, there you go. A home video format. 1978 in America. It's the diameter spanned 12 inches. Oh, back to Rasputin again. Anyway, just having a look here. Laserdisc never managed to gain that widespread use. Mind you, there was another thing as well. What was it called? It was a little mini disc. I've got loads of mini discs. But apparently the Laserdisc managed to gain widespread use in North America, largely due to the high costs for the players and the video titles themselves and the inability to record TV programmes. So it became somewhat popular in the 1990s. It was not a popular format in Europe and Australia. But I've still got loads of them. And I've got the player as well. It was enormous. Absolutely enormous, seriously. I mean, I think the Laserdisc was 12 inches, and then there was the little version, 4.7 inches. How sad. Just 4.7 inches. And but you could play that in the middle of the thing. It was very easy. You just connected it up to your television, and off you went. I've saved all this stuff. Have I still got CDs? Yeah. All the West End shows. No, I don't have cassettes. I did have cassettes because my friend Jackie Gill, she used to look after the BBC's stuff. She was PR for all their CDs and cassettes and all the rest of it. So if ever you went to her office, I would go for the talking books and all the old radio shows from a long time ago, and then I would listen to them in bed. Now I've got a portable DVD player, 17 inches, no less. 17 inches. I'll tell you what, you want to be impressed. Because before I only had about a 12-inch, and it wasn't enough. Wasn't enough for me. And so I think we found it here. We were going through them one morning. The producer went, oh, look, there's a 17-incher. Well, my eyes lit up. My eyes lit up immediately. And I must have it. And I went home, and then we discovered, once you went onto the site on Amazon for 17-inch DVD players, it's practically the size of a television, there was loads of them. And I paid, I think, about £100 for it, because I cannot go to sleep without having a film on, or a comedy show or something. I know the lights are on. It's bizarre, isn't it? I've got this thing about lights being on. I quite like lights being on. The long COVID cases have increased, and jail for the fly tipper who charged to remove rubbish. And the pensioner in all the papers today, who claims his pension will go up by 25 pence a week on his 80th birthday. What is he going to do with it? I mean, seriously, 25 pence a week, that's £1. That's a whole £12 a year. My goodness me, you watch yourself, young man. Talk about watching people. They were all out at the cinema last night because The Batman was on. They had a midnight showing. And, my God, it attracts some weirdos. My godfathers. The sort of people who want to go. I mean, they actually came out of the cinema at 3:20 this morning. 3:20. You can imagine. Because by the time you've gone into the cinema and you bought your popcorn, your giant hot dog, and a nice lolly or something like that, you've got to... Is it all the way through, that film? Do you think it's 3 hours all the way through? But do you think you get a break in it where they go, oh, no break? Because when they did a biblical film years and years ago, it was called King of Kings, and it really fabulous. When I think it's Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer made this King of Kings, and it had this theme which ran all the way through it, which just it's quite simple. It went dun 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 dun. That was it. All the way through, this theme ran. So whether or not Christ was talking, to the people, or he was doing his loaves and fishes act, anything like that. Dun 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 dun. And it was so powerful. But in the middle of it came an interval, the intermission on a film. So I'm assuming in the cinema it's a case of, OK, want to go to the toilet? And there's a mad rush for the toilets. And they also... Oh, they stopped doing them. Oh, right. Because I think they did it as well in Cleopatra, when Elizabeth Taylor made it. That was another one. King of Kings was 2 hours, 40 minutes long. It's such a good film. It really is. But you can see where they've used local people in it. I don't know what year it dates to. But I mean, I've watched it on numerous occasions, and it's basically Hollywood's 1927. No, it can't be. 61, yeah, because the guy who played Jesus in it is not alive anymore. But he looked like Jesus only because that was the image that we've been fed, whereas I don't think Jesus looked like that at all. And I can't remember what his name was, Jeffrey or something like that. But it's such a... Jeffrey Hunter, was it? Oh, right. Better than I thought. Isn't it funny? Can't remember last week, and yet remember something from 1960s. But it's such a good film. And it's beautiful. It takes you literally all the way through the Bible, right the way through to the execution at the end, and the nailing to the cross. It's a very powerful film. But you can tell where they've used local people, because occasionally they can be caught glancing at the camera. Whereas obviously the director has said, oh, don't look at the camera. I've seen that in a few films, actually. It turned up in... Goodbye, Mr. Chips. The boys that they used, I think, were the boys from Sherborne College. And you could see some of them looking at the camera going, oh, look, it's me in the camera. And I watched Pig the other day. It's not called Pig, it's called Babe. Babes, the very first one. And then the camera runs along and they do the If I Had Words, which was, I think, Sanson, organ, whatever it was, which goes dun, 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 dun. No, just me again, facing the wrong way, obviously. So $20 million for the 1849 double eagle. I wonder why it's the most valuable coin. Is there a reason for it? Did they make a mistake? They put 2 eagles on as opposed to 1? We're going to find a tease. A tease. We shall tell you after the break, because we've got the travel now with Joanne Webb.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. And thank you for the info regarding the Ukraine, says Kim. I'll see what I can do. I think everybody should do a little bit. I think if everybody did a little bit, you know, you look at the centres over in Ukraine and what they need, and then you look at the pictures of the streets which have been turned to rubble, blocks of flats, you know, which Putin, lying, bloated little man, had said wouldn't be touched. That's exactly what he's going for. And the next thing is, it's going to be hospitals. It's as simple as that. Did you have Betamax? No, I never had Betamax, Shane. I didn't do Betamax. It sort of was around for a little bit. And then VHS 1, didn't it? I'll tell you what I did buy, though. I bought a double video player. And it was... I bought it out of a catalogue because I couldn't find them anywhere, and I've still got it because I don't throw these things away. And it's two videos stacked on top of it, so you could put one in and make a copy onto the one below, and I thought I'd use it for making a showreel tape or something like that, which of course never happened. I did make it was going very well, actually, thank you. As you can see, my workload has increased on television, but actually I'm a radio person, so I'm quite happy with it. But it was interesting to get all of these things, and when I tried to buy this double video player, it was in one of the magazines, you know, these catalogues which come out and you pay 30 pence a week or something like that. And I remember thinking, oh, I'll buy that. So I phoned them up and I said, can I just buy it? And so she said, wait a minute. And then she came out, she said, no, you haven't got a good credit rating. I thought, I don't want to buy it on credit. I said, I want to pay for it on a card. No, I'm not able to do that. I thought, what do you mean you're not able? And why are you not able to do that? They were only interested in doing it if it was on the HP, as it was then. So you'd pay £1.60 a week for, you know, and you could add up, and, you know, the agent would come around and collect the money. But eventually they finally came around to my way of thinking, and I bought it, and I've still got it. I've often thought, I don't know what I'm going to do with the blooming thing. No idea. Steve came into London yesterday, says Josephine, to see Bob Marley the musical for my son's birthday. I was stuck in a black cab outside Global for ages. It was mayhem, gridlock. I know. The moment, and you'll have it this morning as well. I don't want to ruin everybody's Friday, but it's going to be the same today because all the trains are in the wrong place. But it should be better, do you think? Oh, that'll be nice. Yeah, Joanne will keep us up to date. Steve, for your information, Jeff Hunter also played Captain Pike in the pilot of Star Trek, says Rich. Oh, right. And Jack in Hong Kong says Emilio Estevez... Stefan is one of the sons of Martin Sheen. Ah, you live and learn. Shane says, if you had Betamax, I did, and then you couldn't buy movies. Yeah. Oh, that valuable coin, actually. So three collectibles, the 93 gold double eagle and the world's rarest stamp fetched more than $30 million at Sotheby's. The coin sold for $18.9 million. What would you do with it? You'd be worried, wouldn't you, if somebody, pinched it. So it's apparently the double eagle was the last gold currency struck in the United States. The newly sold specimen's value stems from its status as the only legally privately owned 1933 double eagle known to survive today. Oh, I reckon there's a few. But if somebody's got them, they're going to keep quiet, aren't they? They're not going to tell people they've actually got one of these things. It's quite nice, but it's solid gold, is it? Solid gold for 18 million. Ooh, if I had 18 million. Chris says sometimes people think that helping a little bit for things like Ukraine is just a drop in the ocean, but what people need to remember is the ocean is a culmination of billions of drops. We can all make a difference. I think we're doing really well in this country. When you see how well the public have responded, because as I said to you before, one of the guys out in the newsroom, he said, I'm so grateful to be living in this country. He said, why would you want to be living in the Ukraine? I said, well, I also appreciate every single day that we're here. Definitely. Dave in Plymouth says, I won 50 quid on the premium bonds yesterday. I've given it to the Ukrainian appeal. It feels inadequate, but hope it does good. Listen, every bit counts. Every bit counts. It doesn't matter whether it's 50 quid or a quid. It counts. If every single person in this country gave £1, think how brilliant that would be. £1 is nothing to most people. You find that stuck down the buck of the blooming settee, don't you? Well, I don't, because I keep going down the back of my settee every so often. I find it on the bathroom floor, actually. You know, when I take my jeans off, well, you probably don't, but I'm telling you I do. And why not? It's my life. I can do what I want. And invariably, because I've got these jeans on, which aren't as wide at the bottom, they're not skinny jeans, but they're certainly a lot skinnier than I would normally wear. And I end up having to, because I'm not very good at bending over. Strange, this. I'm not very good at that at all. So what I have to do is I have to sort of take the jeans down, and then I put one foot over the bottom of the jean and then pull my leg out. Okay? But it sometimes means that as you're pulling your leg out, you're pulling the jean inside out, and the money that's in my pocket falls out. Quite a complicated scenario, me taking my jeans off. But and once I've got one off, then I'm good. But many is the time I've fallen over taking jeans on and off, because they get a bit it's very confusing, honestly. I don't know why I bothered you with it. The Russian general killed by a sniper, one of Vladimir Putin's top generals, shot dead in a major blow to the Kremlin's war plan. It's not going as well as even poor old Vlad thinks it is it? I mean, it really is. It turns out to be a bit of a disaster. He thought it was going to be walkover, but it's not. It's not. The oligarchs sanctioned. The Russians lose their ships as the billionaires have been hit. There's one here. He's got very nice, actually. They're all roughly about the same sort of price. There's obviously a place somewhere where they build these luxury super yachts. Because I'm looking at Russian billionaire Alisher Usmanov. He's had a travel ban imposed and his assets have been frozen. He's worth about 14 billion. And so they've all got these boats. The one owned by Oleg Deripaska, who was sanctioned in 2018, is only worth 50 million. So basically it's a tugboat. When you see these yachts here, and then they parade the Beckham's yacht in front of people and go, it's 5 million. It's got a crew of 2, was it, or something like that. And I remember thinking, these have four people. These would have a crew of 100 people. 100 people, but now they've been seized, one in a shipyard near Marseille, the other one in Hamburg. There's the Eclipse. This is Roman Abramovich, 375 million, and he's got Solaris, 430 million, currently in Barcelona. The other one's in the Caribbean. And as I say, whether they get them back again, I've got no idea. I don't know what you do with something like that. You can put sanctions in place, and you can hang on to these yachts. But what we do with them after that, I've got no idea. Perhaps they just sit there and rot. We were talking the other day about that ship that was coming in, and it had, how many cars was it? 120 cars or something like that. Huge amount of cars, and the whole ship sank. So all these luxury cars, I think 130 of them, are Porsches, are resting at the bottom of the Atlantic. Lots of these super yachts are made in the Netherlands, because I've seen pictures of trying to get them out. This is the burning ghost ship. 1,300 supercars worth 120 million. I mean, all the crew escaped, but as the ship took on water, it just basically took on too much water. It listed, then took on more, and then it sank. 120 million pounds worth of cars sitting at the bottom of the Atlantic. There's no chance of getting them out. Absolutely no chance. It would be a pointless exercise. Cheaper to go and buy another car. You might as well just claim on the insurance. A deep-sea fisherman has caught a blue lobster. Apparently the odds of catching one, obviously it was cold, are 1 in 2 million. 1 in 2 million for a blue lobster. And its bright colour saved its life as Morgan Bizek threw it back into the ocean. It's caused by a genetic abnormality that makes it overproduce a particular protein. So there you go, very rare, but they decided they weren't going to eat it. It looks quite nice, actually, but I should imagine it stands out. Something chronic. A blue lobster. Wow. They come in other colours, don't they? I've seen them in other colours. I did have some lobster the other day, actually, but it was a luxury prawn cocktail from M&S, 2 for a tenner or something, and it was prawns and I think it had a bit of smoked salmon in it, little bits, and a bit of lobster. And I thought perhaps I can eat it that way, because when I was confronted with a whole lobster, I couldn't touch it. I don't like things like that. Well, it's not a case of too picky, but I went out with a friend of mine, and he was thanking me for something. I can't remember what it was. Anyway, he said, I'll take you to this restaurant. We'll have lobster. And I was too polite to say I've never had lobster, and I wasn't really sure I wanted to. And he made the restaurant bring it to the table, and it walked. just to prove that it was fresh lobster because it was still alive. And it moved across the table, and I remember thinking, oh, God. And then within 15 minutes it came back, and it was covered in sauce, and it was dead. I tried a little bit, and went, I'm so full. I just couldn't bring myself to eat it. And then I went out with some of the boys from the breakfast show on LBC, and we went to this. I think it's called Lobster and Burger or something like that, or whatever it is. Anyway, and again, I don't think it was called Surf and Turf. I don't think so. Whatever it was, that's all they did was lobster and burger. I just ate the chips. I couldn't get into I wish I could get into lobster, because I've got one of the best fish shops in Twickenham, Sandy's, and he does fresh lobsters. I told you I brought one in for the producer, and it was alive, and we had it in the box, and he put it in a polystyrene box. Obviously, you put an elastic band around its claws at the front, otherwise they'll eat their way out, and then he put damp newspaper over the top, and I brought it in here. And, of course, everybody's going, oh, what is it, what is it, what is it? And we opened the box up, and as we moved the paper, obviously the lobster thought it was going for a bid for freedom and started moving. Well, you've never seen people run. It was hilarious. Bunch of wusses they were in the newsroom in those days. I ran as well, yes. I was the first one. I was leading the run. And so the next one, we actually had it so it was all prepared. He'd actually done it and cooked it. Because when I gave it to my producer, Sam, He took it home, kept it in the freezer, which chills it down and makes them drowsy, and then you put it in the water, and then it sort of brings it up to the boil. Took him ages to get around to doing it. I couldn't have done that. I really couldn't. I've watched in all these markets them cutting fish and stuff like that, and I'm always thinking, oh no, I think I'm destined to be a vegetarian. I think so, but it's not going to happen this much. Coming up to the news very quickly. Unexpected morons in the bagging area, courtesy of Ali Ross. The Chase's Bradley Walsh. The Battle for Brittany is a documentary about which woman, Matt? Margaret Thatcher? Bradley Walsh. In Monaco, the Avenue Princess Grace is named after which woman, Joe? Marie Antoinette? Celebrity mastermind Clive Myrie. What word for something or someone very large was the name of the elephant brought from London Zoo in 1882 by American showman P.T. Barnum for his circus? Steve, Snoochie Shy? It's an elephant. And Bradley Walsh, what Charles Dickens novel is considered to be his most autobiographical? Harv. Moby Dick? Where do they get these people? There's an agency for terminally stupid people? Really, they're so dumb. It's so embarrassing. So embarrassing. That's why I don't put myself up on these shows. It's not worth it. Let's get the news headline, shall we, at 5:30 with Holly Harris.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, everybody. Was I correct in thinking Nadine Dorries stood up in the House of Commons the other day and thanked the BBC journalists for being out there? Has she heard of other people? I do worry about poor Nadine. I think did she thank everybody? I think so too. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. There's a simple way of judging whether it's been a good series of The Apprentice or not. You measure it against the level of resentment you feel about paying rent for the £17 million London mansion the candidates have called home for the last 9 weeks. And what they're lacking is bags of charm. And they've sort of mentioned Stuart Baggs. I couldn't remember anything about Stuart Baggs, whether he was interesting or whether he wasn't interesting. And was he the one who died? I can't remember. Not on this series, was it? Was it a series a while ago? Where did I get these? Do people write in and go, I'd like to nominate myself? Oh, right, that's how it works. But Ali Ross is talking about it, and he says these people are so bloody awful, they're brilliant. He says, and you want them kept in until the brutal interview round, like Syra Khan, Syed Ahmed, and the greatest of them all, he said, Stuart Baggs. He says, so Stuart gets a mention. But actually, you're right. I seem to remember something about him, but I haven't seen it. Mainly because I just think they all look desperately uncomfortable in their sort of suits that they wouldn't be wearing normally. It's like sort of models who've not quite made it, and they're all obsessed with, oh, I'm this and I'm so sick. And it turns out that they're not. And they can't do simple tasks, which is very interesting. What else have we got? The simple stampeding brilliance of Ant and Dec's Ding Dong, That's My Doorbell game on Takeaway. Every time I watch Ant and Dec, what I'm watching is Noel's house party. It's all been done before. They've just ripped off everybody's ideas. Every single thing that's done on the show, Noel Edmonds did it. It was done on Game for a Laugh. There were all sorts of bits and pieces, but mainly Noel's house party covered all of these things. And they sort of, trying to, it's just people, they never credit where it came from. Also, trying to find something else, actually. TV irritations, which are always fairly good. Peaky Blinders, the ultimate triumph of style over substance. See, I never watched it. I never saw it, and it didn't interest me in the slightest. But apparently it did very, very well in the ratings. Yeah, people love it, don't they? I think they liked it because of Cillian Murphy, I think. I think that was the idea, because they thought it was so marvellous. So here we go. Here's Fern McCann. I'm different now. I'm older and wiser. Well, you're certainly older, dear. Also, the Falklands War. The 40 years since the Falklands War. Even I can't believe that. 40 years since the Falklands War. I can remember, absolutely, I can remember all our reporters out there, from Kim Sabido, who literally, turned it into a career. I mean, he was just, LBC was the only station running it and covering it 24 hours a day. It was just absolutely amazing. It really was. Also, a masked gang rammed a jewellery store with a pickup truck the other day. There's a lot of this happened. This was in Sparkbrook in Birmingham. There's all sorts of these places. What they do, they just get a van. I saw it one morning, actually. I looked out of my window, I heard this awful crash, and there was a clothes shop much further up the road, and they'd reversed into the window, and they'd nicked all his stock. It was a very, very good clothing shop. He had £1,000 leather jackets and things like that, and they literally, third time he'd been done. And I leant out the window watching these people who were loading stuff into bin liners and then just, getting back in the truck and driving off again. And I've seen them on YouTube as well, where people try and drag out cash machines. And then there were those other people who were blowing up cash machines. Remember those ones? They were pumping gas in or something. And we had that in Twickenham. So I remember coming down and seeing all of the, the cash point had just blown to pieces. But, you always get people like that. I watched a woman the other day shoplifting on the television. It was on one of these television programmes. And then she just loaded up a bag and walked straight out the door. She was caught. And then she kicked off and did the usual, I'm going to prison anyway, what do I care? And she was kicking out at the police officers. And you think, there's obviously, because every time you read about dreadful things happening out on the streets, and then they catch people, and then they put them in court, and then they go, oh, we're going to give you a suspended sentence. And I think, what's the point? What is the point? Twickenham, a hotbed of crime at the moment. Yeah. I mean, I think it's anywhere, really. Yes, we've had people making love in the car park. Well, I say love, looked a very amateurish kind of version. Yeah, not that I'm the expert on this. Steve and the team says, Rob, I'm thinking about the lobster escaping and the LBC team running in all directions. Yes, I haven't done it since. But I mean, there's all sorts of, I keep reminding myself that it's all very good for you. Everything's very good for you. So today, today I'm going to have my smoked salmon, but I forgot to get yesterday, what did I have yesterday? Bratwurst. I've gone very continental, have you noticed? And so I'm going to have the smoked salmon today, but I'm going to try it with coleslaw, as somebody recommended. I'd never ever thought about putting smoked salmon with coleslaw, but I shall try it. Why not? Be adventurous, I'm the Mary Berry of Twickenham. Yeah, tune in on Monday. Kevin, the expat, says there's a video of on YouTube of a guy who bought a lobster from a supermarket, took it home and kept it as a pet in a large homemade tank. He said, I thought it was going to be boring, but I couldn't stop watching the daily life of the lobster. They don't do anything. If you put a lobster in a tank, it will just sit there. It just sits there. I know because, as I say, we lived in Hong Kong and they used to have tanks with all the lobsters in, and they don't really, they don't require a lot of exercise. You don't take them out for walks or anything like that, but you just sort of leave it. It sits at the bottom of the tank and floats around. There's another bit on where somebody's got a piranha in a tank and then they put a goldfish in there. Well, of course, the goldfish is like, what the heck is that? I don't know. Oh, there's another one of a snake being fed a live mouse. Because I used to have a friend who kept a snake, big snake. They don't do a lot either. They just sit in their vivariums. And he used to feed it dead mice. You could go to the pet shop and they would sell you dead mice. Poor old mice, honestly. And this thing, but this was a live mouse put into a thing, and you watch the snake, and then it strikes, and I find that frightening. And that's why I've always been terrified of snakes. They were doing it on This Morning yesterday, where it was a woman who had a fear of hedgehogs. And she said to them, don't laugh. And, of course, as the two people there, the Speakmans, were sort of trying to help, they had no intention of laughing at her. They're quite used to dealing with this sort of thing. And they were trying to find out why she was frightened of hedgehogs. What would be the reason? She said, well, I can't sit in the garden. I can't go out because I'm worried that they're going to be out there and all this kind of thing. And then she saw them on Not the 9 o'clock news. What's the name for the fear of hedgehogs? I've got no idea. I wouldn't have the faintest idea. Does it have a name? I suppose it would do. But at one point, she said that she'd seen Not the 9 o'clock news and they ate a hedgehog. And it cut back to Phil and he went, no, they didn't eat a hedgehog. It's called, I can't even pronounce that, Scatsaquairobia. Scatsaquairphobia. Well, that's the fear of... So much easier to say the fear of hedgehogs. Don't you think so? That's what it is it? Scatsaquairphobia. That's a good question, actually, isn't it, for Mastermind or something like that? So what is the fear of hedgehogs? Or just tell them, what is scatsaquairphobia? And they'll go, I know that. I heard it on Steve Allen's early breakfast show, and it's the fear of hedgehogs. But anyway, she said it was seeing them eating this hedgehog in a sandwich on Not the 9 o'clock news. And Philip said they wouldn't have eaten a hedgehog. Believe you me. He said there are so many rules in place that you can't do it. Whenever we did something on Fives Company with an animal, we had to have 2. Yeah, the Freddie Star ate my hamster, of course, was just total rubbish. It was made up. He didn't eat a hamster at all. It was just made up. And, of course, he went completely round the bend, didn't he, at the end? It was all sorts of strange... It was really a very bizarre life. They all go like that, don't they? I've had some horrendous stories of people in show business, mainly show business. Or, there must be other groups of people as well. But they were trying to explain, and the Speakmans then said exactly the same. No, they would not have eaten a hedgehog. They don't eat hedgehog. When you get hedgehog-flavoured crisps, that's not real hedgehog. It's just a flavour. And she gradually came round to their way of thinking. But they have a competition in the morning where you've got people have phoned up to register, and they then call the numbers at random, and you have to answer with their... I'm going to sneeze... Dear, honestly, I hope nobody caught that. And you have to answer with, the hedgehog menu of the day or something like that. You have to... It's no good answering going hello. The moment you go hello, they go sorry, and they put the phone down on you. And these people who phoned up at premium rates and then can't remember how to answer their telephone, with the keyword of the day. The amount of times they have to go, no, sorry, and they put the phone down on them. You imagine it's your only opportunity you're ever going to get. And they've taken to going around the country people who've won. People who've won before. Yesterday it was 2 gay guys. They opened the door, one was holding the cat. And they said, it's getting more camp on television every day. I can't believe it. So funny. So funny. Steve, can I just say how grateful I am to you? Well, you can, actually. Yes, Emmeline, yes. And the team. Well, they're nothing to do with it. I'm not taking I'm sharing the glory with them, for goodness sake. Yeah, whatever. It gets me through lots of long nights that I've had. Well, we've all had the same long night. Steve, Emilio Estefan is husband of 80s sensation Gloria Estefan and won 19 Grammys. Emilio Estevez, with a Z, is part of the Sheen dynasty. Martin Sheen's real name is Estevez. Thank you for the change of pace. I think we have to do it, Joshua. We have to do it every so often, because otherwise, you're going to drive yourselves absolutely insane. I don't want people getting into a state of depression. I want to make sure that we know exactly where we are, with Ukraine. Everybody's doing their bit. The Queen has donated. Lots of people have donated money. You've donated money. You've donated clothes, medicine. They need all sorts of things. They need sticking plasters, something, and water. Water they need. How you send that, I've got no idea. Do we just buy bottles of water and give it to them? We don't send food and water. Do we send money so they can get food? Oh, right, OK, that's much easier, isn't it? They do it their end. God, you're so well informed on it. We're so lucky. Line of Duty, apparently. Martin Compston yesterday suggested a 7th series was on the cards. I've never even seen it. All these things, they go, we're now into the 7th series. And I go, lovely, what is it? Is it very complicated? Oh, see, I can't do complicated. I used to get confused with Pogle's Wood, or Trumpton or anything like that. It's 14 minutes to 6. Let's get the latest LBC travel for you this morning with Joanne Webb.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
An astonishing apology from Sky in the papers today. Seriously, an astonishing apology. And they've apologised to disgraced footballer David, is it pronounced Goodwillie? I know, I can't believe it either, seriously. And they labelled him a racist on air. And so the Sports News Channel said sorry to the striker for confusing a court ruling because he is, in fact, a rapist. And so they apologised to him for calling him a racist rather than a rapist, because there was a civil case. And in the broadcast on Wednesday, a Sky presenter said, we'd like to issue an apology to Mr. Goodwillie. A little earlier this evening, in error, we reported that he'd been ruled to be a racist. In fact, he is a rapist. And so seriously, you couldn't even make it up, can you? You really couldn't make something like that up. So they apologised to him. They got it wrong. Not a racist at all. He's just a convicted rapist. Lots of you asking over the past, and it seems ages ago since we did it, about the show that we did at the Leicester Square Theatre to raise money for Global's Make Some Noise, of which we made a lot of money. And I didn't know at the time. In fact, I think they only told me just before the beginning of it. They said, first of all, they were filming it, and I didn't even put makeup on or anything. I mean, you just have to take me as you find me, really. No more than usual. I just had a little bit of mascara. But anyway, a lot of people asking how you can get hold of a copy of the live show. And so what they've done is they've turned the whole thing into a special podcast that you can enjoy any time you like. You get the whole show. It's completely uncensored. Actually, I don't think there was anything in it that needed censoring in the first place. Apart from, how fat has he got, and that's it. Oh, and incidentally, I gave away my red sequin jacket to Mark Armand of Soft Cell, and the news came through the other day. Mark Armand is releasing a record with the Pet Shop Boys. And I think it's coming out on the 22nd of March. I'm pretty certain it's 22nd of March. And I was delighted, because I hope that if they do a video, he's going to be wearing that red sequined jacket, and it's Purple Zone, and the Pet Shop Boys have issued a thing. So it's a joint single, Purple Zone, written by Soft Cell with a remix production by the Pet Shop Boys, and this is for March the 22nd. The two duos will release a joint single. So Mark Armand so it's Soft Cell and the Pet Shop Boys, which is good news. Very pleased about that. Anyway, Mark Armand did turn up to my show at the Leicester Square Theatre. In fact, he was at my magic show at Christmas. It's beginning to become a stalking issue, but I'm quite happy. So if you would like to get a hold of my special podcast that you can enjoy any time you like, all you need to do, is very simple, is text the word Steve, Fort is me, S-T-E-V-E, and send it to 84850. So Steve to 84850. We then text you back with a link to download the show on the Global Player, and a voluntary donation of just £3 from every text goes straight to our charities. Make Some Noise. Standard network rates apply. You need to be 18 or over. Terms and conditions at lbc.co.uk. So Steve to 84850. The more of you that download it, the more money we raise for Global's Make Some Noise. And this year it ran into millions, which is absolutely fantastic. If you'd like to purchase the podcast from outside of the UK, all you have to do is just go to lbc.co.uk and you can find out more. So please do that, because the more money we raise, the better it is. Steve says, Anne, feeling helpless, collected up donations from the guys and gals at work, taking another carload to our local distribution centre. A small drop in the ocean, I know, but hopefully these things get there soon. Yes, I mean, listen, that's all you can do. Sarah says, did you manage to get the vegan chocolate from Hotel Chocolat? I didn't, actually. I was whizzing around yesterday trying to get as many things done as possible, and I didn't get as far as Hotel Chocolat, which I might manage to get round to today. Might manage. Yeah, there's one in Kingston. Just you go into the marketplace, and it's on the left hand. I know where it is, 'cause I've been in there before, you know, in Craig. Because a friend of mine's got a chocolate shop in Richmond. He started off with a clothes shop, then he bought the ice cream shop, and he brought over one of these big gelato machines from Italy, which is upstairs, and so anything you put into it comes out as ice cream. So put the producer's name down straight away. And no, they put Christmas puddings in and all sorts of things. You get Christmas pudding ice cream, just sort of mix it all up with the cream, which is lovely. And then on the end of his little alleyway, there was a chocolate shop, and so he bought that. So they now make all their own chocolates. But the only chocolates I don't like anything hard. Only go for soft. No, not truffles, no. I just like sort of chocolates that look like, preferably dark chocolates, but with apricot filling or banana filling. Got this obsession with bananas. I haven't got my banana juice yet. I haven't even ordered it yet. I've got this obsession I get obsessions with certain things, and it becomes like sort of, you know, my raison d'etre, and then all of a sudden I kind of forget about it and I've moved on from it. But I'm determined to get the banana juice. I'll never get it, I know. I'm trying to, actually. Kim says, you've just evoked a memory, Steve. Pogle's Wood. I know. I see the trouble is I grew up with all these kids' programmes on the television. I mean, the Wooden Tops was one of our favourite ones. And they were great. They were sort of string puppets. There was Mummy and Daddy Wooden Top. There were the twins. There was a Mrs. Mop, and the biggest spotty dog you've ever seen. And the Wooden Top, and they seem so basic when you look back at them. I mean, Muffin the Mule, you know, in itself, just sort of used to prance around on top of a piano. I think it was a woman called Annette who used to look after Muffin the Mule. You could see the strings. Nobody worried about it. And then they did Thunderbirds, and you could see the strings. There we go. That's Watch with Mother, the Wooden Tops. I mean, most of these people obviously had some sort of injury or medical conditions, because the way they walked was about the oddest ever, and there was a baby in a pram. It was all just simple stuff. I mean, to be honest with you, the mother here putting the baby back in the pram looks as though she's had a few sherbets. You know, you don't like to mention it. Here she goes back inside again, and they're always holding their arms up like that as they walk around. They're not doing anything else, and the baby is in the pram, and you know, baby's very lively. Baby throwing blanket out, which is very, very clever for puppets. Very clever for puppets. I mean, you know, when you got Sooty and Sweep and things like that, you know, that was different. But these are working on strings. Although, actually, I can't see the strings on Baby, so it might be operated from underneath. Difficult to tell. But all these puppets exist. They're in the Museum of London. I've seen them. And they were just... I don't know why we thought it was great. Mummy coming out, pat baby on head, throw that out again and you're being adopted. You know, that's the kind of thing. And there's the biggest spotty dog you've ever seen. Look at the way it walks. He's had a sherbet. But it was simple. And we liked it. Nowadays, it's so complicated. So very complicated. Steve, have you seen the fire at Dalton Mill, Keighley? Yes, I heard about that. That's in a lot of the papers this morning. Used in Peaky Blinders and Downton Abbey, a lovely 1860s mill that once employed 2,000 people. Yes, it burnt to the ground. And I don't know whether or not they can save it, but they had 100 firefighters out there. 20 pumps were called out just before noon. They said the incident was being scaled back, but some crews would remain overnight to dampen down the blaze. So people living nearby, keep your windows and doors closed to avoid travelling through the area because of the smoke. How that started, I've got no idea. Do they have any idea of how it started? Or is it just one of those things, isn't it? Mainly electrical stuff, isn't it, really? Early 1980s, says Jane. In New York, at a nightclub, remember seeing Mark Hartman. Very excited. I've always been a big fan. Well, he should have come to our show, because Mark was there. In fact, he seems to come to quite a lot of my shows. He's ever so sweet. I dragged him up on stage, because he liked the jacket. Mind you, Dawn Neeson from the Daily Star liked my jacket as well. I knew she would, because it's red. And it's sequined. And it's very nice. I've got them in loads of colours. We had them all made. My friend Paul Savory went over to Thailand. You give them a jacket to start with, something that fits you nicely, and then they just copy. And so they're just brilliant. They've got all these marvellous people who can make jackets and stuff like that. Starmer and company failed to condemn the union that crippled London. Bit of a shame, isn't it, really? Although they've achieved nothing. Absolutely nothing at all, apart from, people are saying, oh, please. Also, Scottish people given the legal right to switch sex. You don't have to sort of start proving things, which you do before. We had another one about that the other day in prisons. They're saying they should be given, all prisoners in this male prison, a lipstick, a hairbrush, a few little bits and pieces, just in case they're transgender. And I thought, well, if they are transgender, they'll have their own stuff. They're not going to be going for stuff that's handed out in prisons. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. We'll go back and we'll come up with some more stories, because the Mirror today are saying that Ukraine's president, this is Zelensky, has called for face-to-face talks with Vladimir Putin. Now, of course, that would be the decent thing to do. I mean, I would like to say I think that's a fantastic idea, but I'm not sure that Putin is man enough to actually have and sit down and have talks with somebody like Zelensky. No, Russian invasion forces all set to advance on Kyiv on 3 fronts have continued to bombard, destroying cities and killing civilians. You think Putin, who's hiding away like a big girl's blouse in the Kremlin, do you think he's actually going to be prepared to have talks with Zelensky? That would be the adult way of doing it, but as we know, he's a nasty, horrible little bully who kills children, so there's very little chance. But you can always live in hope, can't you? News at 6.
Attention all passengers. You can now book your train tickets on Uber and get 10% back in Uber credits to spend on your next train journey. So no excuses not to visit your in-laws this Christmas.
Trains, now on Uber. T's and C's apply. Check the Uber app.
Morning, everybody. It's Steve Allen's early breakfast coming up to 4 minutes past 6. I knew that Dawn Neeson would want the red jacket. Unfortunately, I gave it to Mark Armand. I mean, you're way too skinny to wear that jacket. It would hang on you like a tent. But you're right. I mean, it's a red sequin lined jacket. I think lined in blue, if I remember. I've got it in black, blue, green, gold, silver. I mean, mainly because I thought that if ever you do a live show, people want to see a bit of, colour and a bit of, showbiz, pizzazz, glitz and glamour. So I remember once Dale used to do the lottery and he would do it in a pair of jeans. And I remember thinking, God, you're earning a small fortune doing this. You should at least sort of wear something a bit flash. And he did go through a phase of wearing things. And then he just resorted to doing the jeans thing. And of course, Dale and jeans just didn't go together. He didn't have the right figure to wear jeans. I remember once he wore a leather jacket on the lottery and people were going, he's wearing a leather jacket, They were complaining about it bitterly. But he did what he wanted to do. Simple as that. John says, when I went to see Alison Moyet in concert in a London theatre in the 1980s, Mark Armand was sitting behind me. See, everybody's seen Mark Armand somewhere. Come to a Steve Allen show, you will see Mark Armand. He's almost guaranteed to be there, bless his heart, which we like very much indeed. So that makes it a lot better, doesn't it, really? So the latest from Ukraine overnight, the fire at the Ukrainian nuclear power plant, the largest in Europe, has now been extinguished. The local mayor earlier said the fire was caused by continuous enemy shelling. Radiation levels at the power plant reported to be within a normal range. One regional official says the safety of the plant is secured. Meanwhile, the strategic port city of Mariupol has been under constant attack. Russia has so far only seized one city, Kherson, in southern Ukraine. We'll keep you updated with the latest news and the best analysis throughout the day on LBC. Although you probably feel as though, when you look at the pictures in the paper, it seems to have happened fairly quickly that the bombing has gone on. But I liked the idea that Zelensky has to reach out to Putin to say, why there's no other way to stop this war. Why don't we have a talk about it? But of course, Putin, that's like taking the child's toys away, isn't it? No, I don't want to come and have a talk with you. Well, you blooming well should, because it's only going to end in a disaster for you, Putin, as you know. You know, he's known as a tyrant. He's known as a child killer. He has children murdered, you know, and yet he doesn't want to sit. Perhaps he's frightened. Perhaps he's frightened because he's so used to getting his own way. Vladimir, I'll just call him Vladimir, he's a Ukrainian fighter. He said, we need to stop this madness. It's senseless. What's happening is terror. But they've got defiant Ukraine soldiers. And you look at the damaged vehicles, the Russian vehicles in Kyiv, and a lot of people, you know, in the children's hospital in Kyiv, they've had to start operating in the basement because it's the only safe place there. 500,000 people under siege, civilians forming human blockade at the nuclear plant. They're very resilient. They're very resilient. But as I say, Putin is too scared to actually face these people, mainly because he's going to end up, you know, with a country that's completely ravaged and is just basically the bare bones, and he's going to be satisfied with that. I don't quite understand why. You know, it would make it an awful lot easier if he sat down and spoke to somebody. And then, as I said a few days ago, as long as he sort of still keeps face, he's okay. But he is like some petulant little child. You know, I want to do this, I'm going to do this. But as one of the papers says today, why is Britain so slow to put the squeeze on Putin's cronies? Presumably because we welcomed them here for donkey's years. Presumably. You know, and you look at the red tide of resistance, you know, and a medic trying in vain to save a girl aged 6, because these bombs coming down on them, they're just totally, you know, they don't discriminate against anybody in particular. It's everybody. And you look at people here and little children, you know, especially the ones who were demonstrating, who got arrested. Little children got arrested. It's so sad. The Co-op Food has removed Russian-made vodka from sale in response to Vladimir Putin's invasion of Ukraine. I mean, I think all Russian products should be taken off the shelves immediately. There is a Russian shop in London as well. There is a Russian shop where I believe you can buy Russian... That should be closed down immediately. I know it sounds a bit harsh, but I think we have to do it. It's Putin, but if they're stopping... I think a lot of bars are stopping selling Russian vodka now. And they're going to put a Polish distilled alternative. Well, the Polish have got no end of vodkas. I mean, they've really got tons of... I've got vodkas with bits of tree in them and all sorts of things. And it's not very expensive. Not very expensive at all. Morrison's have also banned Russian Standard. And there's loads of Nightcap Group and Arc Inspirations are among bar operators to remove alcohol products from Russia from their venues. So they'll sort of get them one way or the other. So this, hopefully, is going to sort of react in Russia. Okay. And so in Russia, they'll be going to Putin, listen, our business is collapsing. People are not buying our products. What are you going to do about it? And either he's going to be very stubborn, or he might actually make some concessions. If he sat down with Zelensky and had a chat, it would make a lot more sense. A lot more sense. Steve, says Jane, not only do I weep at the heinous crimes upon these innocent Ukrainian folk, but at young Russian soldiers not knowing they were lied to. Well, they know now. They're well aware of it. They were misled, telephoning their mothers, crying. Exactly. They thought they were just going to be a peacekeeping force. No, completely wrong there. Jane says, make it stop. And Sue in Perthshire says, Steve, I wish we could just still live together and accept each other for what they are. I'm just driving home from dropping my son off, and I worry about him all the time. Goodness only knows how the people in Ukraine are coping. Well, we'll never know. I've never been in that situation. Other stories in the paper today. This Metropolitan Police officer who tried to start relationships with girls of 15 and 16. Married PC, Adnan Arib, was found guilty of misconduct in a public office and given 2 years. It's unbelievable. Arib met the 16-year-old after she was picked up by police, having been reported missing in 2019. He told her she was pretty and asked her out. They exchanged texts. The 15-year-old, who'd been accused of theft, felt uncomfortable when he offered her a date. She told Southwark Crown Court she felt his intentions were not pure and of a sexual nature. So Arib of Barking in East London is already suspended. Patrick Hill, defending, said the loss of his career was inevitable. What is the matter with these people? This is a married man. I mean, did you really think you were going to get away with it? I don't think so. There might be good news. I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here. We'll be heading back to the jungle this year. They've been stuck in some castle in North Wales. for the last couple of bits of it. Meanwhile, ITV is looking for a new Love Island villa, home of this is in Mallorca, home of the 6 of the 7 previous series of the dating show. I can't believe that they're still running with Love Island. I mean, it's the most dreary piece of rubbish you've ever seen on the television. Awful. And Director of Content said, we expect a celebrity to return to Australia when it will generate an audience over 11 million. Really? What, they're predicting that already? I don't think so. I can't think of anything worse, actually, than I'm a celebrity. I mean, you've really got to be at the very end of your tether, haven't you, to actually go on to that, or your career's washed up, or you need to sort of save some money for your old age, or just all sorts of... There's got to be some reason why you want to exhibit yourself on television. And, of course, I remember somebody telling me some while ago of a person who went on there, and they were hated, absolutely hated, because they were so different. I mean, also, who wants to see pictures of Steve Allen showering under a waterfall, excuse me? No, you don't. Believe you me. I'll show you the film later. But, me standing under the shower, very nice indeed. Imagine standing under a shower. Oh, can't think of anything worse. And also, creepy... I'd have to ask for a seat. So I could sit there, do it under a rock or something like that. And also all these creepy crawlies. That's the other contestants. And snakes and bugs. And you've got to eat this to do they'd starve. There'll be no chance of me doing any of these Bush Tucker trials, thank you very much indeed. Oh, no. I'm not going to lie in a box. Yeah, but a box, and then they empty bugs all over you and snakes and stuff like that. No, thank you. No, but you're doing it to get stars so we can eat. Well, you're not going to eat then, are you, fatty? It's not going to happen. You'll just have to lose weight, because I'm not going to lie in a box. Damn it, no amount of money would ever get me to do something like that. No, it doesn't. No, you see, you can be very silly and say 10 million and things like that. But I mean, they're never going to offer me 10 million. But if they did, I'd do it straight away. And no, I wouldn't actually. I wouldn't be tempted by the. I would. No point in lying, is there? God knows. I'll tell you who's not been on television recently. It's a comedian. I can't remember his name, but he writes scripts for television and stuff like that. And he's always on 8 out of 10 Cats. And he's ever so funny. But I've not seen him on telly for a while. I can't remember what his name is. Can you show me a list of comedians who've been on 8 out of 10 Cats or something like that? He does all these panel shows. He's very funny. Does funny things. Find out in a minute. No, it's not Sean, no. They're doing a tribute show to him, which I'm very pleased about. Because occasionally, because I've got an old television, it keeps showing old shows. And they keep popping up with Sean Locke, who is very good. Everybody seemed to like Sean Locke. But no, I can't remember who this other comedian... He's very similar to Sean Locke. Very similar. And, but he'd written a comedy show and he starred in it. And, no, not John, no, I know John Richardson. I like John Richardson. I think he's very nice. He comes over as really nice. I don't like it when he swears. I don't like it when any of them swear. They've started swearing on a lot of programmes, whereas me, yeah, I'm a bit prudish. I'd just rather they went, oh, bother. It makes it sound much better. But, you'll know who this man is. The moment I tell you the name, which I can't remember. Yeah, who is this man? He's written a comedy show. He's starred in it. He's very funny he does 8 out of 10 Cats, and he's done loads of things, but I just can't remember his name. 6:15. Let's get the latest LBC News headlines with Holly Harris. Morning, nice to have your company. 21 minutes past 6, Steve Allen's early breakfast. Kylie Minogue leading tributes to Neighbours. Yes, because apparently it launched her career, I would have thought, actually. They got 15 National Television Awards they were nominated for, 83 number of Logie TV Award nominations, and 20 million UK viewers saw Charlene and Scott get married, and then Jason Donovan had his musical career with Stock Aitken Waterman, as did Kylie. They both had very successful careers. I think Kylie's was, I think I'm going out of my head or something, and Jason was doing Too Many Broken Hearts in the World, There's Too Many Dreams, which I thought was great. Can't Get You Out of My Head. That was Kylie, wasn't it? I'm sure she's marvellous. I thought she was leaving the country. I thought, didn't she pack up and we saw all the mattresses going? I'm not sure if they're going to assemble old people. Like people who've been in Neighbours over the years who are still alive, and then sort of put them all back together, and then because they did it on one programme, and I can't remember which one it was, where they sort of had people coming back as ghosts. I think they've done it, haven't they? In Neighbours, I'm pretty certain they had sort of, somebody coming back and they were talking to them because it was an old character, but they had in fact died. Well, that's what I thought, actually. But Russell Crowe, Margot Robbie, Neighbours launched the careers of Hollywood celebrities, although I never took to Russell Crowe. Pat came back, that's right, Pat came back as a ghost on EastEnders just before Peggy died. And I was watching Surprise, Surprise with Cilla Black, and they had a young lad in the audience. What? They had a young lad in the audience, and that's where Cilla granted wishes to people. And he was 16, and he'd been in hospital, and he'd been ill, and he'd missed the opportunity because he was a big fan of Carry-Ons at 16. Can't imagine why, apart from big busty women, but there you go. And he missed out getting Barbara Windsor to sign his book. And so Cilla, surprise, surprise, she brought in Barbara Windsor, and Barbara signed the book for him and everything else, and she took him off to a party at the Queen Vic or something. I think somebody said, you're going to leave here a child and come back a man. I thought, I think it's a wise thing to say to a 16-year-old boy on television. But that's what Cilla did. But the thing that we used to love more about Surprise, Surprise is when they'd sort of go and look, and the audience here, we've got, are you your sisters, are you? All right, would you come down and have a chat with me? And they go, oh, no. And then they go, you lost contact with your brothers, didn't you? Your twin brothers years ago. And you've tried to make contact and you haven't had any luck. And, well, surprise, surprise, we found them. They're in Australia and we've flown them out. And you think, they obviously didn't look very hard because their average researchers on Surprise, Surprise found them in about 5 minutes. Then all you had to do was sort of bring them back on a plane. They used to do it on, all the shows have done it, where they say, wait a minute, we're able to, I think Ellen DeGeneres did it. We've managed to do a link up with your husband who's in, wherever he was, Afghanistan or something, and there he is. And you go, hello, hello, and he's waving, and the woman in the studio, hello, hello, the kids miss you, hello, hello, and all the rest of it. And then all of a sudden it goes, and she goes, oh, I think we've lost the line. We can do a lot better than that. And the doors open, and there he is, most boring man in the world. It's so cliched, it was so predictable, but I quite liked it. I quite went for all of those things. But they're going to replace Ellen DeGeneres' show with another show, and it's Jennifer somebody, isn't it? Jennifer Hudson, who's going to be doing a show as well. I mean, might even be in the same studios. Love to know what she earned out of that show. She must have earned a fortune. A fortune, which is great. So Kylie could be in Neighbours. They might be trying to persuade them to do it. It's funny, isn't it, that purely down to the key funding that they get from this country that was withdrawn, they lose the show and the studio and all the actors out of work. I mean, it always had a small audience in Oz, but I'd love to know how much it costs. Apparently the news came despite audiences around 1.5 million. So, and people... But it lost its place on a main Aussie station and was relegated to a digital channel called 10 Peach. That's a funny name. Sounds like Babe Station, doesn't it? 10 Peach. Something like that. What else we got here? It looks like the Great British Bake Off host Matt Lucas has managed to resist all the cakes. Do you know he's an early LBC listener? When he came in, we were chatting, and he said, I used to listen to you for most of the night. He was an LBC listener at the time when he was a young man. He's now 47, and he looks great. He looks absolutely great. He really does. He was very nice. How to make the perfect chip butty? I'm assuming get 2 bits of bread, put some butter on, stick chips in the middle, and that's it. But no, I always refuse the ketchup. I don't like anything that drips out the side. That's always a bit sort of embarrassing. But this is Dr. James Hind has used his high-fry Q to find the perfect chip butty. It means the chip's got to be 3/4 the weight of the bread, whilst the plus K is for ketchup and 3M the mass of the butter. He's a statistician in Nottingham, Trent University, and he developed the formula for Iceland based on a poll asking 2,000 people how they create chip butties. Are you mad? What do you mean how you create chip butties? You get 2 bits of bread, you butter them, you put chips in the middle, and then you put the bit of bread on the top of the other bit of bread. He's developed this here. He said every type of bread and style of chip varies subtly, so I'd encourage people to experiment at home. You are quite mad, aren't you? 12 chips apparently it takes to fill up a thing here. Buttered medium thick white bread, and then you add ketchup. That's what they're teaching in universities now. That's how desperately sad and tragic. Really, 3-year course to do that, ladies and gentlemen. He's got a grey beard. What does that tell me? He's got a grey beard, and so he's been doing that. I can't believe it. Telling you how to do a chip butty. It's like people telling you how to make a cup of tea. You know, first, you know, I mean, I like my bag left in. Yeah, I know it's you've taken it out, but I don't mind. I mean, you know, because you obviously squeezed it. I can tell by the colour of the tea. Yeah, good. I think you'll have to go. I mean, to be honest with you, and they should have given you the Steve Allen recommendation for making the perfect cup of tea that keeps him happy, because he's a bit of a prima donna. We don't want any disasters, do we, really? So now there is a mathematical formula for the perfect cup of tea. They say it's one of life's challenges. The perfect drinking temperature is 140 degrees Fahrenheit, achieved 6 minutes later, but after 17 minutes and 30 seconds, the tea will be past its best. Of course it will. It will have gone cold. So the formula is TB plus H2O at 100 C, 2 minutes BT plus C, 10 millilitres, plus 6 minutes BT equals PC at OT 60 C. That is a formula created by scientists at the University of Northumbria. I think we should close that place down immediately. They're quite clearly wasting their time. I mean, it's just, you put the tea bag in, you pour the hot water on the top. I mean, TB is tea bag, BT brewing time, C equals milk, apparently, they can't spell. PC is perfect cuppa, and OT is optimum temperature. So the only one they've got wrong is C equals milk. Well, it doesn't. M equals milk. They spent 180 hours of testing and a panel of volunteers who consumed 285 cups of tea in the laboratory. Close this place immediately. Seriously, they're wasting everybody's time. Why do people worry about that? I mean, I don't mind a chip butty, but it's very difficult to eat. So what you have to do is you have to get a roll. Or failing that, you can put chips in pita bread as well. That's okay. Or these Warburton's pockets. Have you seen those? They're quite nice. You pop those, then it opens up like a little flower, and you just drop your chips in. And then sort of perhaps a little bit of grated cheese, you know, just to add a little bit of juice to it to make it a bit better. No, it's not. I know it's not the formula, but I mean, I'm doing it to please me. I couldn't care less about the formula. I'm not going to follow some. It's wrong. It's so wrong, says the producer. Steve. Oh, Lee Mack, says Mark in Leighton. Yeah, it's Lee Mack. Sanj in Wokingham, thank you. Rod Gilbert. No, not Rod Gilbert. And Annie says Lee Mack, and the show was not going out. Matty says it's David Mitchell. No, it's not David Mitchell, but we like David Mitchell. And Ian from Cardiff, I don't know where that accent came from, I'm so sorry, says it's Lee Mack. Is your comedian Lee Mack? See, obviously my descriptions get better and better. You know, I could describe somebody and immediately half of you know exactly who it is. Still to come, Posh Pub Nosh is lots of dosh. Who says so? Tom Kerridge. He's doing a pub crawl, but it comes at a price. Let's get the latest LBC News headlines, shall we, this morning with Holly Harris.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, 25 minutes to 7. So, a posh pub crawl. Now, I seem to remember we did a story about Tom Kerridge a while ago. I think he's lovely. I think he's really quite charming. But anyway, he's doing a posh pub crawl. He's offering couples a 2-night stay plus dinner at his 2 Michelin-starred The Hand and Flowers Gastropub and Diner. And dinner at another boozer, The Coach. Guests also get breakfast both mornings and a voucher to spend at a third of his pubs, the Butcher's Tap and Grill in Upmarket Marlow. The 3 pubs are less than a mile apart on the same road, but the offer, only available on Tuesday, was met with disability by some. Fred Dutton said get 2 weeks in Malta for that, because it's £1,000. That's what they're charging. £1,000. And somebody said start saving. So it's a gastronomic getaway in Marlow. £1,000 a couple, available on Tuesday only. Signature dishes include Essex lamb bun, £69. Steak and chips, £88. And a range of desserts priced at £26.50. You see, I think that steak and chips is quite a lot of money because there's a place down the bottom here when you go down the alley next to the building, and it's a steak place at the bottom, Steak & Co. And they charge for a rump steak 36 quid. See, that seems like an awful lot of money to me because I can go out and buy a piece of fillet steak for 12 quid. No, not Costco. I can get that in Marks and Spencer's. That seems like an awful lot. We have the menu, do we? Oh, we have the menu. We like a bit of food in the morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is Tom's menu, all about brilliant ingredients cooked simply. So his a la carte Sunday lunch, starters, Cornish tin mine tart with spiced date sauce, soft cheddar and crispy beef, £28. See, that's a lot for a starter. A glazed omelette of smoked haddock and parmesan, £33. See, smoked haddock, I like smoked haddock, but it's £33 for a starter. Soft smoked salmon with apple pancake, dill, creme fraiche and something else, and caviar, 38 quid. Pork and mushroom terrine with dill pickles, Wiltshire truffle and toasted sourdough. That sounds nice. For your mains, slow-cooked creedy carver duck breast with duck vol au vent, Yorkshire rhubarb, almonds and black pudding. Oh, not that blooming black pudding stuff again. That's £62.50. Ribeye of 30-day dried aged beef with the hand and flowers chips, sauce bordelaise and béarnaise. That's £88. And they say, please be aware that some of the meat and fish are served medium rare. In other words, useless for me. Totally useless. But it doesn't matter. Puddings. What's he doing? Oh, he's doing chocolate and ale cake with Rebellion beer ice cream. That's 20. Is that how much a dessert is in his place? Puddings are £26.50. Seems quite a lot, doesn't it? I do like the warm Bramley apple and vanilla Bakewell with tonka bean cream and custard ice cream. And then they recommend a drink to go with it, which is £14.70 a glass. For me, I'd expect the Vineyard for that, definitely. So creme brulee is £26.50. I do like it. That would have to be a blooming big creme brulee for £26.50. So it's quite expensive, isn't it? But then people are willing to pay for quality, you know. Steve, happy 100th birthday to one of your very first listeners and greatest admirers, Mary Passmore from Caterham. Sadly, she died in November 2017 at 95, but I hope she's listening somewhere. Oh, they're bound to be. She's probably up there on a cloud going, I'm still here. Still here. Steve apparently never squeezed the tea bag, says Doug. Well, he did it without a by your leave, nothing. Seriously, he just went ahead and did it. Didn't even ask me. Do you want it squeezed, Steve, or should we just leave it? You know, and then I could have said, no, I like it left in, actually. I like it left in, you know, that adds to the interest. And James says, loose tea for me. And I always warm the pot. See, you're a dying breed. Because a lot of people now do not make a pot of tea. I mean, I can make a tea bag last 2 goes. I can drink the tea. When did the tea bag... Well, I remember when tea bags first came in. Because we only used to have loosely tea. And then all of a sudden they brought out tea bags and they were giving demonstrations in the supermarket. It was tea that came in the bag. And now look at it. The shelves are full of tea bags. I mean, Tetley drove the introduction of tea bags in Britain in 1953. In the early 1960s, tea bags made up less than 3% of the British market. And I can remember we've had tea bags with strings that you would pull, which would squeeze it for you. Triangular tea bags as well. And you can get all the posh teas, and then you can get all the naff tea. We've got lovely tea here. Lovely tea in this building. I mean, I don't know what make it is, but it's it's very nice. And I'm quite fussy because I'm an Earl Grey boy, or Lady Grey. I drink all the too weak. I don't think, not the way you've done it in here. I mean, honestly, 2 week. That's 2 bags. Blimey. Not surprised it's stripping the enamel from the teeth. But no, I mean, to have loose tea and warming a pot, James, you are a dying breed. Not many people do that now. And also, we used to save the tea leaves. We'd put them on the garden. I don't know why. Apparently it was some sort of, I don't know what we did it for, but people couldn't be bothered to wash them down the sink, because that was the thing. But we used to save them, and then they would go onto the garden, which I don't know why we did that, actually. You know, when you go into the garden centre, oh no, we were a weird family. We were very odd. Very, very odd. What else we got in the papers today? Davina McCall said there's an enormous hole in her life. Her father's died of Alzheimer's. She said she was grateful to have been with him in his last days. He was 77. She said he was the best dad I could ever wish for. And, yeah. I mean, that's what you always say. I always like it when people appreciate their parents, you know, because they gave up a lot. The story about Gavin Williamson, twice sacked, been given a knighthood. It's an embarrassment, isn't it, really? It's now completely a joke. Let's not even bother with things like that. It drives me mad. What's that a picture of? Good Lord. They've got ITV has unveiled a new whiz-bang version of ITV Hub, which will stream new shows up to 9 months before they go out on the main channels. And there's also scheduled Lenny Henry's autobiographical drama Three Little Birds and the Russian spy drama Litvinenko with David Tennant, plus Helena Bonham Carter is going to be playing Noel Gordon. You have to be a certain age to remember who Noel Gordon was. She was the star of Crossroads. She owned the Crossroads Motel. And it's very interesting, actually. There's also A Year on Planet Earth, narrated by the fabulous Stephen Fry, and a documentary about Bill Cosby's controversy. So there's quite a bit coming up. They need to sort of invest more in programs that we want, not sort of pretentious rubbish, I think. One here that says, from John, I use 3 tea bags in my cup for strength, but have gone down to 2 bags well squeezed. Yes, you can stand the teaspoon up in it. Not surprised. Not surprised. I mean, it's very nice that there's this tea. I mean, but you get the same effect with 1 tea bag. I don't think 2 tea bags makes the slightest difference. No, it doesn't. Don't argue with the presenter. Otherwise you'll be made to sit on the naughty step. And you don't want to sit on the naughty step. I fall over the naughty step. That was my pièce de résistance about a week ago. Steve says, Richard, I do love iced tea in the summer. Simple and refreshing. Oh, right. I don't think I've ever had it. And Catherine says, my late nan would sometimes drink loose tea, which you would pour through the tea strainer. I remember her saying that the tea bags are what the workers sweep up from the factory floor. And yes, I use tea bags. Not too sure what that says about me. Well, you can get cheap tea bags where the tea has been swept up. You know, it's not as good as the usual stuff. But if you're buying from respectable companies like Twinings and people like that, and, you know, established companies, you're getting good proper tea. And I do like Earl Grey. I know it's a bit wussy, isn't it? People go, oh, it's a bit girly tea because it's green tea. No, when I had my heart surgery, I remember the surgeon, who was the same surgeon who operated on Tony Blair. He said to me, you should, no, it makes any difference. Same hands. And he said, you should try drinking green tea. So I tried green tea. Ugh, horrible. Horrid. It wasn't very good at all, but it's supposed to be very good for you. No, it's like if you go to the Chinese restaurant, you don't get milk in your tea. You drink China tea, and no. But in fact, if you went to Patisserie Valerie when they were operating, they did leaf tea. Because they would bring it, it's such a nuisance. Why it couldn't just be a tea bag and a cup, I've got no idea. So they have to bring you, the tea strainer, and pour it in there. And then sometimes you'd forget, so you've now got a cup swimming in what looks like ants or something, which is absolutely ridiculous. Hated. 6:45 is the time. Let's get the latest LBC News headlines with Holly Harris.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Charlie Girling says, tea leaves. Don't you read them and find out about dark, handsome strangers in your future? You do get people who read tea leaves, don't you? People who, I mean, somebody said you're supposed to, you finish drinking your tea and then you put the tea leaves in and then you swirl them round, and apparently that tells you something. Basically, you need to get a washing machine. Yeah, you're going to win the lottery or something like that. It's like, people reading tarot cards. It's a load of old rubbish, it is, because you deal the cards out, then you say, oh, it means this, shuffle them all up, deal them again. They're going to be completely different. Never the same. Never ever the same. It's an interesting argument. A pensioner who was fined for painting a zebra crossing on a busy road says it's taken the council 18 months to do their own markings and they're not as good as him. He painted the road, this is Laurie Phillips, who's 79, with 6 rectangular boxes in August 2020. He said motorists respected the makeshift markings, but council staff washed them away. Anyway, he was fined £130. Now Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole Council have painted 3 slow signs on the road. It's not the same as having a zebra crossing, but you can't just start painting your own zebra crossings. I mean, for goodness sake, that would be a bit ridiculous, wouldn't it? 2,500, well, nearly 2,500 former bank and building society branches today stand empty. Dozens have been that way for more than a decade. The North West has the highest vacancy rate. 57% of all empty banks have been vacant for less than 3 years, but 15%, 352 branches, have been unlet for more than 5 years. I mean, I'm amazed at how many branches are closing. I mean, around our way, we've lost the Royal Bank of Scotland in Richmond. The NatWest is going in Twickenham. And so that building will stay there empty unless somebody wants to turn it into something else. But we do have some other empty buildings. But it's a real difficult thing, you know, to decide what to do with all these buildings. I mean, Shawadi Wadi Star, who is this? He speaks out as... Oh, right. Sorry. So this is something else. But looking at all these empty buildings, you know, and I mean, the banks are there's another 800 closures. You didn't think there were that many banks in the country, did you? But they've closed down. There's another Royal Bank of Scotland. They've closed down in High Street. You can use NatWest, but I wonder really. But I mean, since 2015, the amount of banks we've got in the High Street has halved. Absolutely. Building societies have gone. I've seen those. 4,735 branches have shut or been earmarked for closure. That's according to Which magazine. So they're fairly on the money on that one. And then you think to yourself, do we need a bank? Do you need to go into it? You can do everything. I've actually taken money out of an investments account. I didn't need to go into a bank. I did it all on the telephone. They sent me all the paperwork. And then they just put the money into the account. Now I've got nothing. And so you don't need to go into a branch. You really don't. I mean, you know, everybody gets a certain limit, I think, on your cards, the money you can take out the diddly dip machines. And, you know, some people get £100 credit each day or whatever else. So you can do that. But if you want to take out a lot of money, that generally means you're money laundering and paying cash to people, which, of course, you know, is tax avoidance mainly. But it's very difficult because I quite like the idea that the banks were on the high street. And, you know, I'm quite disappointed, actually, that lots of them have disappeared. I didn't know my bank manager. A friend of mine was a bank manager years ago called Steve, and he's now with another bank. He's moved to Metro Bank, and he's very good. I know him. But over the years, I've never really known my bank manager because I've never had to deal with them. I think when I got into trouble with William and Glyn's Bank some years ago, I went into overdraft, and the manager, Mr. Maynard, rather nasty little piece of work, decided to call me in and suspend my my checkbook and check guarantee card. He called me in. Yeah, called in. He wrote, you know, you got one of those letters which you had to sign for, and this is about 45 years ago, and I got called in, and he said, I'm going to have to take your checkbook off you because you run riot, basically. Because I assumed if they give you a checkbook with 30 checks in, there's money in there. But of course there wasn't, because the one thing we don't do is read bank statements. Now I've got all my accounts on my telephone. Like, you know, Joe's got his accounts on the telephone, and you can, Coots, Drummond's, all these other nice places, and you can look on your phone and you can see exactly what money is in your accounts, what money is coming out of your accounts, and I do that. I check that probably about 3 times a day. So much easier than having to sort of, you know, phone up the bank and say, oh, can you tell me how much is in this account? Now I can look at it very easily. And if we're paying money out into, you know, VAT and things like that, I can see where to take the money from, and I will tell, you know, the person who looks after my accounts exactly what to do, which works much better. I've become addicted to it. It does become very, very addictive. You think, well, I'll take it. And then all of a sudden it flashes up and goes, money's just been taken out of this account and things like that. Mark in Bromley says, have you tried bubble tea? No, I hated it. I hate it. It's I know it's all the rage. We've got a bubble tea place in Twickenham. Not for me, Mark. You're in Bromley, so that's okay. Semolina. I forget what it is. Yeah, it originated in Taiwan. It's basically chewy tapioca balls. And then they put loads of them in there. It makes it sound a bit exciting. I think people thought that it was going to be really exciting. Have you heard of jelly tea? There's a type. We've got jelly tea on sale in Twickenham as well now. which I wasn't sure about that. But that's also very popular in places like Thailand and places like that. But these tapioca balls, it's not sort of, I think people think they're air bubbles or something in there. It makes it sound a bit sort of, a bit mystical, but nothing mystical about it. English breakfast and Earl Grey, Steve, says David in Guildford. Ordered it at Plaza Room Service. I complained. There's only one bag. They said, sir, we fill the tea bags to order. There's posh. There's posh. There's a tea shop somewhere in London. Yes, there's Twinings just as you go into the City of London, just opposite the Law Courts. That's where they are. I went there over the weekend, but I can't remember exactly where it is. All they sell is different types of tea. Yep, there's also one in the Strand. They've got a tea shop in the Strand, almost opposite Charing Cross Station, and they sell all sorts of teas as well. Steve, I just thought Re Noel Gordon. People of a certain age might be able to remember Lunchbox. Says Alan in Derby. I remember Lunchbox. I can't remember exactly what was on the programme, but I remember Lunchbox very well indeed. Tea bags were probably invented by a Bristol tea merchant in the 1800s when he sent samples out in small silk bags. And his customers accidentally put these straight in the pot to avoid the mess, which is a good one. Jane says, what about all the tradesmen who get paid cash? How do they pay the cash in with no bank branches? You can pay in on a machine. Have you never paid money into a bank machine? Blimey, yeah, I've done that. The Royal Bank of Scotland, you push a thing on the thing. No, outside this was, yeah. And it would give you an envelope, and you put your money in the envelope, and then you push it into the machine, and it takes it in. So you don't effectively need a bank. In fact, just down opposite where I get my bus sometimes, near Charing Cross Station, there's two machines in the walk, but there's no bank. There's no bank there. There's just two machines, and you can pay in and do everything else. So that's why you don't know. I thought you'd know that, actually. So, Jane, that's how you pay in. I've paid in loads of times. If somebody's given me a cheque, you just put the amount in, you tap it in, and then you push it into the machine, and it's all done automatically. Very clever. I got to go. I wish you a very, very pleasant, safe and quiet weekend, but I fear it will not be.